Sarod Kingdom's princess is completely prepared to end the wedding before it even begins. Naturally, the entire kingdom is left stunned. You see, House is considered the most powerful family in the kingdom. Their dominance has nothing to do with wealth, territory, or political power. It comes from their ability to form contracts with actual dragons. For generations, every member of the Pendragon bloodline has accomplished this feat. So naturally, everyone expected Aaron to continue the tradition. Unfortunately for him, Aaron failed to do it. That made the Sarods decide that he was practically worthless, although apparently, one person still finds his pretty boy look appealing. As expected, the Duchess is absolutely livid. She is seconds away from calling for someone's execution when Aaron enters and calmly asks whether she wants to dissolve the engagement. The moment she sees him, confusion takes over. She cannot help wondering whether this is really the same Aaron she once knew. The timid boy who used to hide behind curtains has completely disappeared. The new Aaron stares directly into her eyes, brushes aside her ridiculous nightwear, offers to walk her back, orders tea, and immediately addresses the real issue. If this version of me is unacceptable to you, then perhaps ending the engagement is the sensible choice. She would have snapped back, but she is too distracted by secretly checking him out and entertaining some extremely inappropriate thoughts. The obvious question is, what changed him so completely? To understand that, we need to go back to where this whole mess began. Our story begins with Raven practically committing war crimes against an army of monsters. He effortlessly takes down a gigantic demonic wolf. Before he even gets a moment to recover, an enormous bird swoops down to attack him. Raven does not even bother reacting. He simply cuts through its wings in midair and continues forward without slowing down. Below him, a goblin begins rambling about how one man is single-handedly destroying the entire demon army. The goblin is practically Raven's biggest fan, praising him as the fearless demon hunter known as Immortal Raven. Raven has no interest in listening to a live podcast, so he silences the goblin by driving his sword through its skull. After taking a breath and staring at the moon, Raven delivers his coldest line yet. 15 days remaining. In 15 more days, he will finally escape this nightmare. Raven is not merely a violent man wandering around with a sword. He was once a nobleman from a disgraced aristocratic family. Long ago, his family ranked among the most respected houses in the empire. They lacked the greatest wealth or power, but their reputation for kindness and integrity was unquestionable, which of course meant that the Manhwa universe had to ruin their lives completely. One day, their estate is burned to the ground, while a smug official drags Raven before a crowd by the hair and accuses his family of planning a rebellion. Raven desperately insists that the rival houses framed them, but no one is willing to listen. With Raven's parents already gone, the smug villain offers him the sort of deal only a classic villain would make. His version of mercy is a 10-year sentence on the front lines as a demon hunter. In reality, it is a death sentence disguised as military service, a suicide unit filled with criminals and slaves. Raven buries his pride, kneels down, and vows to restore his family's honor if he manages to survive. Against every possible expectation, Raven survives all 10 years in the trenches and returns to base with only 2 weeks left on his sentence. While he quietly passes the drunk hunters and chained criminals, a group of nameless idiots decides to challenge him. Raven dismantles the entire squad in seconds. One kick sends the fat guy face first into the dirt. His sword handles the second attacker, and then he grabs the bald one by his gleaming head and smashes him into the ground. Raven bends toward the last man, who is barely awake, and quietly warns him that he knows where to find Raven if he wants to die before the demons claim him. He strolls away, focused on the single major hunt standing between him and freedom. Then he will finally be a free man. Meanwhile, deep in Lord Pendragon's forest, a gigantic dragon tells a pretty knight that the moment has arrived to fulfill the promise he made. Before we continue, here is the quick power scaling breakdown for this world. Dragons are essentially living, tactical nuclear weapons. They are the ultimate weapons of this world, and no demon can survive a one-on-one battle with one. The matchup is not even remotely fair. The only ones with the secret to controlling these monsters are the Pendragon bloodline. That is exactly why their house stands above every other family in the empire. 13 days before Raven completes his punishment, he enters the commander's tent to report that the demons are crushing the front line and will soon overwhelm them. Meanwhile, the useless commander is sitting there without a care in the world. In the middle of a feast, surrounded by slaves and entirely relaxed, he smirks and tells Raven not to worry because reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. And these are not ordinary disposable soldiers. The Duke himself is coming, and he is bringing an actual dragon with him. Raven is so stunned that his jaw nearly drops to the ground. He has spent 10 years fighting in the mud, fully convinced that dragons were nothing more than children's tales. That seemed even more believable, because rumors claimed the Pendragon family had already lost its former glory. The commander dismisses his doubts, orders him to follow instructions, and assigns him to protect the young Pendragon heir. Raven leaves the tent and stares at the enormous dragon banner above the camp, utterly confused. Why would someone this important come all the way to a battlefield this pathetic? That is when the horrifying realization hits him. He is expected to babysit a spoiled noble child, while everyone else enjoys a front-row view of a mythical creature annihilating the demon army. Still, Raven has no choice but to accept the assignment. He pushes his irritation aside and walks toward the young lord's tent to report in. The instant Raven says a word, he stops cold. The voice replying from inside the tent does not sound remotely human, not even slightly. Despite the unsettling voice, Raven kneels and formally announces that he will provide security during tomorrow's battle. The strange voice interrupts him and dismisses him, claiming that no bodyguard will be necessary. Certain that everyone is about to die, Raven respectfully argues that without a giant fire-breathing lizard on the battlefield tomorrow, they are finished. The voice answers with terrifying calmness, "The dragon will be present. Now get out." Raven walks off, slightly sweating, because there is no way that voice belonged to a normal human. By the next morning, the entire camp, from the commander to the hunters, gathers outside the VIP tent and waits. Without warning, the tent suddenly erupts in a massive explosion. Fragments scatter in every direction. The soldiers panic, scream, and dive for safety. As the dust settles, the artist gives us an outrageous display of pure spectacle. A gigantic white dragon emerges, covered in golden armor and crowned with shining gold horns. Beside the beast stands a warrior dressed in silver armor with a red cape flowing behind him. When he raises his visor, a breathtaking blonde, blue-eyed pretty boy face is revealed. Facing the terrified crowd, he introduces himself as Eren Pendragon and declares that the demon subjugation will begin, with a living weapon of mass destruction standing behind him. Raven learns from the Demon Corps soldiers that House Pendragon will support the large-scale extermination operation. With a dragon fighting beside them, Raven assumes dealing with the monsters will be effortless. On the battlefield, Raven struggles with his new assignment. He has never protected a noble before, and deep down he is nervous because survival has always mattered more to him than shielding his comrades. The moment demons flood the battlefield from all sides, Raven snaps into combat mode, orders Eren to stay near him, draws his weapon, and storms directly into the swarm. While Raven reduces demons to bloody mist below, the white dragon takes control of the sky. The dragon opens its jaws, gathers energy, and fires a colossal blue beam that incinerates everything in its path. Raven watches the destruction and realizes how terrifying the dragon truly is, while Eren stares in wonder and admits that she never believed white dragons were real. Raven agrees and confesses that he also believed dragons were only bedtime myths. After the dragon lands, Eren appears rattled, so Raven assures him that everything is under control. As far as Raven is concerned, the battle is already over. Raven congratulates himself internally, convinced this is the smoothest campaign of his life and an easy path to legendary success. Then the entire situation collapses in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the surviving demons abandon the fight and begin spiraling through the sky, creating a gigantic rotating funnel overhead. Raven instantly realizes that something far worse is coming. He looks upward and shouts that the powerful demons have finally appeared. Raven grips his weapon, turns toward Eren, and orders him to control the dragon immediately. Eren shuts her eyes, and the dragon does the same as their minds begin to connect. But before she can issue a command, two demons roar toward them, forcing Raven to intercept and hold them off long enough for Eren to act. At that exact moment, the demons swarm dives toward the dragon, expecting it to burn them alive. Instead of attacking Raven, they fly past him, slam into the white dragon, and begin biting, ripping apart, and devouring it alive before the entire army. Raven can only stare in complete disbelief. For a moment, he is too stunned to move. He eventually recovers and yells at the dragon to retaliate, but the creature does nothing and simply endures the attack. Raven spins around, seizes Eren by the collar, and demands to know what he is doing. Why is he not giving the dragon any orders? A tremendous blast suddenly blinds everyone and throws the entire group off balance. Once the dust settles, an enormous new wave of demons charges toward them, and Raven turns pale as he realizes these creatures almost wiped them out. With the dragon gone, Raven and Eren are left alone against an entire demon army, and the situation deteriorates rapidly. As Raven battles two demons while monitoring Eren's separate fight, his mind replays every mistake that led them here. He had entered the campaign believing the dragon was an unbeatable shortcut to victory, the strongest creature alive, and the foundation of the entire operation. He had grown so overconfident that he stopped taking the battle seriously, assuming the dragon would handle everything. Instead of fighting as if this were a real war, Raven had spent the battle guarding Eren and admiring the spectacle. He had badly misjudged the enemy and placed absolute faith in the dragon. Now the dragon lies dead, his allies are being devoured around him, and the battlefield has become a living picture of hell. Raven finally opens his eyes and gives a faint smile. He has already accepted that the battle is lost and is ready to surrender to his fate. Then a pack of goblins rushes him. Raven may be ready to give up, but dying to a bunch of annoying goblins would be far too humiliating. He gathers the last of his strength, makes one final swing, and wipes them all out. Afterward, he can remain standing only by leaning on his weapon, his eyes barely open. Then he notices the enormous white dragon's corpse in the dirt and unexpectedly smiles. That dragon was unbelievably stupid, he mutters. He drags his exhausted body through pools of blood to inspect the corpse one more time. There's no doubt about it, the dragon is completely dead. As Raven tries to recover his breath, a coughing sound reaches him. He turns and finds Eren barely clinging to life. Raven is honestly amazed that the kid has not died yet. Raven storms over, grabs Eren's armor, gets right in his face, and demands an explanation. Why did the dragon suddenly refuse to fight? Did you command it to stop attacking? Eren responds with nothing but silence. That silence is the final thing Raven can tolerate. It is the last straw. Raven completely explodes, shouting that victory was practically theirs before Eren threw away the entire battle at the finish line. His entire body is trembling with rage. While Raven is still demanding answers, a massive spear suddenly pierces his chest from behind. He crashes face first into the dirt, coughing blood, and spots the squad commander approaching with an unbearably smug grin. The commander strolls through the carnage, crouches beside him, and jokes that he pierced Raven's heart, yet he is still breathing, meaning the rumors of his immortality are true. Then he rises and unfurls a new banner, the crest of the Imperial Army. Raven is left completely bewildered. A flood of questions starts racing through his mind. Why is this man suddenly leading the Imperial Army? And why did he attack Raven without warning? Balta launches into his villain speech and reveals that everything was arranged in advance. Your family's downfall, your assignment to the demon subjugation unit, and this brat's death were all parts of the same plan. Balta approaches Eren, presses a blade against his throat, and turns to Raven as if telling him to watch the next part carefully. Eren shuts his eyes, and Balta cuts through his neck. Eren's severed head lands in the dirt beside Raven. Raven is utterly frozen by the betrayal. His mind cannot process what just happened as the commander returns, pretending to feel sorry for him. What a pity, the commander says. That child should have been dead much earlier, just as you should have been. He then begins kicking Raven as casually as if he were clearing dirt from the floor. Again and again, Raven keeps swallowing dirt and blood, while Balta cruelly reminds him that freedom had been within reach. Balta pulls Raven up by the hair, stares into his eyes, and asks a completely unhinged question. If I cut off your head right now, will it simply grow back? Let us put that healing ability to the test. And Raven looks like his soul is already trying to escape his body. 10 years. He endured 10 years in a deadly camp, survived brutal wars, and watched innocents die, all for the chance to restore his family's name and earn his freedom. He had been only moments away from achieving it. Then the commander reveals the final and most devastating truth. The treason accusations, his exile to the battle camp, and the destruction of his family's legacy were all deliberately arranged from the beginning. Even the Pendragon heir had been part of the conspiracy. Every hardship Raven suffered had been part of a rigged game from the very beginning. Smiling, the commander explains that the sole mistake in their perfect plan was the dragon turning out to be a useless fake. He bids little Raven farewell and brings his sword down. A moment later, Raven's head is sent flying and comes to rest near Eren's. Once the objective is complete, the army withdraws from the battlefield. A few moments later, the dragon awakens and announces that every necessary condition has been fulfilled. A portal immediately appears and begins drawing in all the blood around it. The dragon rises into the air and gathers the blood of 1,000 humans, 1,000 demons, royal blood, royal dragon blood, and the moment when the sun and moon meet. Every requirement has now been satisfied. Now I shall honor the oath. The horn on the dragon's head begins to shine a moment later. The severed heads of Raven and Eren begin glowing as well. The dragon gazes at the moon one final time, murmurs that everything from this point onward rests with the dragon rider, and then takes its own life. I never expected this story to show us a dragon taking its own life. The story returns to Raven, who is currently drifting through empty space. Suspended in complete darkness, Raven wonders whether he is dead, yet the sensation feels strangely familiar. It is exactly what he feels whenever his immortality activates and repairs his injuries. Before he can understand anything, someone suddenly grips his wrist. Raven opens his eyes and finds a maid sitting beside him, holding his hands. When Raven suddenly sits up, the maid is so terrified by the random blonde man moving that she lets out a perfect scream, runs from the room, and starts shouting through the hallway. My lord is awake. Raven climbs out of bed, looks around, and realizes he is no longer in the trenches. The room is the very definition of luxury. It has towering ceilings, expensive curtains, and every luxurious detail imaginable. Suddenly, the butler Melbourne rushes inside, crying his eyes out. The butler is crying like someone turned on a faucet, desperately asking whether the young master has really awakened, while Raven stares at him in total confusion. Then the man points toward the enormous castle outside and reveals the truth. This place belongs to him, and he is Aaron Pendragon. Almost afraid to hear himself confirm it, he quietly asks whether Aaron Pendragon is actually his name. He springs out of bed, grips the wash basin, and checks the face staring back at him. Sure enough, the reflection belongs to Aaron Pendragon, complete with his unmistakable blonde hair. Our man has officially woken up in someone else's body. The maid immediately assumes he has lost his memory, but Melbourne calms her down before she can make the room even more chaotic. Apparently, the young lord has spent the last 3 years trapped in a coma. Raven can only stare blankly at the wall, while the information slowly hits him. 3 years have passed since that horrifying massacre. It has also been 3 years since someone separated his head from his body. Raven always knew his regeneration was ridiculously powerful, but waking up inside the body of the boy who died beside him, in a royal castle of all places. Yeah, that particular update was never mentioned in the manual. He barely has time to form a plan before the huge double doors burst open. A woman rushes inside, lifting her fancy dress to avoid tripping while screaming son's name at full volume. Raven has no idea who this woman is, yet she barrels toward him in tears, calling his survival a miracle. Just before she can crush him in a hug, Raven spots something completely bizarre. The woman rushes straight past an elderly lady standing quietly in the corner. "Hold on, what old woman?" Completely bewildered, Raven points toward her and asks the others who that woman is. The ghostly grandmother answers with a wink and the timeless shushing gesture. His mother pulls him into a crushing embrace, sobbing as she asks whether he still recognizes her. Raven stands frozen, peeking over her shoulder at a ghost that seems to be visible exclusively to him. Grandmother smiles, gestures casually, and directs his attention toward the window. A dragon sits atop the tower outside, gazing straight at Raven as if it can see all the way into his soul. Raven is still completely lost, unable to understand why he is alive at all. Raven unknowingly whispers the dragon's name, and the beast's absurdly sharp hearing catches it instantly. The creature whips around and unleashes a roar powerful enough to shatter every mansion window. Shards rain across the room, everyone dives for cover, and the enormous dragon takes off from the tower. Raven raises both hands in panic, drenched in sweat and wondering how the dragon could possibly recognize him. After all, Raven's last memory of that dragon was watching it die. The moment his mother sees the apex predator charging toward them, she instantly switches into maximum protective mom mode. She plants herself between Raven and the dragon, boldly warning the beast not to lay a claw on her son. Then the ghostly grandmother strolls to the ledge, extends one hand, and handles the legendary dragon like it is nothing more than a friendly pet dog. The dragon sniffs her palm, shuts its eyes, and instantly loses all aggression. Raven screams for her to be careful, leaving his mother utterly baffled because, from her perspective, he is shouting at empty space. Grandmother waves the dragon away, gives Raven a peaceful smile, and disappears along with the beast. Once the danger is gone, his mother checks him frantically, so Raven puts on an award-worthy smile and assures her he is fine. Internally, however, he is already connecting the castle, servants, title, and dragon into one impossible conclusion. He has become Aaron Pendragon, and until he learns the truth, he will play the role while secretly investigating everything. The scene moves on, and Raven sits alone, still stuck on the impossible question of how he ended up here. His thoughts drift back over the past decade, which has been one continuous train wreck. For 10 years, he was imprisoned in the Demon Core, a place reserved for the worst criminals alive, where surviving even a few days is considered an achievement. Of course, Raven was never an ordinary prisoner. He endured the entire decade, constantly improving his abilities and regeneration until he became an almost indestructible demon-hunting weapon. Freedom was finally within reach. That mission alongside Duke Pendragon was meant to be his last assignment. After completing it, he expected to collect his discharge and leave that nightmare behind. Instead, the operation collapses, and both Raven and the Duke suffer the worst possible outcome. They die. Death was supposed to be the end. Yet Raven wakes up trapped in the body of a slender, blonde, pretty boy instead of his powerful original physique. Raven is understandably furious. He has been reborn as 17-year-old Aaron Pendragon, a gentle, flower-planting poetry lover who entered a coma and never got to grow out of that peaceful lifestyle. The original owner had practically no survival sense, and Raven despises every moment of this new life. To make matters worse, the universe refuses to give him even a minute of peace. The instant he wakes up, his maid Lindsay starts feeding him by force as if he were a helpless baby bird. Clinging to the last scraps of his dignity, Raven tries to stand and wash his face, but Lindsay reacts as though he has declared war on common sense. She nearly bursts into tears and blocks his path, treating him like a glass statue that will break the moment he walks without assistance. Before Raven can recover from that disaster, his sisters storm into the room. The older sister launches into an endless conversation about gardens and cornflowers, while little Mia clings tightly to his leg. So the former demon blood warrior is forced to sit there with a painfully polite smile, silently begging the universe for one uninterrupted minute. Still, there is one useful advantage hidden in all this chaos. The sisters' endless chatter accidentally gives Raven a complete history lesson while pretending to help him recover his memories. It turns out the real Eren was a complete weakling who spent his time painting in his room and could barely handle a sword. Because of him, the once famous Pendragon name had sunk to its lowest point, becoming a punchline among the nobles. That information instantly changes Raven from irritated brother into a calculating threat. He is only 17, which means there is still enough time to rescue the Pendragon house and protect his family from the mess created by that bearded bastard. Raven already suspects that his exile, imprisonment in the demon core, and eventual death were pieces of one enormous conspiracy. He keeps soothingly patting his little sister while wearing a smile that would make any enemy nervous. In his mind, he is already designing a plan to destroy every person responsible for framing him. To the world, he is merely the harmless Eren Pendragon. Inside that gentle exterior, however, lives Ravenvault, the battlefield demon. That combination is about to become the entire kingdom's biggest nightmare. Raven is deep into his revenge calculations when Eren suddenly interrupts with information powerful enough to destroy his entire train of thought. Then Eren casually mentions that Lady Luna is on her way, and Raven can only respond with a confused, "Who?" Eren looks confused for a moment, before remembering that Raven is supposed to have no memories. "Luna is your fiancée. She is Count Seyrad's stepdaughter, and she is already traveling toward the castle." Raven's mind completely crashes. He stares at Eren with wide eyes, visibly unable to process another surprise. The story now cuts to Luna's traveling escort. A knight informs Luna that they are nearly at Conrad Castle and will soon enter the duchy. But romance is the last thing on her mind. Inside the carriage, Luna is already composing the perfect breakup speech. Her escort Joseph, a smug and irritating little weasel, turns around and asks how she feels about the visit. After all, she is about to see her fiancé again for the first time in 3 years. Luna gives him a brutal look that says he should remember his position, then orders him to concentrate on escorting her. Privately, Luna has already checked out of the entire relationship. Luna still remembers exactly what the old Eren was like. He was such a coward that during her last visit, he actually hid behind the curtains. A grown nobleman was seriously playing hide-and-seek just to avoid speaking with people. Luna has already labeled him a hopeless loser, and now that her father Count Seyrad wants to end the engagement, she could not be more relieved. The Pendragon reputation is already beyond saving. Their name has hit rock bottom, and Luna wants nothing to do with it. Joseph sees his chance and starts bragging that her family would have become legendary if he had been her fiancé instead. Luna tolerates his speech for roughly 4 seconds before telling him he makes her sick and should get away from her. A short while later, the group arrives inside the castle. The entire Pendragon family is waiting to welcome Luna. Mia and Eren are thrilled to see Luna, and after the family finishes surrounding her with questions about the journey, they offer her a warm welcome. Eren confidently suggests continuing the discussion in his room, so Raven's mother pushes him forward and gets the conversation started. Seeing Raven awake, Luna immediately assumes that the last 3 years have changed absolutely nothing about him. In her mind, he is still the same useless noble who needs his mother for everything. Raven meets her gaze without hesitation and calmly offers to personally lead her to her room. Luna is speechless. The man who once could not even face a servant is now striding through the hallway with the confidence of someone who owns the entire castle. By the time Raven escorts her to the room and casually orders Lindsay to serve tea, Luna is blushing so hard that words completely abandon her. Luna feels like she has wandered into a shoujo manga, wondering whether the Pendragon name is truly finished and whether her fiancé has just undergone the ultimate transformation. While Luna is drowning in romantic thoughts, Raven simply sits across from her without a hint of concern. Inside, however, his mind is running calculations faster than a supercomputer. Raven knows nothing about the local noble politics yet, but his demon hunter instincts are already screaming that something is wrong. The instant Luna entered, Raven noticed she was concealing something, so he chooses to provoke her while wearing that relaxed but dangerous smile. He casually tells her that he has changed quite a bit. Then he adds that if she dislikes the new version of him, they can simply speak with her father and end the engagement. Luna shoots out of her chair as if the seat suddenly caught fire. No, she blurts it out, then quickly sits down and pretends she did not just reveal her true feelings. Inside, Luna is completely falling apart. She came here intending to end things, but this transformed Eren has left her so confused that she cannot make her mouth follow the plan. Raven watches her through half-closed eyes, But before he can question her any further, Lindsay suddenly storms in and destroys the already tense tea time atmosphere. Apparently Joseph, that irritating ugly-faced bastard, managed to cause trouble despite Luna warning him not to act foolishly during the journey. Naturally, the idiot ignored her completely. Now he is outside picking a fight. Luna closes her eyes, looking as though she would gladly disappear from embarrassment. Raven rises, leans over the table, points directly at Luna, and abandons his polite act completely. I could read it on your face the second you entered, so stop pretending and tell me exactly what you're planning. Luna stammers and looks around desperately, pretending she has no idea what he means. Raven only gives her a slow, knowing nod. You can give me the full explanation afterward. For now, he has a few knights waiting for his attention. In the throne room, Joseph stands proudly in the center, practically ordering the legendary Pendragon family to throw their honor away. He has come to end the engagement, wearing a smug grin while offering gold mines and forest territory as compensation. Melbourne is barely holding back his rage as he calls the proposal deeply insulting, but Joseph only mocks them further, reminding them that they are broke and their minds are worthless, so they should accept the handout. Helena is moments away from turning the table over, yet she controls herself long enough to reject Joseph directly. The honor of House Pendragon cannot be bought. Joseph smirks and asks whether that is their final decision, warning that this offer may be their last chance to escape complete bankruptcy. At that precise moment, Raven enters the room with Luna following close behind. The room falls completely silent the moment they appear. Every Pendragon knight immediately kneels before Raven. Joseph assumes this is the perfect opportunity to show off. With Raven present, Joseph thinks he can embarrass him in front of Luna and looks superior. Joseph adopts a painfully fake friendly voice and greets him as though they are old friends. But Aaron stares straight through him and asks who he is supposed to be. Joseph's grand plan collapses the instant it begins. Aaron dismisses the confusion and calmly explains that he has amnesia. Joseph freezes, unable to decide whether Aaron is joking. Could he possibly be serious? His ego refuses to let the insult pass. Joseph decides that memory loss or not, he is still a knight and will not tolerate being ignored. He responds by raising his voice. Yet Aaron, now lounging on his throne, merely fixes him with a cold stare. He interrupts Joseph halfway through and points out that he entered uninvited, behaved disgracefully, and is now being ordered to leave. You will not receive a third warning. That single threat is enough to make Joseph back down instantly. Luna watches the entire exchange from the side of the room. The man who had been boasting moments ago now looks insignificant beside Aaron's overwhelming presence. Aaron turns toward Luna with a smile and remarks that they should have started by discussing the broken engagement. He invites her forward, saying he would prefer to speak with the person who actually has authority. Luna approaches him with the expression of someone walking toward an execution. Raven glances over the offer: gold, a crystal mine, and 2 territories, and immediately decides that it is good enough to accept. The moment he says it, the entire room erupts in panic. Helena and Melbourne desperately signal for him to stop, but Raven is already several moves ahead of everyone. Raven rises and calmly states the reality of their situation. House Pendragon is bankrupt and desperately needs resources to rebuild. Count Seyrod has already made his decision, and there is almost no chance he will reverse it. He was never going to reconsider, so continuing this engagement dispute would only waste everyone's time. Raven looks straight at Luna, silently asking her to confirm that he is right. Luna tries to object, but the words refuse to come out. As Luna watches the former curtain-hiding coward dismantle her family's bargaining power from the throne, she realizes in horror that she has fallen hopelessly for him. Luna turns bright red, while Aaron remains completely unaware of the romantic disaster happening beside him. Aaron smiles and says that although Luna may not answer today, her parents have already decided for her. He accepts the arrangement, formally declares the engagement over, and walks away, leaving Luna heartbroken and Joseph with a face twisted in sour disbelief. Later, Aaron walks through the hallway while Lindsay hurries behind him, and he is already calculating the benefits. He has secured an incredible deal. The gold and crystals are valuable enough to fund the house, including the hiring of genuine battle mages. There was no way he was sacrificing such a profitable deal for the sake of a broken engagement. Then a painting on the wall catches his attention, bringing him to an immediate stop. The picture shows an old woman stroking a dragon, and Raven recognizes the scene from somewhere. He asks Lindsay about the painting, and she explains that it depicts Aisha Pendragon, his grandfather's elder sister. When Raven whispers Aisha's name, a voice suddenly answers from directly behind him, saying that she heard him. Raven whirls around and finds the very woman from the painting standing beside the enormous windows. With a smile on her face, she greets him by saying that she knows the young Pendragon has summoned her. And as it happens, I have something serious to discuss with you as well. So why don't we sit down and talk? Our boy enters his room, only to find Ghost Granny already relaxing on the couch like she owns the place. He closes the door behind him and awkwardly asks if she needs something. Adya explains the rules of ghost contact, revealing that speaking her name aloud was essentially the password that allowed them to communicate. He sits opposite her and pretends to follow along, while internally his brain is performing Olympic-level gymnastics. This guy has spent 10 years fighting demons, monsters, and every nightmare imaginable. But a relaxed chat with a friendly ghost grandma is where he draws the line. Apparently, that is the one situation he absolutely cannot accept. Still, life has been throwing absurd surprises at him ever since he woke up in this body, so he decides to simply go along with the madness. Lady Edia is the one who finally puts an end to the uncomfortable silence. She points straight at him and demands to know who he really is. Because one thing is certain, you are not Aaron Pendragon. His heart nearly sinks, but before he can panic or invent an excuse, she quickly waves it off and says Soul Drake has already filled her in on everything. He realizes that lying is pointless, and telling Granny the truth carries no real risk since he is the only person who can see her, meaning she cannot expose him even if she tries. He gives her the complete story. On June 21st, he and the real Aaron both suffered a devastating defeat at Alton Prairie, and his next memory is opening his eyes inside Aaron's body. His biggest objective now is discovering how he was forced into this new life and why it happened. Adia takes a moment to consider everything, then simply says that she believes him. Raven cannot understand why she accepted the story so quickly, but she only shrugs and points out that her belief does not change the fact that he is standing there. Besides, the Eren you encountered on the battlefield may very well have been an imposter. She then explains the Pendragon family's history and why forming a pact with Soul Drake and unlocking the mausoleum matters so much. The mausoleum is far more than a shrine holding the spirits of Pendragon ancestors. It is, in reality, the very foundation keeping the Pendragon family alive. Their wealth, accumulated wisdom, and most importantly, Soul Drake's familiar spirit are all kept inside. However, each successor must first survive a trial and demonstrate that he deserves access to it. If Soul Drake accepts you, the Dragon Pact is granted and the entire household prospers. Fail the trial, and you are cast aside while the family watches its empire collapse, waiting for the next heir to become old enough. Even the strongest heirs from earlier generations only managed to pass by the skin of their teeth. But the original Eren was a completely different story. He was remembered as the weakest heir the Pendragon family had ever produced. He entered the trial, got demolished by the dragon, and ended up trapped in a 3-year coma. That disaster left the family without a proper leader and plunged the entire house into chaos. Adia then smiles and delivers a truly unexpected twist. She tells him that this exact situation is what gives Eren a chance. After all, the soul inside Eren's body now belongs to someone entirely new. Moving far too close to his face, she spells out exactly what he must do. He must travel to Anona Forest, cut through the monster horde, reach the mausoleum, and convince the dragon that he is worthy. He gets one opportunity to secure the pact and claim every privilege the Pendragon name has to offer. A regular person would hear this plan and immediately start crying while asking for directions. But our guy, he only grins and declares that it sounds easy enough. Adia is left completely speechless. He calmly adds that, as an experienced demon slayer, taking control of House Pendragon's resources lines up perfectly with his personal revenge plan. He estimates that 2 weeks should be enough to deal with the useless vessels and prepare for his dragon challenge. The story then cuts to Eren, training for the trials ahead. No matter how different his new life becomes, he still clings to the rule of trusting nobody and depending on nobody. He is absolutely determined to handle everything by himself. As he trains, his mind constantly analyzes the battlefield in real time. He studies their size, counts their numbers, and works out their attack patterns. Then, amid the chaos, a memory suddenly flashes before him, himself on his knees, exhausted, staring at a dead white dragon. That memory is all the motivation he needs. Sparks burst from his eyes, and one devastating strike erases every monster still standing. Lindsay watches from behind, and her expression says only one thing: this man is ridiculously handsome. Then Eren casually begins changing clothes with her standing right there. No warning, no hesitation, and certainly no embarrassment. Poor Lindsay is left standing there, trying to process the situation from several completely different angles. Eren barely notices her reaction, too focused on his hand and the memory of first awakening as Eren. That body had been practically useless, so frail that it could not even wield a sword properly. Yet only 2 days of training have already brought him back to the condition of a top-tier fighter. On top of that, none of his demon hunting expertise has disappeared. His body has fully retained his combat instincts and abilities. The transmigration stripped away plenty, but his fighting ability was not among those losses. For once, he sincerely feels thankful simply to be alive. That peaceful gratitude survives for roughly 30 seconds before Killian arrives, asks about his fencing practice, and offers assistance. Eren tells him to forget that for now and gather the knights, since he has an important announcement. The scene moves to the main hall of Conrad Castle. Every knight has gathered as ordered, standing rigidly at attention. Eren announces that his plan is to open the mausoleum. The moment those words leave his mouth, the entire hall falls silent. Killian raises a hand with the disappointment of a strict father and begins explaining why this plan is awful. The route is crawling with monsters. Eren has trained for barely 2 days. And to make matters worse, Annona Forest has completely fallen apart. Monsters roam everywhere, bandits control the roads, and the villagers have been abandoned to survive on their own. It is only a matter of time before the defensive fence collapses, and the entire situation becomes uncontrollable. The situation sounds absolutely terrible, but Eren is not interested in backing down. Neither he nor the narrator is impressed by the warning. Eren simply declares that he will go alone. The butler nearly collapses at Eren's feet and desperately begs him to reconsider. He reminds Eren that his previous brilliant decision had just filled the treasury with gold and crystals. So perhaps, for once, Eren should let Killian handle this mission. Eren sighs before explaining that they lack enough troops to protect the crystal mine. The mausoleum must be opened no matter what, and the expedition will depart in 15 days. That is when Killian makes an unbelievably foolish move. He openly rejects Eren's decision and announces that he will lead the campaign personally. Eren looks down from above, descends the stairs, and calmly asks whether everyone believes their lord is incapable of leading them. Then he orders Killian to unsheath his weapon. Killian mocks him, pointing out that Eren is supposedly more familiar with books and sketches than battles. Eren answers by drawing his own sword, and the duel begins immediately. Killian parries the opening attack, only to realize that the blow was far too powerful for someone supposedly obsessed with painting. They trade blows, while Killian keeps insisting that a frail boy who spent years confined to bed has no chance against him. That confidence lasts until Eren evades his strike, catches the weapon in midair, and plunges it directly into Killian's chest. Killian crashes to the ground. The whole hall becomes completely motionless. Eren drops the sword, faces the assembled soldiers, and calmly restates his order. In 15 days, we march toward Annona Forest. I will be the one to open the mausoleum. Is anyone here prepared to challenge that decision? If so, step up and say it to my face. Not a single person dares to object. Instead, the entire army kneels before him. The scene cuts to Lewin enjoying her tea when this irritating man barges in, demanding to know why she volunteered for Eren's expedition. He points out that the engagement is already over, and, in his expert opinion, Eren is unlikely to return alive anyway. He keeps pressuring Luna to return home with a proper escort and abandon the entire expedition. Luna sighs, labels him impossible to tolerate, and then calmly lays out her reasoning. The Pendragons are one of the Empire's 5 ducal families and share blood ties with the Emperor, so regardless of the broken engagement, their success remains closely connected to her own house. She wants to discover Eren's plans and measure his abilities, so she will remain until departure and accompany him as far as the Belling Gates. Joseph accepts her reasoning and agrees to join, but makes Luna promise not to travel beyond Belling Gate, delivering the condition over tea as though she had not just dismantled his argument completely. Sitting there, Luna finally allows herself to consider what this could mean. If Eren succeeds in opening the mausoleum, House Pendragon could regain its former glory. The thought makes her unexpectedly flustered, so she quickly pushes the feeling aside. Across the room, Joseph watches her expression and quietly burns with jealousy. That boy had already embarrassed him before the entire court, and now he had managed to capture Luna's interest too. Biting his finger, Joseph silently resolves to make Eren regret the day he ever left the castle. 2 weeks pass, and every part of the preparation is finally complete. The army is ready and fully equipped, while Eren steps out in brilliant white armor. His mother immediately pulls him into a tight embrace and begs him to promise he will return safely. To his credit, Eren does not dismiss her fears. He smiles and assures her that he will come back after opening the mausoleum and earning the dragon's approval. That promise only makes her cry even more. When he turns to his sisters, he finds them smiling through their tears. He reassures them that everything will be all right, just as Lindsay arrives with his horse and tells him it is time to leave. Eren climbs onto his horse and turns toward the assembled army. Killian wears a perfectly calm, unreadable expression. Lindsay, meanwhile, is quietly terrified. Luna observes him with her usual distant and faintly arrogant expression. Joseph stands in the background looking tense and sullen, obviously plotting something unpleasant. Just before departure, Melbourne steps forward carrying a sword laid across a red cloth. He explains that Widow's Wheel is a treasured family heirloom handed down across generations. Eren accepts the weapon, raises it, and carefully examines the blade. He orders the army forward, already imagining how this victory will restore the Pendragons to their former greatness. It will also erase the traitor's stain from the Volve name and finally give him a true reason to remain in this world. He rears his horse, brandishes the sword, and commands the march to begin. They have barely traveled any distance when a pack of monsters blocks the road. A knight rides over to report the problem everyone can already see. Eren has already reached for his sword before the report is even complete. Our boy launches a one-man massacre, cutting through the entire horde while his army can only stand and watch. By the time the slaughter ends, he is already turning around and ordering everyone to continue forward. Killian and Lindsay watch with the satisfied expressions of people whose expectations have just been confirmed. Luna and Joseph, however, look like they need some time to process what they just witnessed. Eventually, the marching column arrives at the Bell and Forest Gate. It is a massive, intimidating structure. Eren stops his horse, raises one fist, and commands the entire group to halt. He instructs Killian to keep the soldiers stationed there, while he scouts ahead alone. He dismounts, and Lindsay instantly appears beside him with water, asking whether he is exhausted. He turns his attention to her. He gently places a hand on her face and tells her she is taking the day off. He orders her to freshen up and spend the day however she wants. He does not require her assistance for the scouting mission. Lindsay predictably begins arguing, but Eren simply points away and makes it clear that he is going alone. She blushes, accepts the order, and walks away. He spends barely 30 seconds inside before confirming his suspicion. The entire place is an absolute wreck. There are too few people, almost no supplies, and the soldiers wear uniforms that would shame even a tiny village militia. Even the Demon Slayer Corps managed its operations more efficiently than this. Belen Forest Gate is one of the region's most vital strategic locations, yet its leadership has been managing it like a peaceful retirement residence. Eren takes Killian aside and asks about the local knights and their commanding officer. Killian pauses, then remembers that Eren is no longer the sickly, skinny boy he once knew. He finally tells Eren the truth. The soldiers deserted and now roam the region as a bandit gang. They are somewhere in the surrounding region. According to Killian's carefully diplomatic wording, only a group of useless stragglers remains behind. Eren has no interest in softening the description. He labels them undisciplined idiots, orders Killian to prepare a unit, and declares that they will hunt down the deserters immediately. To make his method perfectly clear, he adds that anyone who tries to flee will have their limbs cut off. Meanwhile, the deserters are drinking and relaxing inside an abandoned South Norton monastery, laughing about the Pendragon boy finally waking from his coma. One deserter complains that things have become dull and says they need some excitement. Another smiles viciously and says he wants to watch Eren's expression while cutting his throat. The scene shifts to Eren's quarters in Bellant Fortress, where he has summoned Killian and Joseph for a final briefing before the morning assault. Eren concludes that the expedition will require additional soldiers. Trying not to panic, Killian carefully reminds him that taking every soldier away could leave the fortress entirely undefended. Before the discussion turns into an argument, Joseph steps in and offers Count Serod's knights to cover the shortage, presenting them as a favor from their time at Conrad Castle. Eren eyes Joseph suspiciously because he still cannot stand the man, but he knows that free troops are valuable and antagonizing the Serod family right now would be a terrible mistake. He forces down his irritation, accepts the troops, and continues with the briefing. Killian also supports the arrangement because the threat is far more serious than it first appeared. Their bandit issue is no longer a minor nuisance caused by a handful of criminals. The gang's leader, Del Joffrey, deserted the Pendragon household with 20 soldiers, and since that happened some time ago, his forces have almost certainly grown far larger and more dangerous. Eren asks Killian to tell him everything he knows about this Joffrey fool. Joffrey had once served as a Pendragon knight and was reasonably skilled with a blade, but his ego was practically the size of a nation. After the dragon incident, he confidently approached the Duchess and demanded a royal title along with valuable land near the fortress as his reward. The Duchess rejected him outright, and rather than accepting it like an adult, Joffrey responded with a spectacular meltdown. He deserted with several men, crowned himself a bandit king in South Norton, and has terrorized the locals ever since. Eren hears the entire story and instantly understands the danger developing in front of him. If they do not eliminate Joffrey while his forces are still controllable, he will eventually become confident enough to attack the fortress itself. Eren turns toward Killian, points directly at him, and assigns him command of the raid. Killian can only stare in surprise. Eren gives him a straightforward explanation. The soldiers barely know Eren, so having him arrive and shout commands would only create chaos. After all, Eren has spent years being known as a frail child who could barely leave his bed. If he suddenly appears pretending to be a general, the soldiers will simply laugh at him. Authority like that cannot be earned overnight. Killian, however, already has their trust and respect, making him the obvious choice. Killian proudly accepts the assignment, and everyone is dismissed to prepare for the dawn departure. As they are about to leave, Eren suddenly calls Killian back. Eren climbs onto the edge of the table and casually apologizes for stabbing Killian through the chest in the throne room. Killian is overwhelmed by the apology. His eyes fill with tears as he kneels and insists that he is alive, perfectly fine, and that he deserved everything Eren did to him. Eren simply smiles and tells him to return victorious. Meanwhile, in South Norton, Joffrey is busy demonstrating exactly how vile he really is. Joffrey and his soldiers are tearing through the village, crushing civilians beneath their horses, torching homes, and leaving corpses everywhere, while Joffrey stands proudly in the chaos, ranting like the delusional warlord he thinks he is. One terrified mother even drops to her knees and begs him to spare her child. Joffrey couldn't care less. He declares himself the rightful ruler of the region, blames them for withholding tribute, and then kills the woman without hesitation. The child's crying only irritates him further, so after complaining about noisy kids, he raises his weapon and swings. He then orders his men to seize the fortress, march on Conrad Castle, execute Eren in front of his mother, and marry the Duchess so he can take the throne. Robert clearly has his eyes set on the Duchess, and honestly, I can't say I completely understand his problem. Meanwhile, Eren and Killian stand on a cliff, looking down at the destroyed village. Eren surveys the wasteland, and Killian explains that scenes like this have become completely normal. Demons have been severing their supply routes for years, and more than 3/4 of their territory has been reduced to places just like this. Eren lets out a sigh, and you might expect him to simply feel crushed by the sight, but instead his mind instantly switches into calculation mode. Remove the monsters, bring in hardworking settlers, and this very location could easily support a city of 10,000 people. Eren has barely finished imagining his future city when black feathers begin floating down from the trees. He catches one and wonders aloud whether a gargoyle or some other flying monster is nearby, only for a gigantic harpy to dive out of the canopy straight at him. Eren instantly identifies her, orders his men into formation, and secretly looks thrilled because he has been waiting for a proper warm-up. Before the harpy can even land, Eren is already attacking. The harpy narrowly avoids the blow, escaping with a terrified screech. However, Eren has no intention of killing her just yet. He signals 5 of his finest crossbowmen, gives them a quick command, and orders them to capture her alive. The crossbowmen unleash a volley, filling her wings with bolt after bolt. A moment later, she tumbles helplessly from the sky. Killian approaches them, drenched in sweat. He mutters that the entire region must have become some kind of demon breeding ground. Eren agrees, but before either man can catch his breath, the bushes behind them burst apart, and 3 dagger-waving goblins stumble out in what may be the worst ambush ever attempted. Killian panics and orders everyone to retreat, but Eren moves first. One lightning-fast draw, one glint of steel, and the sword is already back in its sheath before anyone understands what happened. The goblins lose all courage, screaming as they scatter in every direction. Killian simply stares with his mouth hanging open, privately realizing what kind of monster his employer really is. He suggests that Eren finish the monsters and that they continue onward. Eren rejects the idea with the most effortless no imaginable. He turns toward the terrified goblins and the immobilized harpy, and declares that they are joining his forces instead. The knights exchange stunned glances. Eren explains the plan as if it should be obvious. Goblins possess excellent vision, while harpies can take to the skies. In other words, he has just gained an aerial scouting team for free. Killian nearly drops to his knees, begging Eren to rethink the decision, because he has never once heard of anyone taming demons. Eren only shrugs and casually mentions that he once read about it in a book. Eren plants his sword in the dirt and approaches the group, ready to conduct his very unusual interview. He asks the largest goblin why they are wandering outside the forest, and the terrified creature explains that stronger, more frightening monsters drove them from their own territory. The list includes wolves, ghouls, orcs, white dragons. In short, the complete horror package. Honestly, that explanation checks out. Eren then faces the harpy and bluntly asks whether she feeds on human flesh. The harpy denies it so violently that she nearly gives herself whiplash. She desperately insists that sheep and snakes are the only things on her menu. A memory from Eren's previous life suddenly returns. He once saw a harpy feasting on human intestines. He looks back at her with the most painfully sarcastic smile possible and says, "Sure, I totally believe you." To make sure nobody gets rebellious thoughts, he grips his sword and fells the enormous tree behind them with one perfectly clean slash. Every demon immediately freezes in place. Eren seizes the harpy by the throat, scans the group, and makes the situation perfectly clear. These lands belong to him, they now serve under his command, and anyone who disobeys or attempts to flee will be personally fed to the White Dragon. The goblins and harpies surrender at once and pledge absolute loyalty. And really, who could blame them? Dragons are horrifying, and this man just erased a tree with one swing. Killian watches the entire display with genuine emotion, then tells the other knights that they had better start taking notes. Eren merely smirks and predicts that every noble in the country will soon reach the same realization. Once everything is settled, the squad sets off. The goblin rides on the harpy's back as their personal aerial scout, leading everyone along a shortcut to the village. As they approach, Irene divides the squad. Killian and the main force stay behind as a second wave, while Irene and Breeden move ahead to attack the abandoned monastery. Nearby, Luna watches him ride away in black, making a terrible attempt to hide how worried she is. The monastery has become a fenced-in hideout for the worst kind of criminals. Inside, one of Joffrey's guards has tied up a woman while dragging her sobbing child across the dirt by his hair. The mother begs for mercy, the child cries helplessly, and the guard orders her to shut up and thank them for leaving them alive. The child simply cannot stop crying. Enraged by the noise, the guard grabs the boy's head and swings at him, only for his own arm to be sliced clean off. The bastard collapses in disbelief and slowly looks up to see who has just turned him into a one-armed cripple. Aaron stands directly above him with his sword drawn, barely breathing heavily, and regards the man like an irritating little inconvenience. The mother gazes up at Aaron as if salvation itself has arrived and whispers, "Your Grace," but he does not even react. His attention is already fixed on Joffrey. With one hand resting on his belt, Aaron lets a freezing smile appear and delivers his greeting without hesitation. "So we finally meet, you worthless piece of trash." Joffrey stands there trembling, pointing at Aaron while shouting at his guards and demanding to know where he came from. Maybe that investigation should have happened before a sword reached his face, because that is precisely the situation now. Aaron crosses the gap in an instant, moving too quickly for anyone to properly follow. A blade suddenly presses against Joffrey's cheek, leaving a narrow trail of blood, while Irene calmly asks, "Who allowed you to speak, trash?" At that moment, Joffrey's soul practically quits its job and abandons him. He retreats in panic, hides behind his guards like a complete coward, and orders them to take Irene down. The guards respond exactly as expected. Swords out, a reckless charge, and not a single useful result. Irene draws a second sword, clamps its sheath between his teeth like a discount Zorro, pulls the blade free, drops the scabbard for dramatic effect, and cuts through the entire group. This is barely a battle. It is a highlight reel ending several careers, with the final surviving soldier screaming in existential terror before joining the others. Silence instantly takes over the courtyard. Irene turns toward Joffrey and lifts his sword, seconds away from ending everything, when Joship suddenly appears and intercepts the blow. Luna screams at the idiot to return, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. He ignores her completely, flashes Joffrey a smug grin, and casually offers his assistance. Joffrey is so desperate to survive that he would probably accept help from a raccoon, so naturally, he agrees instantly. Irene steps away and calmly stands in the center of the body pile he has just made. Joship turns toward Lady Luna, places a hand over his heart, and launches into a speech about Aaron being worthless, not even fit to be a count, let alone a duke, before declaring that he is the only man she needs. This guy genuinely thinks he has wandered into a romantic confession scene. Joffrey has no interest in the romance lecture. At this point, surviving the next 5 minutes is his only goal. He draws his weapon, and the two men rush Aaron as a pair. Joffrey shouts that even if Aaron has grown stronger, he has no right to underestimate them yet. Aaron watches their approach, sighs as if exhausted by the inconvenience, and stops both blades simultaneously without moving his feet. He then drives both attackers backward, turns to Luna, and tells her to retreat somewhere safe while he handles the two fools. Luna refuses to go along with that plan. Aaron calls Kazal over and orders him to remove this nuisance so he can focus on the battle. He also tells Nus to contact Killian, exactly as he instructed her earlier that morning. By then, both opponents have regained their footing. Joseph says there is no reason to summon reinforcements now, since the cavalry would arrive only after they had already dealt with Aaron. Aaron only laughs, gestures for them to attack, and invites the two idiots to try their luck. They charge Irene again, boasting that their greater combat experience makes him too arrogant. Irene simply slips past the first strike, plants his foot on Joseph's sword, and snaps it before Joseph even understands what happened. Irene is suddenly behind Joseph, kicking him straight in the face and launching him into Joffrey. He then points his blade at them and tears apart their weapons, their technique, and their entire careers in one go. To make the lesson unforgettable, Irene drives one blade through Joseph's leg, gives him a moment to feel it, and then uses the second sword to sever his left hand. Joseph breaks down screaming and sobbing, while Aaron calmly plants a boot on his chest and orders him to leave his territory. Joseph needs no further encouragement. He struggles to his feet in tears and flees from the scene. Aaron watches Joseph escape before slowly facing Joffrey again. Joffrey asks whether Aaron traded his soul to the devil for this power, then tries to reassure himself by pointing out that his army still outnumbers Aaron's forces. Irene simply smiles and casually reminds him that the Pendragon family is famous for its knights. Right then, a full cavalry force storms over the hill beneath the dragon banners. Iren gives the command, and his soldiers advance to finish the remaining enemies. Then he faces Joffrey and asks, "You didn't seriously expect an easy death after betraying the Pendragons, did you, trash?" The very next moment, the cavalry tramples straight over him. When we see him again, Joffrey is nailed to a huge wooden cross, his left arm pinned and his right hand only partly secured, hanging there like the most justified scarecrow in history. Brabber is pulling off a reverse Jesus, suffering for his own sins, and every splinter of that cross feels completely deserved. Aaron and Killian walk over to survey the aftermath, but Aaron soon turns his attention toward the slaves. These were the slaves Joffrey had been holding, and the sight hits Aaron with brutal force. After everything they have endured, these people barely resemble human beings. They wear shredded rags, carry empty eyes, and seem to be held together by nothing but pain. Then Aaron notices the room beside them, where an actual mountain of human skulls spills across the floor. Aaron says nothing. He walks directly to Joffrey, drives his sword through his stomach, and points toward the pile of skulls. "Was this your work?" Joffrey instantly begins trembling, weeping, and pleading for mercy. Aaron looks down at him with absolute disgust and repeats, "Forgive you. Not in this lifetime. You betrayed the Pendragon family." Joffrey completely loses control, sobbing as he begs Aaron to kill him and bring the ordeal to an end. Aaron looks from Joffrey to the starving, shattered peasants on the floor and says, "No, they will decide your fate." He turns to the villagers and gives them permission to boil him, burn him, or do whatever they want. For roughly 2 seconds, the peasants remain completely silent. Then every one of them looks toward Joffrey. After that, they exchange glances among themselves. They grab rocks, sharpen stakes, bare fists, anything within reach, and unleash years of rage on him, screaming about the brothers and sisters he took from them. Meanwhile, Iren enters the village shrine through its enormous doors and finds himself beneath a towering stone statue of the goddess of light. He has barely stepped inside when a bandit leaps from behind the statue and swings at him with all his strength. Aaron does not even bother to blink. He catches the attack with one hand, forces the blade aside, knocks the bandit down, holds him in place with a foot to the stomach, and drives his sword through the man's heart. Blood sprays across the statue of the goddess. Aaron raises his eyes to the statue and begins speaking. He asks whether the goddess plans to curse him for committing a cold-blooded murder inside her shrine. "I was given another chance at life, and I refuse to waste it obeying rules that shield evil. Those who do good will always have my respect, but evil scum will receive absolutely no mercy." He tears away his holy medallion, throws it into the donation box, and declares that this is the path he has chosen. "If you intend to condemn me, at least wait until I have finished what I started." At the village entrance, Aaron receives a full-blown hero's welcome. A woman approaches with her baby in her arms, nearly crying as she thanks Aaron for saving them. Iren stays completely composed, tells her it was nothing, and casually promises to send materials to rebuild the village. The crowd erupts, waving their hands and chanting, "Long live Iren! Glory to the House of the White Dragon." Our hero enjoys the praise for a moment before the group moves on. After they get far from the village, Iren's monster squad gathers around him like loyal golden retrievers asking for treats, with the exhausted harpy leading the complaints. Iren laughs and promises them a worthwhile reward. Killian then approaches with a smile, announces that South Norton is finally liberated, and asks whether Annona Forest is their next destination. Iren simply shakes his head. "Not quite yet. There is one final matter I need to handle beforehand." The story now flashes back several days. Iren is discussing strategy with Granny when she presents him with a completely unexpected plan. "Recruit the orcs from Ancona." Iren immediately asks why. "Because they are currently confined to Pendragon territory, and their combat abilities are far beyond those of ordinary soldiers. If Iren manages to put them on his payroll, they would give his army an absurd advantage." Iren sits on the table, clearly unconvinced. He argues that this may be a terrible plan, since orcs are obsessed with battle and slaughter. "What reason would they have to follow me?" Granny explains the fundamental rule governing orc society. Orcs follow only whoever proves themselves to be the alpha. Because Iren was recently defeated by the Soldrake, the orcs now consider him weak. The only way to earn their respect is to confront them directly and force them to acknowledge his strength. If he succeeds, the entire power of the orc tribe will belong to him. Yet Iren still hesitates at the thought of facing them. Aisha asks whether Iren has ever battled an orc. Iren closes his eyes and is dragged back to a brutal memory from his early days as a demon slayer. He once fought a single orc, and the experience was nothing short of a nightmare. That orc was built like an unstoppable tank. Iren drove both a spear and a dagger into the creature's chest, but the orc yanked out the spear as if it were nothing and charged at him with a massive meat cleaver. The whole encounter felt like a full-fledged Dark Souls boss battle. Iren spent the fight dodging for survival, waiting for the orc to exhaust itself, and then went completely feral, leaping onto its shoulders and cutting off its head by hand. Returning to the present, Iren folds his arms and gives a confident smirk. That battle had once pushed him to the limit, but with his current stats, Iren is certain he can defeat them all without trouble. Granny is delighted and explains that becoming the orcs' leader would make reaching and opening the mausoleum much easier. Iren is understandably confused, but the explanation will have to wait. The story now returns to the present. As Iren's squad travels through the forest toward the mountains, their morale is practically buried underground. Killian is drenched in sweat and keeps calling the whole thing a suicide mission. And then Iren's bargain bin monster squad decides to add their own panic to the conversation. The goblin is flailing around, convinced the orcs are about to butcher them, while the harpy is openly crying and complaining that she absolutely refuses to die. Iren releases a huge sigh and warns them that unless they stop whining and start making a plan, he'll personally toss them to a dragon. All of a sudden, frantic screams erupt somewhere ahead of them. Killian immediately recognizes the voice as Joseph's. The goblin cautiously looks forward and confirms that orcs are behind the commotion. Iren immediately spurs his horse toward the noise, ignoring Killian's desperate screams to slow down. But when they finally arrive, what they see is less terrifying and more embarrassingly pathetic. Joseph is trembling on the ground, aiming a quivering sword at 5 enormous orcs while desperately ordering them to stay back. Right beside him, Luna is silently tearing him apart in her head. To understand how this disaster happened, we need to rewind the story for a moment. Luna had been chewing Joseph out for plotting against Iren, warning him that one more mistake would get him kicked out immediately, and failing to protect her would make her family exile him permanently. Joseph is crying and begging her not to dismiss him, which pretty much confirms that his own stupidity created this entire mess. The orc chief towers over Joseph, casually resting against a club as thick as a tree trunk. He stares down at the sobbing adult and bluntly points out that Joseph is aiming a sword at him. Then he asks whether this tiny human actually intends to fight him. Joseph looks 1 second away from completely losing control of his bladder. That is when Iren shows up and calmly asks what kind of nonsense is happening here. The moment Joseph spots Iren, his last bit of dignity disappears. He runs straight to him and begs to be rescued. Iren looks at him with total disgust, genuinely questioning how such a complete fraud was ever made a knight. Killian and the rest of the squad finally arrive, shouting at Iren to keep his distance. However, the orc chief spots the banner of House Pendragon. He fixes his eyes on Iren, points directly at him, and says, "You're exactly the person I've been hunting for." The next instant, the orc chief releases his aura, and it hits the area like a full-on conqueror's hacky blast. An unbearable surge of fear magic sweeps across everyone nearby. Killian is frozen in place immediately. Sweat starts streaming down his face. His throat tightens, and not a single muscle in his body will respond. Terrified out of his mind, he silently pleads with Iren to retreat. Iren, though, that man is operating on an entirely different level. The crushing pressure does nothing to him, and he simply steps down from his horse. Killian is mentally falling apart, unable to understand how Iren can still be walking. Iren orders his squad to remain where they are and leave their weapons in their scabbards. Then he casually walks up to the chief, stares straight into his eyes, and gives him a smile. "Just you and me, one-on-one." The orcs stand stunned, while their chief smirks viciously, cracks his knuckles, and prepares to beat Iren into the hospital. After a tense stare-down, Iren does what any perfectly sensible person would do in this situation. He answers the chief's intimidation by driving a brutally clean headbutt into his face, nearly remodeling the orc's entire nose. It comes from point-blank range with zero warning, a maximum power display of disrespect. The orc stumbles backward, and for one brief moment, the entire battlefield goes silent. Killian's mind crashes as he watches his boss casually headbutt the Ancona leader, then looks at the furious army behind him and realizes they are completely doomed. But the other orcs are not angry at all. They are practically collapsing with laughter. Apparently, watching a human smash their chief in the face is the funniest spectacle they have ever witnessed. The chief, unsurprisingly, finds absolutely nothing funny about it. He gets back up, burning with rage, grips his club, and looks ready to flatten Iren into a stain on the ground. Iren, meanwhile, simply stands there as if someone is painting his portrait, with the sunlight making the whole thing look ridiculously dramatic. Iren calmly asks why the Ancona orcs left the forest despite their blood oath to House Pendragon. The chief's answer is basically that it was Iren's fault, because Eren was defeated by Soul Drake, the sacred guardian they worship, and orc culture treats anyone beaten by their own deity as a loser unworthy of loyalty. So they abandoned the oath and went rogue to conquer territory for themselves. Iren understands the situation immediately. These guys have no real interest in politics, promises, or anything remotely civilized. They only needed an excuse to unleash themselves and start spilling blood. And Iren has just handed them the perfect excuse. So Iren chooses the only reasonable option. He cracks his knuckles and marches directly toward the chief. Iren reminds him that he arrived without a sword or any weapon whatsoever. He looks the chief in the eye and asks whether he understands what that implies. The chief suddenly becomes completely motionless, because even he knows exactly where this is going. Orc law does not make exceptions. When your opponent enters unarmed, you are required to put your own weapon down. And once a one-on-one challenge is issued, dodging it is never allowed. In orc culture, backing away from a fair fight is the ultimate humiliation. The chief drops his club onto the ground. The chief takes his stance. And half a second later, both fighters are charging and roaring at each other like a Dark Souls boss battle has just begun. The chief throws the opening swing, but Eren effortlessly leaps right over his head. While airborne, Eren quickly calculates the danger. If he had ordinary human durability, his skull would already be reduced to a smoothie. The chief pivots and swings at Eren midair, but Eren sticks out his leg and intercepts the blow. The collision lands with such tremendous force that the earth splits beneath the orcs. Killian, Luna, the soldiers, and even the orcs are all too stunned to process what they just saw. Luna has both hands over her face. Killian looks like he is seriously reconsidering every decision that led him to this job. Once the dust clears, Eren is still standing untouched, casually checking his shoes as if the only concern is a little dirt. After comparing the chief's ridiculous strength and poor agility with the orc he defeated in his previous life, Eren looks up and openly insults him. "Why are you holding back instead of using your real strength?" The chief emerges from the dust with a grin and gives him a surprisingly simple explanation. Ordinary humans are simply too fragile. They get killed before the fight can even become interesting. He only uses his full power on opponents tough enough to survive his first serious strike. Anything less would be too boring for him. Eren hears this and simply challenges him to prove it. The chief's face instantly brightens with excitement. He roars that Eren is about to witness the true might of the Ancona orcs. Without wasting another second, his fist shoots toward Eren's head at practically lightning speed. The punch hasn't even connected, yet its wind pressure slices Eren's cheek, forcing him to admit for a split second that the chief is genuinely fast. The chief keeps mocking Eren, warning him not to die from fear before the real fight even begins. They charge again, and when the chief launches a massive punch, Eren crosses his arms over his head. But the blow is so brutal that it forces a shout out of him. Luna instantly shields her eyes from the horrifying sight. Killian screams Eren's name from across the battlefield, certain that he has just witnessed his boss die. The orc chief also believes he has finished Eren, yet something about the impact feels strangely wrong. He definitely felt the hit connect, but it did not feel like crushing a human. When the dust clears, Eren casually walks out of the crater without even a scratch. Eren casually complains that he has gotten rusty after spending so long fighting nothing but low-level monsters. Luna is left speechless, while even the other orcs begin grinning at the unbelievable spectacle. Meanwhile, Killian is spiraling into a complete panic attack. He stares at Eren like he is seeing a ghost, unable to believe that an ordinary human just absorbed a full-power orc strike. Then his instincts, as Eren's bodyguard, suddenly take over. Because Eren is the heir to House Pendragon, Killian mounts up and orders his knights to rush in and rescue him. Eren simply raises one hand, bringing the entire cavalry to an immediate halt. Blood running down his face, Eren delivers the most outrageous Gigachad response imaginable. "Stay out of it, this fight is one-on-one." Killian desperately wants to ignore that command, but after remembering the beating he received last time, he wisely orders his men to stay back. Suddenly, an orc among the spectators begins clapping and laughing. He starts praising Eren, saying that surviving even one blow from Karth, the strongest warrior in the Ancona forest, is an unbelievable achievement. With a smirk, Eren advances toward Karth and declares that every fight is a lesson, and now Karth is about to learn what true power means. Karth puffs himself up and boasts that surviving one attack means nothing when Eren is already bleeding all over. "You've got 5 minutes at most before you collapse." Eren wipes the blood from his forehead and asks why Karth is celebrating before the fight is over. As he says it, the enormous cut on his face instantly seals itself shut. That is straight-up Wolverine tier regeneration. Eren only smirks and dismisses the injury as a minor scratch. Karth is completely stunned. "Hold on, you can actually heal yourself." Karth snaps and rushes Eren, smashing both hands into the ground with enough force to shatter the earth. The next instant, chunks of earth explode into the air, but Eren slips past the attack with ease. Eren is already analyzing the situation in his head. He realizes that the Ancona orcs are built entirely around muscle with barely any brains, meaning all he has to do is make Karth lose his composure. Eren decides to fight unfairly and starts provoking Karth. He tells Karth that his entire tribe is nothing but a pack of brainless muscleheads who can do little more than throw punches. Just as Eren expected, Karth completely loses his temper. Karth roars that he will force those words back down Eren's throat, then launches a devastating full-power kick. Eren reads the attack and deliberately lets it connect, raising his arms to absorb the blow. With a sharp crack, his arm breaks like a dry branch. Killian screams hysterically from the sidelines, while Karth grins because he thinks the fight is won now that Iren's arm is broken. Then an unsettling grin slowly appears on Iren's face. Using the very arm Karth just broke, Iren grabs his leg with an unbreakable grip. Karth's mind completely crashes. Wait, didn't I just snap that arm? Iren grins and reveals that the arm has already regenerated completely. The broken arm was nothing more than a trap from the beginning. Iren releases Karth's leg, plants his foot on the giant's body, and uses him as a launch pad into the air. Karth is completely blindsided and has no time to evade. With an icy, emotionless stare, Iren drives a devastating blow directly into Karth's head. The giant orc crashes heavily onto the ground. He spits blood, and the result is an unmistakable knockout. Killian and Luna are left completely speechless, unable to process the scene in front of them. And the most ridiculous part is still coming. The other orcs do not care in the slightest that their leader has just been crushed. Instead, they jump around cheering like maniacs and celebrate Iren as an unquestionably powerful human. The orcs rush to lift their chief from the ground, while Iren casually stands nearby holding his own broken arm. Killian jumps off his horse in complete panic and begs Iren to let him bring a medic immediately. Iren, however, seems more irritated than injured. He sighs and thinks that the pain of regeneration is somehow worse than the original injury. Then he flexes the injured hand, magical light flashes, and just like that, it is completely restored. Once his arm is restored, Iren walks over to the kneeling Karth and gives him an offer he cannot refuse. From this moment on, you work for me. Following the Meathead Code of Honor, Karth accepts the loss without protest, though he asks what Iren actually wants from his tribe. Iren then reveals the operation's master plan. It begins today. They are going to clear a path through the Ancona forest so they can open a mausoleum. Karth is confused because Iren is supposedly the forest's guardian spirit, so he cannot understand why they are about to invade it. Iren already knows precisely how to control this battle-obsessed man. He tells Karth that by the time they reach their destination, countless monsters will stand in their way, so many that Karth may actually get tired of fighting. That single promise is enough to win Karth over. His eyes sparkle like a child in a candy shop, and he starts waving his arms excitedly while shouting that no pathetic monster will be able to stop them. Now that the giant is fully committed, Iren decides to formalize the arrangement. A knight gives Iren his sword, and the moment Iren draws it dramatically, Karth and the other orcs kneel and swear their loyalty and their lives to House Pendragon. Luna watches the whole scene like a movie, too stunned to speak, while Breeden stands behind her looking absolutely bitter. By evening, as the sun sinks behind the mountains, Iren is ready to leave the unnecessary baggage behind. He informs Luna that some of his soldiers will escort her group safely back home. Luna immediately becomes extremely humble, bowing repeatedly and apologizing for practically every mistake. But Iren still has one more person to deal with. His attention then shifts to Breeden. Iren stares directly into his eyes and warns that if Breeden ever aims a sword at him again, he will lose far more than one hand. The man is instantly terrified and hurriedly nods in agreement. With the warning delivered, Iren orders the soldiers to depart. Luna watches him ride away with a hand over her chest, flustered as she realizes Iren may truly accomplish the impossible and satisfy the dragon's conditions. By nightfall, the newly assembled monster squad reaches the edge of the Ancona forest. The entire force looks completely absurd. An entire army of orcs is marching forward, with a tiny demon casually lounging on a harpy's head. But the atmosphere surrounding this forest is seriously threatening. Killian is sweating nervously, and even the demons look shaken by the oppressive presence in the air. Karth, naturally, is grinning like a complete maniac. Iren stares into the forest and declares that the battle he was destined to fight will begin here. Meanwhile, Soldrake sits atop a pillar, looking unbelievably majestic. Staring at the moon like some fantasy version of Batman, Soldrake cryptically senses that someone without a Pendragon soul has arrived. Back with Iren's squad inside the Ancona forest, the battlefield has already become a complete bloodbath. Unfortunately, they are only farming weak snake monsters. Karth keeps deleting the giant reptiles with single club swings, and he is visibly irritated. He complains that these enemies are such worthless mobs, he cannot even get a proper warm-up from the fight. While the orcs tear through the battle without a care, the ordinary human knights are struggling just to stay alive. Several snakes suddenly attack the rear line, and one knight comes within a hair's breadth of having his face bitten off. Fortunately, Iren charges in at the perfect moment, slices the monster cleanly in two, and covers the knight's view with a dramatic spray of blood. The knight falls to his knees and begins thanking Iren. Iren simply tells him to retreat and have his injuries treated. And speaking of medical treatment, Iren assigns Karth to care for the wounded, creating an unbelievably funny sight. A gigantic bloodthirsty orc is now pretending to be a battlefield medic. Killian hurries over, as stressed as ever, but reports that casualties remain low and the advance can continue. Iren asks Karth how far they are from Soldrake's territory. Karth points ahead and explains that an abandoned quarry lies nearby, with caves leading directly to the guardian spirit. Iren decides they will reach the quarry, establish camp, and enter the cave at first light. He adds that if monsters attack along the route, he and the orcs will take care of the front line. That announcement makes Karth and his crew scream with excitement. These guys genuinely live for violence. They reach the quarry after dark, and the atmosphere instantly feels terrible. The location is unbelievably creepy. Iren asks Karth why the entire mining site was abandoned. Karth shares a disturbing piece of history. Local goblins once mined minerals here, until one day every single one of them vanished without leaving a trace. Iren turns to Kazal, the party's resident goblin, to ask whether he knows anything about it. Kazal instantly starts sweating and throws his own species under the bus, shouting that they should not look at him. I live outside the forest. Besides, goblins are not built for hard labor. I am much more talented at stealing than doing actual work. Everyone simply nods in agreement. Their expressions basically say that this explanation is completely believable. Since the night is getting late, Iren decides that the squad should settle down for the night. He orders the exhausted human knights to turn in, while the orcs take over guard duty for the night. Hours later, deep in the night, the camp is completely still. One knight remains awake outside a tent, keeping watch by himself. When strange gusts begin stirring nearby, this horror movie-level genius decides to investigate alone instead of waking the massive, heavily armed orcs. Following the magical aura up a set of stone stairs, he is suddenly impaled through the chest by a monster hiding in wait. The knight crashes down, losing blood fast, and struggles to call Iren for help, but his voice never comes. Meanwhile, Iren's gamer brain is already picking up that something is seriously wrong. Sitting in the darkness, he begins connecting all the suspicious clues. An entire goblin tribe does not simply vanish without leaving a trace. Something deeply disturbing is definitely happening in this place. Beyond the camp, a Lick stands on the cliff above Iren's tent, casually swinging his staff as if the entire area belongs to him. A moment later, decayed hands burst from the soil, followed by skeletal goblins and two-headed zombie wolves glowing with disgusting purple necromantic energy. Iren does not even bother reacting. He draws both swords and throws himself directly into the undead swarm. When a giant zombie wolf charges, Iren treats one head like a launch pad, flips over it in midair, and drives his blade into the other skull as he lands. The creature's death howl jolts the entire camp awake, sending Killian, Karth, and the other orcs stumbling outside with weapons drawn, only to find Iren already clearing half the graveyard alone. Killian freezes in confusion and demands to know what is happening, while Iren is already dueling a half Cerberus, stabbing through its eyes before landing and finishing it with a few precise cuts. Then Iren turns around casually, as if nothing happened, and asks whether Killian said something. When Killian approaches, Iren explains the situation and points out the tiny skeleton clinging to the monster's corpse. Killian recognizes them at once as the goblins from the mines. Karth's eyes widen as he asks whether the goblins were murdered, and Iren confirms it before revealing the full truth. The Lick exterminated the whole tribe and keeps resurrecting them as endless fodder to prevent anyone from reaching the mausoleum. That leaves them with only one strategy. The undead waves will keep coming until the summoning circle operator is eliminated, so Killian and the orcs must defend the line while Iren goes after the boss. The orcs need no motivational speech. They are already smashing skeletons apart with their clubs. Killian, however, is having an entire fanboy meltdown while fighting. As he cuts down undead after undead, Killian keeps glancing at Iren and silently marveling at how far he is from the ruined lord he once knew. Lost in fantasies of Iren taming Saul Drake and returning House Pendragon to greatness, Killian cleanly removes a monster's head and proudly shouts that they are Pendragon's cavalry. Meanwhile, Iren battles enormous zombie snakes while avoiding waves of spears, quickly realizing that every enemy is being directed toward him by the Lick. Naturally, Iren responds in the most practical way possible. He drives his sword through a giant snake's brain, then lifts its entire body as a shield and casually stops every incoming spear. Standing atop the corpse for cover, Iren is also calculating what all these events really mean. The downfall of the Pendragons and the Voltas was not some random twist of fate. A far larger conspiracy is targeting his bloodline, yet instead of panicking, Iren simply breaks into a grin. His attitude is basically, so you want to play conspiracy games? Fine, then let the game begin. After cutting another snake in two, he vows to reclaim everything, no matter how many hidden factions stand in his way. But the enemies keep respawning faster and faster, and even Iren begins feeling overwhelmed by their numbers. Iren pauses for a split second to assess the field, and the Lick instantly teleports behind him. The Lick's blade is already pressed against Iren's throat. For a quick lore lesson, a Lick is a sorcerer who rejects death by sealing his soul inside an object, and their forbidden practices are so extreme that even the normally magic-tolerant Empire refuses to accept them. So whenever one appears, the authorities immediately send in a disposable death squad. That is exactly why the Demon Slayer squad gets deployed. Not because they are especially skilled, absolutely not. They are chosen because nobody important will mourn them if they die. And most of the time, that prediction comes true. Their missions come with a ridiculous 98% casualty rate. Even remembering that statistic sends Raven straight into a brutal flashback from his rookie days. He recalls the first mission, where he entered a Lick's chamber with 2 teammates. Barely 3 seconds after they crossed the entrance, the first teammate was struck by something unseen, and his head exploded. The remaining 2 completely lock up. Raven's mind basically crashes on the spot. Before Raven can recover, the second teammate notices movement in the fog, panics completely, screams that he wants to live, and runs away. And the Lick, that bone-dry monster, has not even bothered to rise from his throne. With one lazy finger motion, he summons a scythe from thin air and kills the fleeing teammate while he is still running. His head bursts apart instantly. That is 2 kills before the Lick even leaves his throne. Raven can only stand frozen, staring at the monster responsible. That is when Raven remembers the old local legend. The Lick's signature summon is a wraith. It cannot be seen, it has no physical hitbox, and a single touch from its sickle means instant death. Back in the present, Raven escapes the memory just as a scythe whistles toward his throat. He reacts at the perfect instant, snapping his sword upward to parry the unseen attack. When the weapons collide, the gem in Raven's sword flashes and forces the wraith to appear for a brief moment. Eren is left staring in confusion, wondering what just happened. At that moment, Killian shouts that soldiers are suddenly dying for no visible reason. Raven notices a sickle targeting Killian from behind, pulls him clear, and begins analyzing the battlefield. The wraiths give off a strange presence that is difficult to detect. Anyone unfamiliar with them can be killed before they even understand what attacked them. Worse still, the wraith itself cannot be killed. The only way to destroy it is to bring down the Lick controlling it. Once the Lick dies, the wraith disappears along with him. The real issue is that the entire battlefield is crawling with invisible wraiths. The expendable soldiers are falling rapidly, and if Raven retreats now, none of them are likely to make it out alive. Just when the battle seems totally lost, the ground begins to shake. The sky suddenly becomes neon green, and the orc magician arrives wearing the biggest, most ridiculous grin imaginable. He taps Raven's shoulder and confidently announces that it is his turn now. Dew slams his staff into the ground, causing an intensely radiant world tree to erupt from the earth. Enormous luminous branches tear through the soil, sweeping aside the skeleton army and trapping the undead dragon from below. In seconds, the battlefield becomes a glowing garden built entirely for destruction. Raven watches the spectacular nature attack and wonders why they did not use it from the beginning. Cradle gives him the classic RPG explanation. The ability has an incredibly long cooldown and only works once. So yes, they have just spent their one and only ultimate attack. Raven gives him a murderous glare, then turns toward a distant cliff where the sky glows sinister purple and the Lick stands at the summit, showing off his villainous aura. Eren locates the Lick and informs the orc magician that he has found their target. The young orc does not even bother looking in his direction. He simply orders Eren to deal with the Lick, while he keeps the monster army occupied. That is all the permission Eren needs. He immediately races for the cliff, as Karth launches skeletons overhead with his club like he is taking batting practice. A stray arrow suddenly buries itself in Karth's shoulder during a swing. Karth does not react at all. Eren cups his hands around his mouth and shouts across the battlefield. The Lick is on the summit. Karth blinks once, then quickly gestures for Eren to return. Eren turns around, leaps into the orc's enormous hands, and gets hurled high into the sky. He sails over the whole cliff, then dives toward the summit with his sword leading and strikes at the Lick. The Lick raises his staff at the last possible moment. The collision forces them both backward, but Eren steadies himself, notices the Lick's suffocating purple aura, and smiles. "You are really that desperate to claim my soul? Then come and try to take it." As the wind catches his cloak, Eren senses a heavy, unnatural pressure gathering directly behind him. He looks over his shoulder. The wraiths have abandoned the battlefield. They retreated to the cliff to act as bodyguards for their master. Eren carefully looks over the cliff's edge. Karth is still defending the line below, but only skeletons remain, and the Empire soldiers are nearly exhausted. Human endurance has a limit that cannot be ignored. The battle now has a strict time limit. The Lick's eyes flare red as he begins casting, summoning enormous jagged hands of bone from the rock to seize Eren's legs. Eren barely looks at the hands, before slicing them apart and rushing in with his blade at the Lick's throat. Suddenly, every instinct in Eren's body screams danger. He instantly dives flat, allowing 2 invisible scythes to slice through the space where his neck had been. After rolling clear, Eren lets out a sharp breath through clenched teeth. The attack was a trap, a classic setup. The wraiths protect the caster and punish anyone who commits to an attack. Attack the Lick directly, and the wraiths will remove your head before you can blink. Eren realizes he cannot win while they remain together and must split them up, but the enemy gives him no time to reposition. The Lick thrusts his staff ahead and releases a dense flood of flames. Iren raises his guard, but the overwhelming fire traps him with nowhere to escape. Exactly as planned, both wraiths attack from his blind sides. One unseen sickle comes within a hair's breadth of Iren's throat. Once again, Iren's sword erupts in the same intensely blinding blue radiance. A shockwave of pure blue energy explodes outward, forcing even the lick to cover his eyes. For Iren, the entire world suddenly falls still. He finds himself standing in an astral river as rushing water surrounds him, and an ancient voice echoes through his mind like thunder. Your soul is entirely different from that of Iren Pendragon. I wish to discover your true nature. If you seek to use my power, first prove that you are worthy of it. A colossal spirit dragon lowers its head until its snout is almost against Iren's face. Iren opens his eyes, meets the dragon's gaze without fear, and speaks its name. Soldrake. Iren returns to reality, and the blue aura is no longer merely surrounding him. The energy has completely become part of him. The lick regains his sight and commands his spirits to kill Iren. Iren looks up with blue lightning dancing in his eyes and mocks the lick for finally revealing his little pets. For the first time since the nightmare began, the wraiths are now fully visible to him. Two skeletal Grim Reapers loom above him, their empty eye sockets glowing with a vile purple light. Iren pulls out his second sword and shifts into a two-blade stance. The wraiths unleash a deranged shriek before attacking him from both directions at once. Iren plants his glowing sword into the stone, channels his aura, and with one sweep of the second blade, turns both reapers into ash. The lick is left standing utterly motionless. As the lick watches his supposedly immortal summons vanish, Iren emerges from the smoke with cold blue flames coating his gauntlet and climbing his arm. Iren approaches the stunned sorcerer, places his blade against the center of his forehead, and declares that his end has arrived. Iren does not give him even a fraction of a second. He thrusts the blade into the lick's skull, and blue fire immediately begins burning the undead wizard from within. The lick does not even have time to cry out. His body dissolves into a cloud of smoke, while his staff breaks cleanly in two. And below, on the battlefield, the entire skeleton army suddenly goes still. They freeze in the middle of their attacks and collapse. Karth watches one skeleton collapse like a folded chair, and Cardle instantly understands what happened. Yep, Iren took down the lick. The remaining skeletons then dissolve into the usual dark, icy mist. Back on the cliff, Iren watches the mist drift toward the moon. He starts getting philosophical, pretending the lick did not die, but simply ascended. In reality, the guy was just converted into airborne pollution. Still, let Iren enjoy his dramatic little moment. At the camp below, the grim reality finally sinks in. Several expendable soldiers are dead, and the surviving squad is taking the loss badly. Iren quietly stands with them in support as they provide the dead with proper burials. They perform the complete ceremony, with crosses, prayers, and everything else. Later that night, the story moves back to the quiet camp. The camp has settled into silence. While Cardle stands guard, Iren begins remembering the day his entire life fell apart. In one moment, he is smiling while holding a letter. The next, the head of the Pendragon clan is yelling directly at him. Iren is trapped in magical restraints and being blamed for a crime he never committed. The memory shifts to what looks like a medieval torture dungeon. Raven is chained to a pillar, barely clinging to life, apologizing to his entire family as rain crashes down outside. Then the nightmare digs even deeper into his trauma. The scene changes once more, showing young Iren crying over his dying father, promising to become the greatest dragon rider and pleading with him to survive, but his father dies regardless. Iren jolts awake inside his tent, soaked in cold sweat with his heart racing, clutching his hair and wondering what that disturbing dream meant. Those visions were memories belonging to Iren, but why was he seeing those memories in a dream? He dwells on the question until the thought itself starts giving him a headache. Iren takes his sword and goes outside for some fresh air. Cardle is still awake and gives Iren a tired look. His expression clearly says, "It is 3 a.m, go back to sleep." Iren sits beside him, and the two begin talking. Cardle praises Iren for saving everyone during the battle, admitting that none of them would have survived without him. Iren draws his sword and calmly corrects him. The sword was responsible, not him. "This weapon is what saved my life. It is called Widow's Wail." As Iren studies the dragon engraved on the blade, he realizes it is connected to the sudden blue power surge from earlier. Cardle asks whether the sword's power is connected to the guardian of the forest. Iren nods and starts explaining that the sword contains Soldrake's power and that Soldrake possesses it. But before finishing, he remembers their conversation on the battlefield. He recalls that Soldrake possesses overwhelming power and can perceive the truth behind everything, which is how the dragon knows Raven is not truly Iren. The dream returns to his thoughts, and Cardle notices Iren spacing out. Cardle asks whether something is bothering him, and Iren responds with an irritated glance. The look scares Cardle badly, making him wonder whether he said something wrong. Iren places a hand on Cardle's head, assures him that it is not his fault and that Iren only had a nightmare, then returns to camp. The next morning, Everyone is awake when Karth breaks the silence with the most terrifying sentence in fantasy fiction. "I have a very bad feeling about this. You better listen carefully." When the group's resident demon says the atmosphere feels wrong, you do not argue. You start packing. Cardul immediately agrees, pointing out that their chances of survival have just collapsed. Right then, sinister blue smoke begins pouring from the cave entrance. Killian explains that demons can sense this kind of danger, which means whatever lurks inside the cave is terrifying even to their own demon companion. Irene watches the smoke and instantly connects it to the mausoleum. He thinks of his family and the debt he still owes them. And with Soldrake waiting ahead, Irene knows he cannot turn around now. In one ridiculously dramatic move, he pulls out Widow's Wail, buries its tip in the ground, faces the squad without a hint of fear, and orders them to get ready. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Karth is carrying a single torch. But seriously, why does he even need one? The entire cave is already glowing because of all the crystals. Out of nowhere, Karth comes to a complete stop. His body stiffens, his ears begin swiveling, and the guy instantly switches into full tracking dog mode. After sniffing the air for a moment, he points toward a side passage and announces that they have found it. Killian praises Karth's unbelievable tracking skills, then explains that an orc's senses are genuinely on another level. They can even follow the natural movement of mana to locate water sources hidden underground. That is seriously useful, because crossing a massive underground geode without water would dry you out in no time. The group therefore lets the orc serve as their living navigation system, but the moment they enter the corridor, tiny glowing lights begin buzzing around them. Everyone stares upward, and suddenly the dungeon feels like it has transformed into a Disney musical. Two high-level elemental spirits, glowing pink and electric blue, happily spin circles around the group, while everyone else stands frozen in total confusion. Irene turns to Cardul and asks whether the spirits are hostile. Cardul denies it, saying they are harmless, though he admits their presence in this place is extremely strange. The cave barely contains any life force, and it lies beyond the Earth Goddess's influence, so these spirits have no logical reason to exist here. After considering the situation, Irene suggests that the spirits might be trapped inside the cave. While the group jokes about charging these divine squatters for trespassing, Aaron notices something behind the waterfall. Hidden directly behind the rushing water is a radiant crest. He immediately points toward it. He asks everyone to confirm that his eyes are not playing tricks on him. Is there seriously a god-level shield embedded in that wall? And yes, that is exactly what it is. Before anyone can claim the shield, the lake suddenly begins spinning violently. The water erupts into a furious boil. Massive bubbles burst across the surface, and an instant later, a skyscraper-sized snapping turtle made of compressed water explodes from the depths, opening a mouth large enough to swallow a car whole. Karth yells that the dungeon boss has appeared, and the water kaiju instantly launches a storm of razor-edged hydra spears at them. The group scrambles behind soaked rocks to survive, while Aaron quickly studies the attack and realizes the monster is not targeting them. It is protecting the treasure. A sensible person would stay behind cover at this point. Irene, naturally, chooses to challenge the heavens instead. He unsheathes his crystal sword and calmly walks toward a massive, furious water god. Behind him, Killian is practically screaming himself hoarse. He demands to know what Irene thinks he is doing. He orders Irene to retreat immediately. Irene, however, is completely locked into his own world. He reaches the shore just as the turtle prepares another hydroblast, then raises the glowing sword directly in front of its face. He stares straight into the eyes of the ancient spirit and calmly tells it to settle down. Naturally, the turtle does absolutely nothing of the kind. It shrieks directly at him, causing Irene's aura to surge as his expression turns icy and lifeless. Then he gives the order again. The crystal blade reflects the cave's light, yet Irene never even swings it at the monster. The sacred force pouring from the weapon is enough to make the entire creature explode. Once the mist settles, Irene remains standing, completely drenched. With the boss erased, the waterfall separates and exposes the treasure behind it. It is a legendary shield bearing the Pendragon emblem. Killian immediately grabs the shield. He checks its stats and nearly loses his mind when he discovers an absurd area-wide passive that automatically heals the entire party. The orcs enthusiastically pat Irene on the back for defeating the water spirit alone, while he responds with an extremely awkward anime-style laugh. He laughs it off and blames his reflexes, but inside, he is nowhere near relaxed. The guy is secretly panicking so hard, he could fill his shoes with sweat. He stares at his hand, because he knows that attack was not truly his own doing. For that brief instant, it felt as though someone else had taken control of him. The blade had moved entirely on its own. While climbing the long staircase back up, the group begins debating what the event means. The orcs believe the forest guardian must have blessed Irene. Killian, however, has a completely different explanation. He is convinced that the force came from the Pendragon bloodline. The moment Irene hears that surname, images from the dream he had earlier that morning flash through his mind. He quickly reminds himself that he is Ravenvault, not a Pendragon. A short while later, they reach the staircase's end and emerge into the freezing night air. Killian points across the courtyard and immediately begins celebrating. They have finally reached their destination. The Pendragon mausoleum stands directly before them. The very next moment, Iren's sword activates once more, sending Killian into another panic about it doing that strange thing again. Iren tightens his grip and says that he can sense something nearby. He aims the blade ahead and realizes that the entire reaction is coming from the mausoleum before them. The sword's tip glows intensely, and a dense fog begins pouring out through the entrance. Karth notices the fog first and instantly panics, demanding to know where it came from. Iren, however, catches a detail that nobody else notices. There is something moving within the fog. He shouts that something is approaching, already recognizing two hooves breaking through the mist first, glowing with an unnatural galactic purple. A moment later, the entire mounted figure charges directly toward them. Iren moves forward to shield the team, while the orcs behind him panic and wonder what they are looking at. Killian completely loses control and identifies the rider as Gordon. With his sword raised, Iren focuses and confirms Killian's claim. The figure is Gordon Pendragon. Sure enough, the legendary protagonist of the previous age is standing before them. Karth and the other orcs finally recognize him as their predecessor. Eren narrows his eyes and notices that the man's body is transparent, making him wonder whether he is looking at a ghost. Then a disturbing thought spirals through Eren's mind. How does he know this person at all? Once again, memories that do not belong to him begin rising to the surface. Before he can process the thought, Gordon draws his sword. Gordon's weapon possesses the same glowing ability, sending a gigantic beam of light shooting into the heavens. The flash is so intense that everyone has to cover their eyes and turn away. Eren peeks between his fingers and freezes when he sees a dragon flying from behind the mausoleum straight toward them. The entire squad looks skyward together, and the mood instantly changes. The creature's enormous white wings spread across the entire sky. The majestic creature leaves everyone completely speechless. Everyone except Tada and Kazal is amazed. Those two look seconds away from losing control out of fear. The dragon fixes its gaze directly on Eren. Eren gives a faint smile and welcomes the dragon by name, saying that Seldrek has finally arrived. The dragon dives low over the group, its wing beat nearly throwing everyone off balance, before landing behind Gordon. It wraps its tail around Gordon like a protective guard and silently watches the party. Killian gazes upward and whispers that the sight is unbelievable. The orcs identify the dragon as the guardian spirit, and Iren's reaction. Iren looks utterly expressionless. Then a voice suddenly breaks the silence. It asks a simple question: "Who are you?" Iren nearly crashes on the spot. Killian panics and stammers in shock. He assumes Gordon spoke, but Karth immediately points out the obvious problem. Gordon is a wraith, so how could he possibly be speaking? Iren gives them a tired, hollow stare and realizes that events are unfolding exactly as they did in his previous experience. A memory from the past suddenly returns to him. He has heard this same voice before, back on the battlefield where he first encountered Iren. The truth clicks for him instantly. The voice does not belong to Gordon at all. It is coming from the dragon. Iren tightens his hold on the sword. The dragon asks once again who he is. The entire squad stares at Iren, as if silently begging him to answer. Iren remains completely frozen in place. At last, he forces out an answer and declares that he is Iren Pendragon. The dragon's eyes shimmer as it leans dangerously close, forcing the squad to stumble backward while repeatedly warning that it is far too near. Sol Drake stares directly into Iren's eyes and declares that he is not Iren Pendragon and cannot fool its vision. Iren has no answer. He can only stare upward in shock, unable to form a single reply. The dragon's gaze seems to penetrate far beyond his surface identity before it repeats the question. Another flashback suddenly drags us back to that disastrous day. After everything collapsed around him, Iren suddenly breaks into a scream. He drops to the ground, grabs his head, and screams in agony. He cries out, desperate to know his true identity. Our guy is having a full-blown identity crisis. Sol Drake gives him no time to recover. It asks the same question again, and the instant it does, every painful memory Eren carries rushes back at once. The first memory is his public humiliation. Then he sees the knights approaching, laughing openly and ridiculing him to his face. The painful memories continue piling on top of one another. As each memory follows the last, Eren screams that he cannot bear to witness any of this again. Sol Drake shows absolutely no mercy. The dragon continues digging through his mind, as though searching for one particular answer. The visions then move to Iren's first encounter with the orcs. The headache intensifies, but something about this wave feels different. Iren notices the change. Sol Drake is not merely tormenting him. The dragon is deliberately revealing these memories to him. Then more visions appear. This time, a smiling man and woman are looking down at a baby. Eren wonders whether these memories actually belong to him. He focuses more carefully on the woman. She is the Duke's wife, and the man beside her is Gordon. The vision shifts to the woman holding baby Eren on a sofa while Gordon plays with him. Watching the baby laugh, Eren wonders if that child is really him. Killian is there as well, running after the baby and playfully bothering him. Eren finally reaches his limit and begs Soul Drake to stop showing him the memories. The dragon continues forcing the visions forward. The next scene shows Eren reading on a couch, while his little sister sits beside him with a baby in her arms. Then comes the most painful memory of all, his father's death. His entire family gathers around him, crying and pleading with him to survive. The old man opens his eyes one final time, reaches toward them, and then goes still. The entire family lowers their heads in grief. The next vision hits with the same crushing emotional weight. After the funeral, a devastated Eren shuts himself inside his room and paints a portrait of his father riding a horse. The memories are also damaging his real body, and he begins coughing blood onto the floor. Killian sees the blood and cries out in alarm, calling him Your Grace. All the orcs shout Eren's name together. Soul Drake remains unmoved and repeats the question about his identity. Barely conscious and choking on blood, Eren struggles to force out an answer. He declares that he is Ravenvault. He closes his eyes once more, expecting the memories of Ravenvault to appear next. But that is not what happens. At first, there is only darkness, until familiar faces begin emerging from it. The first face is Lindsay, standing nearby in terror when he awakens as Eren. Next comes a girl beside a small child, holding a rabbit. They are Eren and Mia. Mia runs straight toward him and throws her arms around him. Another vision shows Helena clinging to him, with tears streaming down her cheeks. The memories continue through the Harpy, Goblin, and Giant Orc battle, where Eren smiles at his enemies with the whole squad behind him, while Cardle tears an entire forest of roots from the earth. Finally, the visions reach the latest memories of Eren and his companions exploring the crystal-filled cave. Still choking on the ground, Eren hears his companions shouting for him to hold on and endure the pain. Watching him suffer becomes too much for the group to bear. Killian and the orcs prepare to place themselves between Eren and the dragon. Carthel asks whether challenging the guardian spirit is truly wise, but Karth simply answers that Eren is his friend. If this continues, Eren will die. Carthel grabs his arm and desperately stops him, asking whether he seriously intends to fight that monster. Eren seizes his sword, drives it into the ground, and pulls himself upright with its help. He meets the dragon's gaze and declares that he is the rightful heir to the Pendragon Duchy, Eren Pendragon. His deceased father watches with pride, gives him one final smile, and then disappears. As Eren struggles to understand everything, Soul Drake throws back its head and unleashes a thunderous roar. The roar alone sends the knights tumbling through the air, while the orcs desperately cover their ears. The dragon falls silent, lowers its head, and tells Eren that the pledge has been fulfilled, addressing him as both Eren Pendragon and Ravenvault. You are the person destined to succeed the Pendragon line. Eren rests against his sword with a smile as the entire squad rushes over to check on him. Blood runs down Eren's cheek, but he dismisses it and casually assures everyone that he is fine. He explains that the oath is complete and the dragon has chosen him. Everyone freezes briefly before the meaning finally sinks in. Killian throws his arms into the air and celebrates, declaring that Eren's selection has secured the future of the Pendragons. Cardle proudly points out that Eren is now bonded to a guardian spirit. Cart celebrates too, saying that Eren is quite literally the only person capable of accomplishing something this unbelievable. Then the dragon slowly raises its head toward the sky. Eren notices the movement, looks upward, and asks what is wrong. Soul Drake studies the sky and warns that they have visitors. Eren narrows his eyes and spots enormous dark silhouettes in the distance. His first thought is completely sincere. He assumes they are just birds. Half a second later, his brain processes the shapes properly, and sheer horror takes over. He immediately starts repeating that this cannot be happening. The orc beside him turns pale and insists that this situation is impossible. They are not birds at all. An entire wall of dragons is rapidly approaching. Kazal screams while Tada trembles so violently that she cannot even bring herself to look at the sky. Within moments, 6 gigantic dragons are circling above them. A voice suddenly asks whether Eren is the queen's new contractor. Eren turns around and finds a massive purple dragon glaring directly at him. Soul Drake orders them to leave, questioning why they have come when she never summoned them. Her dealings with the Pendragons are none of their concern. A green dragon named Iguan moves in behind her and refuses to back down this time. She turns toward him, and Iguan instantly lowers his head, explaining that they came because they were compelled to. He asks whether she does not already know the reason. Soul Drake gives him a look that clearly asks who he thinks he is to question her. Iguan immediately falls silent. He lowers his head respectfully. The hierarchy is very clear. The black dragon addresses her as its queen and reveals that Eren carries not only her aura, but also the presence of the demon god. Eren's expression instantly turns confused. He frowns in total confusion, wondering what demon god they're talking about. Soul Drake is furious at the accusation. She spreads her wings wide and releases a roar with all her strength. A violent gust rips across the field, knocking the knights flat and sending them sliding across the ground. The other dragons do not react at all, they simply observe. She bluntly orders the unwanted visitors to leave her territory. She gives the command as the Queen of Dragons, and Eren slowly turns around as the truth finally sinks in. He stares at Soul Drake and asks in disbelief whether she is the Dragon Queen. The dragons exchange knowing looks. The brown dragon beats its wings once, and all of them begin taking flight. As they depart, the purple dragon never breaks its gaze from Soul Drake. The black dragon announces that they will withdraw for now, but if this man ever enters their territory again, the truth will no longer remain hid. Their wings thunder through the air, and all 6 dragons disappear into the distance. Soul Drake remains focused on the empty sky. The orc finally releases the breath he has been holding and asks what on earth just happened. Still sitting on the terrified harpy, the goblin says it sounded as though the dragons were avoiding a larger truth. The orc explains that a dragon's voice can only be heard by the person it directly addresses. They heard the earlier conversation because it came through Gordon, but the conversation that just happened, they heard absolutely nothing. There was complete silence. That means Eren alone heard the entire exchange. Eren realizes that he is the sole person who heard everything. He also notices that Soul Drake relaxed only after the oath was completed. He stores that detail for later. He decides to investigate it when he has time. For now, he simply stands there staring upward while his mind races. 6 dragons, a god connected to dragons, and a demon god. Eren admits that he understands almost nothing about what is unfolding around him. He looks towards Soul Drake watching the sky and wonders whether she might finally explain that she is the queen. He thinks about his reincarnation, still unable to understand why it happened, and turns towards Soul Drake with a frustrated frown. The queen turns toward him, and Eren gives a small smile before raising his hand and asking if she could lower herself so he can speak with her. His neck is starting to hurt from looking up so far. Soul Drake smiles, examines him, and says she has an even better solution. Eren reacts in confusion, and Soul Drake's body suddenly begins glowing as it turns transparent. The moment Killian sees her disappearing, he completely loses it, and a blinding flash washes over the entire battlefield. Eren shields his eyes from the unbearable brightness, then gradually lowers his arm to find nothing but a perfectly empty sky. The dragon is nowhere to be seen. Eren cries out in panic while staring upward, only for her voice to come from somewhere completely outside his line of sight. He looks down with a confused frown and finds a blue flame burning right in front of him. From that flame, heels appear first, followed by legs, and then an entire woman with gray hair and a stunning blue dress. The dragon's only remaining feature is the pair of wings on her back. She strolls over, locks eyes with him, and casually says that she is standing right there. While Eren is busy realizing that Soul Drake is surprisingly well endowed, she ignores every stunned face around her, the gawking Killian and orcs included, and treats her transformation into a gray-haired dragon waifu like it is completely normal before asking Eren what he wanted to know. Well, what is it? What did you want to ask? The scene then shifts to the road. The group travels onward, with Eren on horseback and Soul Drake walking behind him, engaged in a private conversation that nobody else can understand. Cardle leans toward Killian and asks if he has any idea what those two are discussing. Killian only wrinkles his forehead, clearly wondering why Cardle expects him to know. Why not walk over and ask them directly? The shaman shoots him an incredulous look. We're orcs, genius. We cannot simply walk up to a guardian spirit like she is one of us. Killian tells him that it would not matter anyway, because even standing beside them would not let him hear their conversation. That is when everyone begins to understand what is really happening. Not one of them can hear even a single word. Only Eren can hear Soul Drake's voice. For some unexplained reason, Eren hears her without any trouble, leaving Killian stunned by the idea of a dragon transforming into a human. Killian has never heard of anything like that before. As he watches them chatting ahead, Killian breaks into a grin and points out that she is also extremely beautiful. The shaman simply stares at him and says that such things are beyond an orc's understanding. Meanwhile, Eren is genuinely trying to get some answers from her. He gestures toward her and asks what was going on with the dragons that suddenly appeared. They obviously seemed unhappy that the two of them were speaking. Why did it look like the two of you were seconds away from fighting? Soul Drake keeps her eyes ahead and calmly tells him that the answer will become clear eventually. Eren can only stare at her in silence. He then asks whether she is claiming that his past life was Raven. If that is true, she should also know why he and Eren died without explanation, and what that strange voice told him at the end. Eren becomes convinced that she knows the truth behind everything, including why he was reborn inside Eren's body. He asks her directly, but Soul Drake gives him the same frustrating answer. Time will eventually reveal the reason. Eren tries another question, only to receive that exact same response again. He tests her with one more question, but the answer never changes. That is the moment Eren finally runs out of patience. He throws out his arm and demands to know whether that is the only sentence she has memorized. He begs her to simply give him the information he is asking for. Soul Drake remains perfectly calm and tells him that he talks far too much. She adds that the Pendragons hardly ever speak to her at all. Iren rubs his face in disbelief, wondering what could possibly be wrong with this woman. He truly believed their pact would finally clear things up, but just as his frustration peaks, he notices something ahead. A gigantic snake suddenly bursts into view, charging straight at him with its jaws wide open. Killian and the orcs all shout together that the creature is a demon. Iren reaches for his sword, but before he can even draw it, Soldrick appears beside him and slices the monster neatly in two with a single swing. The severed body crashes onto the ground. The entire group stands completely stunned. Iren can only stare and mutter, "Huh." He cannot believe it ended that quickly. Then things take an even stranger turn. Soldrick calmly picks up a piece of the snake, examines it, and lifts it toward her mouth. The entire crew watches the sight in absolute horror. Kazel and Tata stare at her in terror, then remind everyone that she is, after all, a dragon. At the same time, Killian is focused on a completely different observation. Even while wearing a human body, she still does not seem entirely human. Still, there is no denying that she is gorgeous. However, this particular habit is another story. Eating a raw demon snake directly off the ground is definitely not something a normal human would do. Iren continues staring at her, and the story soon moves into the night. The camp has already been set up. Soldrick sits high on a tree branch, quietly watching the night sky. Iren approaches while carrying a dead animal in one hand and his sword in the other. He pins the animal down with his sword, cuts it into smaller pieces, and carries the meat over to the fire. Soldrick observes as the meat develops a golden crust, and the moment its aroma reaches her, she becomes completely focused on it. Iren pushes a cooked piece toward her, bites into his own portion, and tells her that if she is going to look human, she should eat like one too. She studies him for a moment before finally tasting the meat. Looking toward the sky with a smile, she tells him that he is an interesting Pendragon. Iren proudly reminds her that he is a Pendragon. Then he looks down at the fire and quietly adds that he is also a Ravenvault. Soldrick simply continues observing him without saying anything. Aaron closes his eyes with a faint smile and decides there is no point discussing his past when she would not understand it anyway. He turns his attention to the meat, explaining that he used to prepare it often in the past, and asks whether she enjoyed it. When he tries to change the subject and ask another question, she speaks before he can. With a smile, she tells him that from now on he may call her Soul. Aaron blinks in surprise, mostly because she actually smiled. He studies her face and realizes that dragons are apparently capable of smiling as well. Iren grins back, lifts an eyebrow, and simply says that sounds cool. He immediately returns to the important question of the dragon god and the demon god. Soul responds with the same maddening promise that time will reveal everything. Iren throws his head back in frustration and asks if that is genuinely the only answer she knows. He demands that she explain everything immediately. At the Pendragon Castle gates, maids are celebrating everywhere, shouting that their master has returned and successfully formed a pact with a dragon. The moment they hear the news, every young woman in the court rushes toward the balcony for a glimpse. Helena stands on the balcony, wiping tears from her eyes while staring down the road. Aaron and Mia cannot contain their excitement and shout with pure joy. He has finally come back. He is really standing before them again. Helena proudly says that he is her son. She calls him her greatest pride. Lindsay exhales in relief and smiles, remembering how terrified she had been when she said goodbye to him at the gate. She is simply grateful that he has returned safely. Down below, the entire street quickly fills with people. Everyone waves and cheers that the Duke has returned. Iren enters on horseback as Helena, and the rest of his companions advance on foot. Kazel and Tata, meanwhile, are enjoying every second of the welcome. They are amazed by how many people have gathered. Cardle laughs at the lively atmosphere, saying the whole place feels full of energy. Above them, Soldrick glides effortlessly over the city. But when the butler notices the unusual members of Iren's entourage, he completely panics. He points at them in disbelief, shouting that there is a goblin and a harpy among the group. He demands to know why demons have been brought into the city. Then he asks who the mysterious winged girl is. Of course, nobody from Iren's group notices the panic they are causing. They are all simply enjoying the celebration. Iren draws his sword, raises it toward the sky, and announces that the Pendragons have triumphed. From this day forward, the dragon's protection once again belongs to the Pendragon family. The crowd immediately starts wondering where this legendary dragon actually is. At that moment, the crystal embedded in Soul's forehead begins to glow. Her wings expand to their enormous full size as a massive burst of blue mana erupts before Iren's family. Soul reveals her complete dragon form. With one powerful flap, she releases a terrifying roar and ascends above the city. The story then moves to the grand banquet. Fireworks explode outside, while wealthy men in expensive suits dine on luxury food and discuss high society affairs. A young woman takes her seat at the piano and begins to play. The maid looks around the banquet in amazement. She admits that this is her first banquet. Aaron claps and explains that the gathering is celebrating her brother's pact with the dragon. She looks around the room and points out that nobles from neighboring nations and powerful merchants have also attended. Lindsay suddenly turns around and wonders where Aaron has gone. Aaron appears in an elegant white outfit, looking far more refined than usual. He approaches Sol and asks why she is standing away from the banquet. He wants to know why she is not attending the celebration inside. Sol turns toward him with a laugh and asks whether he has not already talked to her enough. Eren gives her a confused frown. Sol reminds him that he is the heir. She asks why he is not inside helping host the banquet. Eren sighs, confessing that entertaining guests is exhausting, and human society still makes little sense to him. Sol says that despite spending so long with House Pendragon, she has never heard of a dragon attending one of their parties. Eren casually asks why she should not attend. After all, she has a perfectly usable human form. She studies him for a long moment and admits that he truly is unlike the Pendragons who came before him. She jumps from the roof, spreads her wings, and disappears into the night in an instant. Eren watches her vanish into the distance, just before an ominous feeling creeps over him. It is the unmistakable sensation of being watched. He slowly turns around. A massive crowd of girls is standing there. With shining eyes, they rush toward him while shouting that they have finally found him. They want every detail about his pact with the dragon, and they are charging toward him like an unstoppable wave. Eren grits his teeth and freezes in place. For once, he has absolutely no idea how to respond. Below, Lindsay carries a plate of meat to a wealthy merchant, who instantly compliments her figure. He shamelessly asks her to become his mistress. Lindsay awkwardly laughs off the strange proposal, then hears a wave of giggling nearby. When she turns around, Eren is completely surrounded by the girls. One of the girls excitedly praises him. She says she has never heard of a human defeating an orc in direct hand-to-hand combat. She introduces herself as Cessna and proudly emphasizes her pure noble bloodline. Her family belongs to one of the Empire's most influential houses. A blonde girl wearing 4 enormous rings raises her hand and introduces herself as Mabel. She announces that House Goldman practically controls the Empire's entire economy. She assumes Eren must have heard of their family. The red-haired girl beside her fires back that Mabel is not nobility at all, merely a merchant. Mabel flashes her rings and mocks her, saying that is rich coming from someone whose family cannot even afford mithril jewelry. The argument is seconds away from turning into a full-blown fight. And Eren's reaction. Eren has completely had enough. He realizes that every girl is trying to tie herself to him, decides he has no time for this nonsense, and physically forces his way out of the circle. Then he hears a familiar voice from the person least able to handle alcohol in the entire building. He looks over to see an orc pounding Killian on the back and teasing him for collapsing after only 10 glasses. Barely holding on, Killian tells him never to compare his tolerance to an orc's. Nearby, Cardle entertains Eren's little sister with a few simple magic tricks. He proudly announces that this is magic. The little girl excitedly points out that her bunny is flying. The orc notices Eren and immediately brightens up. He invites Eren to join them for drinks. He challenges Eren to prove that humans can handle their liquor. Killian shouts that Eren is already occupied and calls the orc an idiot. Eren only smiles, walks over to them, pats his sister's head, and says that it is actually an excellent idea. He declares that he is not backing down from the challenge. A drinking contest is officially on. Deep into the night, the maid helps Eren walk while he clutches his head and complains that it hurts terribly. She gently asks whether he is all right. Eren apologizes for causing trouble, but she smiles and assures him that everything is fine. Blushing slightly, she tells him that this is the first time he has truly enjoyed himself since his father died, so seeing him happy makes her happy too. Eren's expression softens, and he quietly agrees. She takes his hand and guides him toward his room. Eren wonders what his mother could possibly be doing in his room so late at night. The maid guesses that she is probably there for some tea. The doors open, revealing anything but tea. An entire line of girls in gorgeous dresses, representing every major family and smiling shyly at him. Eren freezes as the horrifying situation slowly sinks in, then asks what he is looking at. His mother steps forward with a huge smile and declares that since he made a dragon pact, it is time for him to produce an heir. She asks which of these noblewomen will carry the Pendragon heir. Eren's mind completely crashes, and after struggling to process the scene, he asks his mother what on earth she is talking about. Tyrion explains that this is an ancient tradition of the Pendragon family. According to the tradition, any Pendragon who forms a pact with a dragon must have an heir with a noblewoman from a neighboring kingdom. She reveals that Count Serad's daughter was originally supposed to fill this role, but their engagement was cancelled. Hearing this, Erin begins to cry, showing that she has clearly grown attached to her. But Erin only stares at her, as if wondering what could possibly be going on inside her head. She instantly returns to her cheerful mood and tells her brother not to worry, because every woman present comes from a respectable family. That is when the competition between the girls begins. The redhead boasts that her house is among the Empire's most legendary, descended from the first emperor and supposedly nobler than the imperial family itself. The girl in pink counters by saying her father commands 10,000 soldiers, because overwhelming military force solves every problem. The jewelry-covered girl simply smiles and calls them both fools, insisting that the future belongs to whoever controls the economy. Within seconds, all three are shouting at one another and demanding that the others stay out of their business. Eren watches the circus for barely 2 seconds before declaring that he will make the decision himself. He then asks his mother to explain exactly what this whole arrangement is. His mother begins explaining the Pendragon tradition, but he interrupts her immediately. He tells her that he understands. Eren walks straight to Lindsay, puts an arm around her, and announces that she is his choice. The entire room falls silent for a moment. His mother is completely speechless. His sister freezes too. Every wealthy girl in the room gives Eren the same deeply disappointed glare. As for Lindsay, Lindsay is completely lost and has no idea what is going on. She turns bright red and tries to refuse, but Eren covers her mouth and speaks for her before she can finish. Eren then explains why he chose her. Lindsay has cared for him for years, staying beside him through every hardship and even accompanying him on the expedition. He hints that their relationship has gone beyond simply sharing a horse, so he has long believed that he would eventually need to take responsibility for her. Once he finishes, Eren apologizes to his mother for hiding the relationship from her. His mother quickly responds. She assures him that it is not a problem. She accepts that he is a grown man, but reminds him that the purpose of choosing a bride is to strengthen the family, something Eren already understands. Eren says he already knows that. Eren narrows his eyes at the noblewomen and suddenly changes his approach. He reminds them that they all came to celebrate his pact with the dragon. Eren tells them that allies from influential families could prove extremely valuable if difficult times arise. Then he delivers the argument that completely changes the mood. He tells them that none of them compares to Lindsay, who cared for him throughout the 3 years he spent unconscious. The girls all protest at once. They dismiss Lindsay as a mere maid, but Eren immediately tells them to calm down. Eren says the room is full of fools who possess nothing personally and can only hide behind their family's reputation. No one has any response to that brutal statement. Once again, complete silence takes over the room. But Eren is not finished yet. He points out that he already has comrades like Killian, who fought for him without fear. He names the soldiers who stayed with the Pendragons during their darkest days, and the orcs whose strength is nearly impossible to match. He also mentions Tada the Harpy and Kazil the Goblin, who always stood behind him. They are the people who refused to flee when he entered the mausoleum. Those are the comrades Eren truly values. Taking his mother's hand, Eren declares that the Pendragons are no longer weak enough to rely on outside allies. His mother and sister are both moved to tears. Eren turns toward a trembling Lindsay and declares that, whatever she thinks, she is going to become his lover. Lindsay quietly accepts, calling him young master. Eren pulls Lindsay close and formally announces that his maid is now Lady Pendragon. The scene then changes. Eren sits in a chair while his grandmother stands behind him. She cannot believe he is the same rude mercenary he once was, nor can she believe that these feelings are genuinely his. Eren gives a vague answer, saying that nobody really knows. He asks why she has not left yet, considering that he already opened the mausoleum. His grandmother says she wanted to see the heir's face before departing. She tells him that he has changed, but warns that surviving these times without powerful allies will be difficult. Eren confidently tells her that he already has a plan. With dragons now supporting the Pendragons, many people will be eager to pledge themselves to the family. Eren smiles and explains that he knows several future heroes, so he plans to befriend them before they become famous, recruit them as subordinates, and create a powerful force for threats both inside and outside the kingdom. Grandmother takes his hand and laughs, saying that he is perfectly suited to become a ruler. Eren suddenly asks how she was able to hold his hand. After all, she is supposed to be a ghost. She playfully asks whether that means she can hug him too. Eren immediately refuses. She floats toward the window and admits that she was only teasing him. After seeing the person he has become, she feels that she can finally leave without regrets. Eren suddenly clenches his teeth. He reveals that 6 dragons appeared when he formed the pact with Sol. His grandmother spins around in shock. She asks in disbelief whether there were other dragons as well. His thoughts return to the Black Dragon, the one who spoke of both the dragon god and the demon god. Judging by Sol's conversation with the dragons, those gods somehow seem connected to his reincarnation. Even that absolute weirdo insisted that every piece of this mystery is linked. The strange part is, Grandma has never heard of either god. Eren remembers pressing Sol for answers, only for her to repeat that the truth would reveal itself with time. That was all she ever said, again and again. Grandma smiles and gently reminds him that he has started calling her Sol. She gave me the exact same answer. Anyway, I don't have much time left to keep talking. With a soft smile, she tells him that her time to leave has arrived. For a brief moment, Eren is completely unable to process what she means. Then Grandma's body begins dissolving before his eyes, and the horrible truth finally hits him. With tears filling her eyes, Adia reaches toward him and says that it doesn't matter whether the dream belongs to him or Raven. She knows he can make it real. She calls him her dear Pendragon, and Eren completely breaks down, crying out for Grandma before embracing her while she can still return the hug. She closes her eyes, asks him to continue living, and quietly disappears. Staring down at her portrait, he quietly accepts that this ending had always been waiting for them. The story then jumps ahead to a wedding ceremony. Lindsay stands in a white wedding gown, surrounded by a crowd of more than 300 guests. The date marks a new year, and our guy is now officially someone's husband. Afterward, the scene moves to a smaller room, where Eren sits on the bed munching on something. Saul's voice reaches him through the window before she floats inside, looks him over, and basically asks if this is really the girl he chose. Why would you marry someone who works as a maid? Eren explains that marrying into a noble family would bring an avalanche of responsibilities he simply cannot afford to deal with right now. Then Saul asks who exactly he plans to produce an heir for. Eren brushes the question aside. He'll deal with the heir issue later, probably at record speed. Saul's expression falls a little before she finally asks what she really wanted to know. Why doesn't Eren have any romantic interest in her? Eren tells her that Lindsay looked after him for 3 years, so he trusts her completely. For him, that settles the matter. He then asks Saul where she disappeared to during their earlier conversation. It turns out she was at Rhea, the stone dragon monument on the mountain behind the castle. That mountain is also where she once made her vows to House Pendragon. Eren wonders whether staying up there gets lonely, but Saul says every place feels the same to her. After all, no one can truly hear her voice. When Eren brings up the Pendragons, Saul admits that she never actually spoke with any of them, not Gordon, and not even the generations before him. Looking up at the enormous moon, she explains that the Pendragons never desired this particular existence in the first place. So, out of respect for their wishes, she continues to remain in her dragon form. That is when Eren begins piecing the whole mystery together. He realizes that Grandma's earlier hints were slowly bringing him closer to the truth. Remembering how Saul used to complain about him speaking with her too often, she now reminds him that whoever he is the one who formed a pact with her. Eren interrupts and admits that he still cannot get used to the way she keeps calling him. Call me anything you want, just don't use that particular name. Saul pauses to consider it, then decides to call him Ray instead. Eren suddenly goes still, because Ray was the name his family used for him. Saul notices his reaction and wonders whether he dislikes the name. He smiles and gently tells her that he doesn't. In fact, he loves hearing it and asks her to keep calling him Ray from now on. The whole reaction leaves Saul genuinely surprised. Then she voices the thought that has been forming in her mind. You are nothing like the other Pendragons I have known. She raises her eyes to the sky and addresses Alex, the very first Pendragon. It seems your long-held promises are finally about to come true. The scene cuts to a bird carrying newspapers all across the kingdom. The headline announces that the Pendragons have once again allied themselves with a dragon, sending the entire country into chaos. One man reads the announcement and can only conclude that the Pendragons have completely lost their minds. A bald man points out to his friend that the Pendragons now control territory almost as large as a small country, despite having only 5 knights. The mustached man in the green cloak adds that if the alliance succeeds, they will gain both land and noble titles. The 2 men turn toward a third person with suspiciously eager smiles and ask for his opinion. The story moves to a port as a massive ship arrives. A man seated nearby reads the same report and realizes that Eren has not only brought a dragon to his side, but demons and orcs from the Ancona forest as well. Staring through the window, he realizes that Eren is far more complicated than he appears. Back at the castle, someone rushes in shouting that Eren has formed a pact with a dragon. Count Serad is furious about the situation and complains to Luna that he cannot even enjoy a single moment of peace anymore. Luna, however, is too occupied with her own thoughts about Eren to pay him much attention. And then the atmosphere takes a much darker turn. Quite literally, someone snaps their fingers. A mass of dark energy forms in midair, producing a sheet of paper from within. One of the figures notices that the name Eren is written on it. A lightly bearded man smiles and says that this list concerns the world they intend to create. A second man in a black hood repeats the same words, then holds his hand over the page and burns the entire list in purple flames, declaring that people like Eren threaten the future they are preparing. A bearded man pauses halfway through biting into a huge piece of meat and casually says that he will handle this target himself. The caped man smiles, saying he has been waiting for the Hound of the Empire, his demon platoon commander, before the view shifts to Balti, who is every bit as vile as ever. Even in this altered timeline, the guy remains a complete scumbag. The story cuts back to Pendragon Castle. Lindsay approaches Eren and asks about his destination, so he explains that he is heading to Bellingate Gate to find new recruits for the cavalry. At the fortress, those supposed recruits are already questioning every decision that brought them there. Killian is screaming at them, demanding to know where their energy disappeared after barely an hour of training. The recruits are gasping for air and can hardly swing their wooden practice swords, while Killian declares that anyone defeated by a simple stick has no right to call himself a Pendragon Knight. Eren arrives and asks one of the knights how the newcomers are progressing with their fundamentals. Killian shrugs and says that some of them talk about becoming knights, but none of them have the determination to match their words. Eren frowns and reminds him that this is their first large-scale recruitment, so naturally the rookies are full of doubts. Then Eren smirks, points out that training these recruits is no longer Killian's problem, and promotes him to cavalry commander right there. Killian instantly lights up like a child receiving the perfect gift, turns toward the recruits, and shouts that their master expects greatness. Carve these lessons into your bones, follow my command, and you will become genuine Pendragon cavalry. Half dead from exhaustion, the recruits can only wonder what this mustached lunatic is even saying. Wasn't this guy supposed to be incredibly weak? Eren crushed him in seconds the last time they fought. While leaning against a tree and observing the chaos, Eren's thoughts begin drifting elsewhere. Recently, every day has followed the same pattern. Fresh recruits arrive, complain constantly, and drag themselves through the cavalry training. But once the noise fades, the serious thoughts return. He cannot get the visions of the demon god and dragon god out of his head. Everything is unfolding exactly as the dragons warned him it would. Since he has no idea what his enemies can do, Eren knows he must build the strongest cavalry humanly possible. Meanwhile, Cardle relaxes beneath a tree with a book, while Mia sits comfortably on top of him. Hearing voices nearby, he turns toward the tower where Sol is hanging out with her friends. Sol had left Rhea to travel with the group, and Eren could clearly see that she was enjoying herself much more now. Watching her gaze at the sky, Eren decides that at least she seems genuinely happy. Sol then looks down, calls to Eren, and informs him that a group of warriors is approaching the gate. At the entrance, several unfamiliar knights wait in complete silence. The recruits recognize them as wandering knights, warriors who took up the sword and roam from place to place. One of the rookies is immediately impressed by the idea. He assumes they heard about the Pendragon's rising fame and came along to join their momentum. Killian approaches them, introduces himself as captain of the White Dragon Cavalry, and asks about their origins. The first warrior is Reed Pollock, a wanderer from Vandal who has traveled the world searching for a master worthy of his service. The bald warrior introduces himself as Barrio Luton, and his thinking is about as straightforward as it gets. All he wants is the chance to battle powerful opponents. The third warrior remains masked and silent, refusing to reveal his name at all. Killian is caught off guard, while Barrio and Reed burst out laughing and tell him not to waste his effort. Even they have no idea what the masked man's name is. They simply met him on the road and started traveling together. Killian asks whether they truly intend to serve House Pendragon. Barrio smirks and says they heard the Pendragons need knights, so they are willing to become their blades, as long as fame and fortune are part of the deal. In other words, Barrio is telling them to relax because their staffing crisis is solved, while Reed adds that they will not even require training. Their non-stop bragging quickly pushes Killian to the edge. Killian is seconds away from throwing them out, but Eren walks over with a grin and points out that anyone surviving as a wanderer must have the power to support those claims. He then orders Killian to test them in combat. Thrilled by the chance, Killian chooses Barrio first, leaving the recruits completely stunned. Their captain is actually matching the enormous warrior blow for blow. Killian sends Barrio's sword flying, then instantly turns toward Reed and sarcastically asks whether he needs a formal invitation to fight. Reed barely raises his weapon before Killian deflects it, strips the sword from his grip, and places his blade against Reed's throat. The recruits go wild, convinced they are witnessing the coolest fight of their lives. Killian asks Eren what he thinks of the Wandering Knights, and Eren simply says that since they need people, the two are welcome to join. That leaves the masked warrior, who remains motionless like a stone statue. Eren smiles and challenges him to step forward, but the masked man casually refuses. Killian instantly labels the stranger as disrespectful. Eren switches into full arrogant duke mode and asks for his name, but the warrior turns away and says he has no desire to reveal it. That is the final insult for Killian. He calls the man an idiot, grabs his cloak, and demands to know how he dares address a duke so disrespectfully. The masked warrior casually throws Killian to the ground, and Eren immediately recognizes the man's strength. Eren decides on the spot that he wants this man in his cavalry. Killian completely snaps and begins hurling every insult he can think of at the Wandering Knight. Killian is ready to attack, but Eren decides that he will handle this opponent personally. He orders Killian to step aside. Eren draws his sword, rests it across his shoulder, and calmly announces that it is his turn. He takes his stance opposite the Wandering Knight. The warrior studies him and asks whether Eren truly intends to fight. Eren frowns and asks whether this is not the traditional way to challenge a knight to a duel in valor. The moment Killian hears that, His eyes widen in shock. "Hold on, this man is a Valor." One recruit turns toward the captain, completely confused about the stranger's identity. Time for a quick history lesson. Far to the south, several nations once fought over contested territory, and one of them became an endless engine of war. Generation after generation grew up surrounded by nothing but slaughter. The warriors produced by that brutal nation became known as Valor Knights. Killian explains that surviving such an upbringing makes a single Valor worth roughly 1,000 ordinary soldiers. They have no fear of death and devote themselves entirely to mastering the art of the blade. Killian is visibly shaken because Valor Knights had always felt like campfire legends, until he finally sees one standing in front of him. Irene keeps his sword pointed at the man's face, while Killian demands to know how he identified him as a Valor. Inside his mind, Irene had already gone through every clue. The man's appearance, southern accent, and pair of swords, one short and one long, made everything obvious the moment Irene saw him. Irene had battled a Valor before during his journey south with the Demon Slayer squad, and this warrior matches that one almost perfectly. Irene glances at the horse and spots a mace, shield, and even a crossbow secured to the saddle. The man is equipped for practically every situation imaginable, so Irene smirks and explains what that means. Valor cavalrymen kneel before no one, except the master they personally choose. Money, noble birth, and even the emperor himself mean nothing to them. No authority in the world can force these warriors to submit. Their entire pride comes from raw power and perfected technique. Irene then tells him that he must have come searching for a master worthy of his blade. "Prove me wrong." The knight frowns, looks toward the sky, and says that he has no interest in such a master. "I was guided here by the stars." Barrio and Reed can only stare at him in confusion. The knight nods toward the pair and explains that he is traveling with them solely because they offered him water. That is all Irene needs to connect the final dots. The Volvins are seafaring people who use the stars to navigate, but their bodies cannot survive without water. Irene smiles and tells him that the stars have not failed him after all. "They guided you directly to Irene Pendragon." The knight's expression hardens as he draws his sword and declares that money, influence, lineage, and power mean nothing to him. Looking Irene straight in the eyes, he says that anyone seeking his service must be willing to wager their life. If Irene loses, he will die. Eren calmly replies that he already understands the rules of their homeland. The recruits completely lose it at the thought of this duel. Reed narrows his eyes and recognizes Irene's posture as a simple basic stance. Barrio is just as confused. Irene is holding the sword the way an ordinary foot soldier would, so they cannot understand why he chose that stance. Then Eren suddenly launches forward. He bursts into range and slashes straight toward the knight's face. The strike is so fast that Killian flinches, yet the knight reacts in time, parries it cleanly, and forces Eren's sword downward. The overwhelming pressure drives Eren down onto one knee. The Valor's blade then sweeps toward his face. Eren barely evades the strike at the final instant, moving so quickly that even the knight is genuinely surprised. Eren springs back to his feet and lands a hit. A thin line of blood opens across the warrior's chest, but the knight immediately cuts across Eren's face in return, sending both blades clashing wildly against each other. The recruits stand frozen in shock. Reed can barely process the scene and asks what is even happening. Another recruit looks to Killian for an explanation, while Eren continues the clash, believing he is close to victory. This combination normally works against dual wielders: disrupt their balance with the opening strike, then punish their evasive move. Touching his cheek, Eren admits that if he had missed that second attack, his head would already be on the ground. This warrior is the genuine article. The knight is now completely enraged. "Who are you supposed to be? Are you seriously nothing more than a spoiled nobleman's son?" Eren rejects the idea and tells him that they are actually alike. He has killed monsters, demons, and humans alike, but never for pleasure, only because survival demanded it, and he can sense that same survival instinct coming from the knight. As Eren says this, the nameless knight draws his second weapon, adopts a dual-wielding stance, and his expression turns frighteningly deranged. Eren notices the change immediately and remarks that the knight is finally using both hands. He then asks whether the knight is finally treating him as a serious opponent. The scene cuts to Karth, whose nap is ruined by the sudden roar of the crowd. He wakes with an enormous yawn and complains that the noise is far too loud for anyone to sleep. Karth realizes that a fight must be happening somewhere nearby. The orcs wander toward the place where the crowd has assembled. Karth approaches Killian and asks what the commotion is about. Then they finally see the fight. Both orcs freeze in stunned silence. Eren is battling the warrior, but the shocking part is that the duel is far more evenly matched than anyone expected. The two are frighteningly well matched. Eren blocks another series of strikes, but in the middle of the exchange, the warrior suddenly looks to the side. Eren follows the man's gaze. A trembling spectator gasps that the swordsman is fighting the lord on equal terms. Karth turns toward Killian and demands to know who this mysterious warrior is. Killian admits that he is trying to solve that mystery himself. Eren leaps backward and swings, but the strike misses the warrior's head by a hair. He immediately drops his blade, making Barrio realize that the first attack was only a feint. Killian is completely thrilled by the technique. He cannot believe how cool that move was. Their swords collide with a sharp metallic crash. The warrior suddenly brings his second sword into the attack, nearly giving Killian a heart attack. The spectators realize he has been hiding a second blade, and one wide-eyed warrior in the crowd immediately predicts the outcome. He declares the lord finished, but Eren vaults over the attack and spins, forcing the nameless knight to lean backward and evade him. The knight charges again, and Eren immediately recognizes that this attack is genuine. Eren retreats a step while Killian whispers, wondering whether this is another feint. Reading the sword's angle, Eren realizes the true strike is coming from the left. He parries the incoming attack. Karth immediately shouts that this is impossible. The warrior slashes with his right sword, but Eren catches his wrist and halts the attack completely, sweat running down his face as he tells the knight, "You're good." Having the absolute time of his life, the warrior grins and replies, "You're good too." Honestly, this might be the most polite beatdown the kingdom has ever witnessed. Then Eren's gaze drops to the warrior's leg, and suddenly things look very bad. The knight secretly loads up a knee strike, catches Eren off guard, and sends him crashing down. That is when Eren's battle instincts finally start working overtime. So we're using kicks now. Perfect. Eren braces himself with one hand, gathers his strength, and knocks the knight's leg completely out from beneath him. In seconds, both fighters are kneeling and trading punches at point-blank range. The knight catches Eren's blow with both blades, their faces almost touching, while Eren simply flashes him a grin. The crowd is absolutely loving every second of it. Reed calls it an unbelievable battle. Barrio confesses that he honestly has no clue which fighter is the greater monster. Cardle bumps Karth with a grin, practically asking whether he could survive against someone like Eren. Meanwhile, poor Killian is under unbelievable stress. Inside, Killian can only think about the fact that he once tried to fight Eren himself. Back in the middle of the fight, both men are completely locked in, and Eren casually asks whether the warrior wants to hear the weakness of fighting with two blades. Still smiling, the knight plays along and asks what that weakness could be. Eren answers by launching an entire handful of sand straight into his opponent's eyes. Cardle and everyone else stare in disbelief. Sand. Karth figures Eren must have collected it when he was thrown to the ground earlier. The knight squeezes his eyes closed and leaps away, giving Eren an opening to reach for his sword. The warrior opens his eyes at the last possible moment, sees the blade rushing toward him, and drops his own weapon. As a result, Eren's attack cuts through empty air. Killian is stunned because that looked like the worst possible time to miss. The orc assumes Eren abandoned the strike because exhaustion finally caught up with him, which would be terrible news. But the grinning warrior announces a right-side attack, then claims he's switching to the center, only for Eren's sword hand to redirect at horrifying speed and place the blade against his neck. Nobody can process what they just witnessed. Keeping the sword perfectly still, Eren tells him that there is no question, the knight is truly powerful. He adds that without this particular sword, the result might have been very different. The warrior is honestly shocked to have been defeated, while Eren, still drenched in sweat, explains that this sword has rescued him before. The knight lowers his gaze, tosses his sword aside, kneels before Eren, and declares that he is a genuine valor rider. With his eyes closed, he introduces himself as Elkin Isla, and Eren completely freezes the moment he hears that name. Elkin vows that from now on he will serve as Eren's sword, destroy every enemy of his lord, and seal his loyalty with this oath. Eren barely hears the oath, because his entire mind is stuck on the name that was just revealed. This is not Eren's first encounter with the name Elkin Isla. In Eren's previous life, that name was impossible to miss wherever Elkin went. He was known as the Stormbringer, the greatest knight Valor had ever created. Eren stands there, mentally reviewing the man's entire future career, like he has opened his biography page. In just a few years, this man will become the Northern Sea Dragon King and the Knight of the Duke of Orangi, carving his name into history through 100 battles. A sly smile appears on Eren's face, because, technically, he is playing with the future already known to him. At this moment, Elkin is just an unknown warrior kneeling in the dirt, but that will not last. Eren kneels beside him, bringing himself to Elkin's level, while Killian and the wandering knights stare in total confusion as their lord kneels before some unknown swordsman. Eren asks Elkin to raise his head, and then explains the situation plainly. Yes, Elkin may be his sword and Eren may be his lord, but they are not truly above or below one another. Only their roles are different. Eren then turns serious and reveals that what he really wants is not a servant, but an ally. His eyes move toward Killian, the orcs, and the demons standing nearby. He wants Elkin to stand beside him as an ally, exactly like the others. That answer leaves Elkin completely caught off guard. Elkin closes his eyes and quietly lowers his head in response. Under his breath, Elkin remarks that this Pendragon fellow is certainly intriguing. Reed gets excited and loudly predicts that Irene will rule the world one day. Barrio immediately declares that he will follow Irene regardless of what happens. Killian frowns and points out that nobody even invited Barrio to join them with some dramatic companion speech. While Irene sits there calmly, Saul calls down to ask whether he is finished, then descends from the tower with the griffins. Barrio and Reed almost collapse from shock. They are completely overwhelmed by the fact that griffins are standing right in front of them. Irene turns toward her and calls out, "Saul Drake." She lands with a frighteningly serious expression, and the energy pouring from her leaves Killian, Isla, and everyone else frozen in terror. Barrio can barely breathe under the pressure and asks what it is. Reed nervously wonders who this terrifying girl could possibly be. Killian answers that she is Soldrick. The knights turn toward him with expressions that clearly demand an explanation. Killian admits that he would also appreciate an explanation, because he has no idea what is happening. Reed covers part of his face and decides that her beauty must come with some kind of mystical effect. She is undeniably beautiful, but her aura is so intense that his entire body goes numb. She is a perfect 10, yet standing near her feels like a violation of several international laws. Saul comes to a stop before Irene, who turns to Elkin and says he should introduce her properly. This is Soldrake, the White Dragon. Barrio nearly loses his mind because Adia is standing casually in front of a real dragon. Reed is already calculating what this means for Irene's future. If Irene is already this powerful now, what kind of monster will he become later on? As Irene watches Elkin approach, he realizes that his expectations of the man were completely wrong. He remembers meeting Saul Drake in his former life, when her overwhelming presence dropped him to the ground, something ordinary strength could never overcome, because that is simply the nature of dragon power. Yet Elkin's calm approach is nothing like what Irene had imagined. Irene closes his eyes and accepts that Elkin may continue surprising him until the very end. Irene looks into the blue sky and starts listing the next names on his mental recruitment plan. He is no longer limiting himself to this region. Now, he plans to seek out every living legend he remembers. First, he imagines a man relaxing atop an actual mountain of gold. There is Dorian, the young entrepreneur of the Free City, whose fortune rivals a nation's treasury. Then he pictures a tower wrapped around a tree, overflowing with violet mana. That would be Gia Oblon, the legendary sorceress of Southern Valdez, credited with creating nearly half the world's magical artifacts. Next comes a man standing on a snowy cliff, a Vaunter. He is a 20-year-old warrior who brought every loyal knight under his command while leading only 100 soldiers. A true tactical genius, Irene's greatest advantage is that his memories give him priceless information about all of them. He intends to recruit every person he remembers reaching the highest level. With knowledge of the future, Irene is basically an anime protagonist signing every superstar before anyone else knows their value. Cardal then extends his hand, revealing a glowing green mineral sent by the Elder. Everyone immediately gathers around to see it. When Killian asks what it does, Cardal laughs and explains that the mineral is filled with magic, allowing them to communicate with the Elder without difficulty. Killian can only marvel at how convenient magic turns out to be. Cardal raises the stone to his face and is surrounded by mana. When the aura settles, he reports that several dozen well-equipped soldiers have entered Annona Forest under the command of a man wearing an ogre helmet. Irene suddenly goes completely still. An ogre helmet? Karth stares at him in confusion. You mean someone killed an ogre and turned its head into a helmet? Killian covers his face and admits that anyone capable of such a thing would be a truly horrifying enemy. Irene has already fallen silent, because only one person in the entire world is known to wear an ogre helmet. Irene suddenly shouts one name, Baltai. A dark aura erupts from Irene as he rushes toward Cardal and demands the enemy's location. But the orc explains that the Elder's communication has already been cut off. Irene wastes no time and orders everyone to get ready. They are heading straight for the orc village. The scene shifts to Annona Forest. The evening sky hangs overhead. A dead orc lies on the ground. Baltai announces that the people chasing him have been dealt with. He admits they were strong at least. Then Baltai taps his helmet with a grin and says the orcs were tough, just not tougher than the ogre whose head became his helmet. A few moments later, the scene changes again. We are now inside the Centaur's territory. While reading a report, the Centaur complains that the Pendragons, empowered by Sol Drake, are recruiting soldiers and treating the entire region as their personal kingdom, and it is driving him mad. He then takes out a disturbing pink mirror, where a hooded figure surrounded by vile pink mana appears. The figure in the mirror speaks of the Empire's shield, spear, and bow, 3 legendary weapons, and claims that possessing all 3 will make their cavalry the strongest force in the world. We return to Irene, and the atmosphere could not be more different. A massive peaceful tree towers over an orc village, while children run around as if the place were a daycare. The children swarm Karth, climb all over him, and pull at his hair while he begs them to stop before he becomes bald. One little orc even settles comfortably on Killian's shoulder. Killian, the cavalry captain, cannot believe that the fiercest orcs in existence somehow produce these tiny, adorable creatures. Karth simply shrugs and points out that even tiger cubs look like kittens, so what did Killian expect? Everything remains adorable, until one child suddenly runs toward Iren. The child sees Iren's dark aura and glowing blue eyes, making him look like the final boss of the entire game. The kid immediately turns around and runs back the way he came. Killian notices that Iren has been giving off a terrifying aura ever since receiving the news. He remembers the exact moment Iren changed, and how his presence then felt almost identical to a dragon's. Then comes the funniest reaction of all. Another child screams and flees from Isla, who is standing there releasing black mana while reaching toward the kids. Watching Isla look so disappointed, Killian realizes that the terrifying knight genuinely loves cute things. Unfortunately, his frightening aura keeps ruining everything his gentle heart is trying to do. Eventually, the village elder appears on a wooden platform with his staff and announces that Lord Pendragon has arrived ahead of schedule. Cardle casually adds that the visiting lord happens to be Iren's father. The elder notices Saul resting on the ledge and immediately orders everyone to pay their respects to the forest's guardian spirit. The entire settlement immediately bows down. Saul instantly understands the problem. Nobody will discuss serious matters while she looks like a divine being, so she moves aside to rest. Before leaving, however, she gives Iren a serious warning. Saul understands his anger, but warns that allowing it to control him will make him lose who he is. Saul flies into the treetops, and Iren sits with the elder, introduces himself as Gordon's son, Iren Pendragon, and gets directly to the matter at hand. The elder explains that several dozen armed soldiers entered the forest unnoticed and somehow bypassed his tracking magic. He only realized they were there after they had already crossed deep into the forest. Cardle is shocked that anyone managed to get through the elder's defenses. Cardle concludes that they must have a mage among them. The elder agrees, even though the report only mentions soldiers accompanied by one enormous wolf. Still, they could never have slipped past the defenses so cleanly without magical assistance. And the patrol sent to investigate the intruders. Not a single soldier returned. Iren's mind instantly begins putting the clues together. A giant wolf capable of destroying an orc, combined with an actual ogre helmet. There is no longer any doubt in Iren's mind that this is Baltai. Baltai himself is leading his demon-slaying forces into the forest. The elder suspects they are heading toward the Centaur tribe, which leads Iren into explaining the history between these groups. The Centaurs have inhabited Ancona Forest for generations, and after the Pendragons arrived and the orcs became their protectors, the Centaurs, who already despise humans, have been in constant conflict with the orcs. Iren is frustrated because, as an outsider, he cannot simply charge in and attack when nothing has officially happened yet. Naturally, that is precisely when Killian bursts through the door, shouting that the Centaurs are attacking in the streets. Iren is completely confused. The Centaurs have avoided taking part in conflicts for years, so why would they attack now? Why on this exact day? Iren gets his answer almost immediately when a Centaur fires an arrow directly at his face. Iren catches the arrow midair, looks at it, and suddenly goes rigid. The Empire's emblem is stamped clearly onto the arrow. Killian completely loses his composure. Why are the Centaurs using arrows from the Empire? Iren already knows exactly what this means. The two sides have formed an alliance. The Centaurs, the Empire, and Baltai are all standing together on one side, and that is the final straw for Iren. Violent blue mana erupts from Iren, electricity seems to fill the air, and Killian calls his name once more. Iren says he has held himself back for far too long, then gives the order: show no mercy and erase every one of them. From the treetops, Saul watches the battle erupt below. Iren has already figured out the situation, and the logic is straightforward. The orcs and centaurs have been enemies for a very long time. The moment an opportunity appeared, the centaurs allied with Baltai and the Empire to finally settle their grudge. And if that is truly their plan, Iren is more than willing to give them the death wish they just asked for. Iren crushes the arrow in his hand as the air grows heavy around him. Killian stares wide-eyed, recognizing the same monstrous aura Iren released before. Iren then charges into the battlefield, leaving the squad staring after him in confusion. The centaurs respond with 3 crossbow bolts, but Iren cuts all of them from the air with one swing without breaking his stride. Isla is stunned by how effortlessly Iren deflected 3 crossbow shots, as though he were brushing away flies. Iren reaches the centaur, delivers a perfect strike, and sends blood spraying across the battlefield, thrilling the squad. But then something strange happens. The centaur does not even react to the hit. It immediately strikes back. Iren blocks with ease, then realizes that none of these creatures feels the slightest fear. The centaur's eyes burn red, saliva drips from its mouth, and it rants that Iren and his people are invaders who will finally be destroyed now that the centaurs possess new power. Eren pauses at that and asks what new power he is talking about. That question is followed by the entire battlefield descending into madness. The centaurs charge as a single coordinated force, their fighting spirit pushed beyond its limits as they chant together about protecting the forest. Karth throws a punch, but the centaur returns one twice as powerful. He is baffled because every centaur moves in exactly the same way, as if they are being synchronized. Karth shouts to Cardle, asking whether these horse-faced monsters were always this powerful. Cardle had already suspected something unusual, but now he is certain magic is involved. The entire tribe has been hypnotized, with their fear and rage manipulated like strings controlling puppets. The magic pushes them beyond their natural limits and transforms them into mindless berserkers. And from there, the battle becomes brutal. Killian tries to approach one from behind, but the centaur drives both hind hooves into his stomach. He coughs blood, his armor caves inward, and his ribs are probably shattered. The squad rushes to help him, while the centaurs continue smashing through everyone's armor as easily as eggshells. Isla pins a sword against one centaur's throat, and Eren destroys another's weapon. But the creature refuses to surrender and draws a crossbow at point-blank range. Eren casually tilts his head, allowing the bolt to pass, and calls them completely shameless. He looks up toward the tree and asks Saul for backup, begging her to do something about the centaurs. Saul simply stares ahead with a blank expression and refuses, explaining that both the orcs and centaurs are like children to her, so she will not interfere. Eren says nothing aloud, but he is clearly thinking that if they are her children, she should start acting like their mother and stop the fight. At least make them stop attacking each other. Eren is genuinely stunned by how firmly she refuses. Behind him, the battle is going horribly for his side. His allies are falling everywhere, and memories of the orc children only fuel Eren's anger until he is glowing with brilliant blue mana. Then Eren hears a scream and sees a tiny orc child fleeing from a centaur, preparing to hurl a spear. Eren grabs the child and pulls him clear just before the spear lands. The child cries before giving Eren a tearful smile and thanking him. That brief moment of tenderness makes Eren turn around and finally see the full disaster. His entire squad is down, the village is destroyed, and they are simply losing. So rather than simply attacking with more force, Eren decides to outthink the battlefield. Eren mounts his horse and insults every centaur in sight, calling them pathetic half-horse creatures until the entire field stops to hear him out. Then he twists the blade deeper, saying he once respected them as proud warriors, but now they use human weapons they supposedly hate and attack children, proving they're nothing more than worthless half-breeds. To finish the humiliation, he crushes one centaur's skull beneath his horse's hoof and tells the others that their dead brothers are crying in hell. The centaurs completely snap, and the moment they lose control, Eren takes off. He gallops away, and the entire centaur horde leaves the village behind to pursue him. Karth cannot understand Eren's sudden strategy. It looks like he deliberately pulled the centaurs away, but fighting that many enemies still seems hopeless. Meanwhile, Saul has been observing the chase from a tree, and with one raised hand, she summons a griffin. The beast dives from above and touches down directly before Isla. Isla glances at Saul and instantly understands his next move. As for Eren, he continues acting as bait, drawing the centaur squad farther from the village. After creating enough distance, he suddenly stops and allows the centaurs to come toward him. The catch is that he has positioned himself with his back against the edge of a cliff. The red-eyed leader in front begins mocking Eren for his reckless decision. He sarcastically calls Eren noble for supposedly sacrificing himself to protect the village. However, according to him, that sacrifice will accomplish nothing. Once Eren is dead, the centaurs intend to continue until the entire orc village has been destroyed. To the centaur leader, Eren has made a completely foolish choice. Eren answers with a vicious grin and dismisses them as nothing more than oversized horses. He confidently claims that he can deal with every one of them alone. Inside, however, Eren notices the enhancement magic empowering the centaurs and admits that, realistically, taking them all on would be suicide. The centaur chief lifts his weapon and vows to erase that arrogant grin before the entire group rushes forward together. Eren is burning with rage when 3 arrows streak past him and pierce the hearts of the nearest 3 centaurs. Eren spins around, stunned and desperate to know who fired them. Under the moonlight, Isla appears riding through the sky on an actual griffin. His crossbow is ready, and his focused eyes never leave the battlefield. Caught totally by surprise, Eren calls out Isla's name. Isla calmly loads another bolt, reminding Eren that he promised to become the sword that would cut down every enemy, then aims directly at the centaurs. Everyone looks toward the sky, while the centaurs panic at the sight of a griffin belonging to the forest's protector. These are divine beasts that serve dragons, possess terrifying strength, and are used in both war and hunting. Since taming one is nearly impossible, anyone who rides a griffin is considered a major threat. With no better option, the centaurs fire a storm of arrows into the sky. But Isla and his griffin slip effortlessly between every projectile. Isla fires bolt after bolt, even keeping extra ammunition between his teeth, and his absurd accuracy drops one centaur followed by 2 more. The griffin plunges down and tears into another centaur with its claws, while Isla smashes a charging attacker across the face with a metal baton. Watching this airborne massacre, Eren suddenly remembers something from his previous life. Isla had once been known as the Storm Petrel, and seeing him fight makes that nickname feel completely deserved. As his warriors are torn apart around him, the centaur leader finally makes the sensible choice. He orders a retreat and races directly toward the forest. From above, Isla realizes that once they reach the trees, the griffin will be unable to pursue them. They could regroup there and force everyone into another battle. Before he can reach the trees, an arrow pierces the leader's leg and sends him crashing down. The leader rolls onto his back with a painful groan. When he looks up, Eren is standing right behind him. Eren keeps the crossbow raised, while examining it with the relaxed interest of someone browsing a weapons exhibition. He casually remarks that he has to admit the Empire's crossbows are impressively well made. Then he looks down with a grin and says these weapons are honestly worth far more than a group of forest-dwelling half-horses. When the leader attempts to crawl away, Eren calmly follows, aims at him, and warns that even after the pain disappears, a shattered knee will not be taking him anywhere. The centaur chief growls viciously, exposing his teeth. He draws out his shield and lifts it, causing the object to shine with magical light. A glow spreads across the centaur's injuries, even restoring his severed hand. His pain disappears completely, and the furious red drains from his eyes. Completely confused, the chief asks Eren why he chose to heal him. Eren merely shrugs and explains that he healed him because an uncontrolled, enraged centaur would have forced him to fire another bolt. Then Eren finally asks the question that matters. Where can he locate Baltai, the man who supplied them with these crossbows? The centaur leader freezes at the name and demands to know how Eren learned about Baltai. Eren refuses to answer, raising the crossbow again and reminding him that he is the one asking questions before repeating himself. What exactly is going on between that ogre-faced bastard Baltai and the centaurs? Baltai suddenly appeared in the forest claiming that the Pendragon clan had regained its Drake power and was recruiting soldiers, meaning it would eventually target its old enemies, the centaurs. His message was simple: why wait around until the centaurs were attacked first? With a sinister grin, Baltai offered them weapons so they could strike first, destroy the orc village, and reclaim the Ancona forest. Eren narrows his eyes in disbelief, realizing that they launched an entire war just because some stranger made unproven accusations. Embarrassed, the leader admits that magic must have been involved. He recalls seeing a hooded figure with glowing purple eyes inside a mirror, and the instant that figure spoke, everyone became consumed by uncontrollable rage. Looking sincerely troubled, Eren returns to Isla, raises the shield, and heals every fallen centaur on the battlefield at once. The revived centaurs sit up in confusion, unable to understand how their injuries vanished, while their leader's expression brightens with hope. Eren exhales, visibly exhausted, and admits that he has almost no healing power remaining. When Isla asks why he saved them, Eren explains that the true enemy is whoever manipulated everyone into this conflict, meaning they are all facing the same threat. Those words hit the centaur leader deeply. Eren honestly tells him that the centaurs who died cannot be resurrected, and the leader closes his eyes in silence. They were warriors of the tribe, and death in battle was never something they would mourn as a disgrace. The leader meets Eren's gaze and declares that he is completely different from his ancestors. With a hand over his heart, he announces that the centaur tribe will stand with the Pendragon clan from this point onward. Eren and Isla can only stare, utterly stunned by the unexpected declaration. The 2 remaining tribesmen hesitate briefly before shrugging and deciding that if their elder agrees, they will follow too. Eren proudly lifts his head and says he expects the centaurs to become the forest's strongest cavalry force. They seal the alliance with a handshake, and just like that, the deal is official. The scene shifts to a massive tree, glowing beneath a huge full moon. With the battle over, calm finally returns to the forest. The water spirits heal the wounded, and everyone gathers for a grand feast. At an orc-filled tavern, Isla sits by himself gazing through the window until 2 young orcs come over to bother him. One child keeps chewing on a chicken leg, while both of them excitedly rave about how amazing he looked on the griffin and climb all over him. His usually icy heart softens, and he begins gently patting both children on the head. Meanwhile, Eren and the others sit down for a much more serious discussion. Cardle remains focused on the strange magic connected to the mirror. When Eren asks whether such magic is even real, Cardle admits he cannot be certain, though the phenomenon is extremely powerful. His best guess is a combination of hypnosis and some form of physical enhancement. Then Cardle reveals the truly disturbing detail. The centaurs were not merely being directed toward a specific enemy. Someone was controlling several of them simultaneously like puppets, proving that an exceptionally terrifying mage is involved. Later, Irene sits alone on a tree branch lost in thought, until Saul flies up and asks why he looks so gloomy. Saul says she sensed a griffin rider's aura surrounding Isla, making it obvious that he had ridden one before, despite refusing to discuss it. She then gives Irene a suspicious look and notes that he managed to resist being consumed by the enraged dragon's aura earlier. That immediately catches Irene's attention. He remembers destroying the arrow in a burst of fury while an enormous blue aura erupted around him, and asks Saul what that power actually was. Saul explains that being her contractor allows Irene to access a dragon's power, but his control depends on which side is truly holding the reins. Irene admits that if he allows the power to take complete control, it will overwhelm his mind and blind his judgment. He remains stuck on the mystery, especially because in his previous life, he had already joined the Demon Slayer Corps by this point, and was battling the Troll King in the Southern Sea of Trees. That makes Baltai's connection to the centaurs in this life feel extremely out of place. His fingers begin tapping, while the scattered clues slowly connect in his mind. The Pendragon collapse, the failure of the vault plan, and Baltai's claim that everything had been arranged beforehand all point to a larger scheme. With a heavy expression, Irene looks down and admits aloud that he once tried to return home. Crossing his arms, he vows to uncover the precise moment everything fell apart, the point where his family lost its honor. The scene shifts to Sarode Castle, where Count Sarode and his daughter Luna are practically prostrating themselves because the Emperor's children have arrived at their home. The long-haired blonde with red eyes is Prince Ian, while the girl calmly enjoying her tea beside him is Princess Ingrid. The two royals sit casually at the dinner table. While everyone else in the room bows before them, Ian raises his head with unbearable arrogance and suddenly sends the entire table, dishes included, smashing onto the floor for no reason at all. Luna and her father nearly leave their bodies from shock, while Ian casually rests a hand on his knee and declares that what they served was slop, not food. Mortified by her brother's behavior, Ingrid asks him to calm down because she has not finished her tea yet. Ian leans toward her with fake sweetness and says he was simply waiting for her to finish. Every smile disappears from the room, and Ian makes the atmosphere even worse by pointing ahead and announcing that entertainment was never the reason for his visit. He claims there is only a single purpose behind his visit. That reason is the neighboring Pendragon family, more specifically, Duke Pendragon himself. Count Sarode perks up in confusion, unable to understand what the Pendragons have to do with him. Ian finally reveals his true attitude, calling Irene a pathetic worm and refusing to believe that someone who woke from a coma could somehow form a pact with a dragon. Ian turns toward Luna and demands to know what she truly understands about Irene. Luna explains that she knew Irene in the past, but the person he became feels completely different. Then her face turns bright red as she adds that Irene has grown stronger and more confident. Ian immediately notices the blush spreading across her face. He approaches her while adjusting his hair and asks whether Irene is better than him. Luna's eyes tremble because every possible answer is dangerous. A golden aura erupts around Ian as his giggle turns into a wild laugh, and a massive lion forms behind him from the radiating power. Everyone assumes they are witnessing some legendary Conqueror-style pressure. Ian turns toward Ingrid, shouting excitedly about his power, then returns to Luna, grabs her chin, pulls her face close, and orders her to follow him. The expression on his face is genuinely disgusting. Ian then declares that Irene has now gone too far. Luna trembles because she knows she cannot possibly refuse an order from the Empire's second prince. Meanwhile, back with the Pendragons, Melbourne briefs Irene on the situation. Confused, Irene asks whether the Imperial siblings are actually coming for a visit. Melbourne clarifies that it is the second prince and his sister Ingrid, prompting Aaron to stop and ask what he just heard. The butler then delivers a very important piece of background information. Princess Ingrid was Aaron's former fiancé. Ian was the one who ended that engagement. Aaron practically shouts in disbelief that he had another bride, while Melbourne reacts as if this information should have been obvious. Staring blankly ahead, Aaron remembers his former self mentioning a second bride who was a royal princess, and everything suddenly makes sense. He buries his face in his hand, thinking exactly what the audience is thinking. This situation is somehow becoming even more complicated. After a brief time skip, Killian appears before a large gathering of warriors. 1 month after the Centaur incident, many new knights have enlisted and significantly reinforced the Pendragon forces. Isla selected warriors for a Griffin Rider squad of his own, while Aaron spent the month training instead of wasting time. His training paid off, and he can now control Soldrake's aura far more effectively. Summer is also approaching, and the Pendragons are preparing to visit Sissa. Iron intends to use the journey as an opportunity to recruit additional soldiers. Aaron asks Melbourne whether the visit is meant to resolve the complicated engagement issue. Melbourne admits he does not know the real reason, but warns Aaron to stay cautious, while imagining Ian standing ominously with his back turned. He explains that the second prince has been chosen as the next emperor and is infamous throughout the empire as a tyrant, so perhaps he has come to flaunt that new status over Aaron. Aaron stiffens slightly, and Melbourne follows up with an even worse warning. If even a single joke displeases Ian, there is no telling what he might do. Aaron interrupts and asks what caused the second prince to become the heir to the throne. Melbourne falls silent, and Aaron leans back as he realizes the eldest prince's health has deteriorated severely. Aaron tilts his head back and says nothing, but his eyes suddenly widen when he notices a contradiction. He remembers a letter from his previous life stating that someone named Goofy was supposed to become the next emperor. Aaron asks whether the eldest prince is named Goofly, but Melbourne says no. The eldest is Sean, and he has never heard of anyone called Goofly. Aaron freezes because the name from the letter belongs to neither prince. That name is a complete mystery. Remembering his battle with the Troll King, Aaron realizes that the future has officially diverged from the timeline he knew. Aaron curls one finger toward himself, and a blue aura dragon rises directly above him. Looking up with narrowed, confident eyes, Aaron says that he now has a reason to meet the prince. When the royals arrive, Ian stands in the main hall surrounded by a blazing golden aura, and the people bowing before him are crushed under its pressure, unable to raise their heads because of his royal blood. Ian looks ahead and spots Aaron walking directly toward him. When he realizes Aaron is unaffected, Ian intensifies the pressure around him. Yet Aaron remains completely unaffected. The two stop face to face, and Ian extends his hand while asking why Aaron is acting so superior. Aaron simply asks why he should lower it. After all, Ian is not even the emperor yet. Ian's expression darkens as he replies that Aaron will see whether that matters. Tired of Ian's arrogant performance, Aaron summons his dragon and makes it clear that the prince is still operating in the minor leagues. Ian is visibly shocked by Aaron's dragon and instantly begins comparing their powers. He reminds himself that he carries the blood of the empire's founding emperor. He also believes his conqueror-style aura is equal to his father's. Ian begins shouting that Aaron would never dare challenge him, but suddenly stops and looks toward his sister. Ingrid stands nearby with her hands on her belt, looking thoroughly fed up with the entire situation. Ian calls her name, but she responds with an impossibly bored look and tells him to stop creating unnecessary trouble. Aaron notices that Ingrid referred to Ian as her brother and immediately connects the dots. So Ingrid really is a royal princess. Now everything makes sense. Aaron then looks toward Luna, who stands there blushing and seemingly has no idea why she has been dragged into this awkward scene. Ingrid gives a small curtsy. Ingrid formally introduces herself, admitting that she is thrilled to finally meet Aaron. Aaron lifts a hand and politely tells her he feels the same way. The two of them begin strolling through the castle hall side by side. Ingrid animatedly explains that they had been engaged since before birth, despite never having met until now. She giggles behind her hand, blushes slightly, and says Luna had described him perfectly. According to Luna, he was a courageous and handsome man. Aaron's expression instantly turns into the human equivalent of a deer caught in headlights. Meanwhile, Ian charges toward Aaron, clearly intent on grabbing him. Ingrid simply takes Aaron by the hand and asks him to give her a tour of the castle. Luna silently observes the entire disaster unfolding in front of her. Before long, Aaron and the princess are walking hand in hand, while an obviously furious Ian trails behind them. Inside Aaron's head, there is only one conclusion left. None of this makes any sense anymore. The other members of the Pendragon family soon appear to greet them. Aaron remarks that it has been a long time since she last saw Ian and Ingrid. Aaron gives them an absurdly charming smile and says that she is delighted to meet them. The moment Ian spots Aaron, his brain crashes completely and restarts in full fanboy mode. As Aaron explains to Ingrid that they had already met at the White Castle, Ian slides over to Aaron, asks her name, fixes his hair, and attempts every possible trick to appear impressive. He calls Aaron's name a flower from paradise, then launches into a speech about being the capital's unmatched warrior while dramatically keeping his eyes closed and claiming divine blessings. And Aaron's response, she simply rejects the entire performance with one quick jump away. A moment later, Fingers Crossed is standing beside Aaron instead, complimenting him on how radiant he looks today. Ian is completely finished. Even as a prince, he is somehow getting rejected from every direction. Then little Mia approaches Ian, only to be overwhelmed by his intimidating aura and furious presence. She immediately bursts into tears, grabs Isla's leg, and looks back at Ian with the saddest eyes imaginable. Ian turns sharply toward him and demands his identity. True to form, Isla calmly replies that she has no obligation to tell him her name. Ian glares at him as if he wants to kill him and begins shouting about the insult. He orders him to state his name immediately. Isla quickly explains that he is a knight from Vale, earning a suspicious sideways glance from Ian, as if he has just discovered another strange person. Isla answers with a simple refusal and offers nothing more. Those few words are enough to push Ian completely over the edge. He bares his teeth and lifts a fist, but Ingrid turns around and tells him, once again, to stop it. Ian stops halfway through the punch, while Ingrid calmly warns that one more incident will earn him a full year of silence. The three men in white uniforms begin whispering, because in the imperial cities, Ian is feared as a tyrant whom nobody dares to offend. Yet ever since arriving here, he has been getting humiliated at every possible turn. Ian rubs his fingers together, faces Aaron, and calls him a white worm before suggesting they speak somewhere private. Aaron shoots him an irritated look, questions the nickname, and immediately invents one for Ian in return. A few moments later, they are seated opposite each other, and Ian begins by observing that Aaron has changed. Swirling his drink, Ian recalls that Aaron used to be a sickly, helpless nobody, which was the reason he ended the engagement with Ingrid. Aaron ignores the insult entirely and cuts straight to the point by asking why Ian came. He then asks whether Ian genuinely intends to discuss the broken engagement. Ian scowls and insists that he will not simply give his sister away, then slams his glass down and complains that nobody has respected him since his arrival. He demands to know what such treatment is supposed to mean for someone from the royal family. Aaron simply holds his drink and states that the Pendragons stand beneath no one, so they will act however they choose. He closes his eyes and ends the matter with a quiet, "That's all." Aaron had barely finished speaking when Ian suddenly rushed straight at him. Aaron, however, remains completely composed in the face of the attack. He casually splashes wine into Ian's face, seizes his arm, and drives an elbow into him. Ian is sent flying backward, with blood pouring from his nose. Still, Ian manages to seize Aaron's arm and hurl him over his shoulder toward the table. On the way down, Aaron catches Ian's arm, reverses the throw, and pins his hand the instant they hit the ground. Ian begins shaking from the pain, and Aaron notices a kitchen knife lying beside his trembling hand. Aaron studies the knife for a moment, then releases Ian, jumps back, and gets to his feet. Ian rises, straightens his hair, and asks Aaron why he released him. Aaron replies that it seemed as though Ian had been deliberately holding back. Ian stares him down and says he could take the knife and attempt to stab him, but Aaron would not escape so easily. Aaron tightens his jaw and asks once again why Ian came to this place. Their blazing auras erupt simultaneously, filling the room with pressure. Ian wipes the blood from his face before breaking into a slow, unsettling laugh. Aaron has no idea what is going on and can only stare in confusion until Ian finally explains himself. Ian admits that Aaron has forced him into a corner, and he is enjoying it. Ian extends his hand and offers Aaron a place beside him, promising to make him one of the Empire's most important figures. When Aaron refuses to react, Ian keeps selling the idea, explaining that he needs Aaron's strength and military influence. Aaron listens with half-lidded, bored eyes, while silently registering how different Ian feels now. That terrifying tyrant-like presence from earlier, it has vanished completely. Ian now seems like an entirely different person. Aaron asks what joining Ian would truly involve, prompting Ian to explain that the imperial family is locked in an all-out struggle for the throne. Several princes and hidden alliances among the nobles have turned the succession into a complete political disaster. Pointing to himself, Ian says he wants House Pendragon supporting him, then begins adding more incentives to the deal. He offers gold, silver, the Empire's wealth, and even assistance in creating an independent nation. Aaron tilts his head, unable to reconcile this man with the idea of him becoming emperor. The terrifying figure from earlier and the calm man before him feel like two entirely separate people. The entire Empire believes Ian is a bloodthirsty tyrant, yet that reputation clearly does not match his true nature. Why would a prince seeking the throne intentionally convince everyone that he is a monster? Aaron sees only one possible explanation and casually tells Ian that he does not actually want to become emperor. Ian spins around in shock because nobody has ever confronted him so directly before. Aaron continues, suggesting that the tyrant persona is merely a disguise. After considering the offer, Aaron states that he refuses to make deals with anyone he cannot trust. Aaron stands there as if his mind has completely frozen. Ian clenches his fists and admits that Aaron is the first person to uncover the truth behind his act. Technically, he is the second. His sister figured it out first. Ian's entire demeanor changes in an instant. He falls silent, lowers his gaze, and finally reveals in a quiet voice what he truly desires. He wants his brother Zion to sit on the throne. Aaron asks about Zion, the eldest prince who is supposedly bedridden, and Ian's furious repetition of that word reveals how deeply he hates the claim. Ian insists that his brother was never ill. 3 years earlier, Zion had been assassinated during the uprising in Sissa. Ian begins shouting that Zion would have made an extraordinary ruler, and transformed the entire empire. Aaron can only watch as Ian's carefully controlled facade falls apart. Then the connection suddenly becomes clear. 3 years ago, Sizug, Aaron remembers being bound during that incident. The room falls completely silent. Then Aaron gives him his answer. He accepts. Ian turns around in disbelief, while Aaron explains that he will share everything he knows about the uprising in return. Meanwhile, Aaron's mother and sister are proudly introducing Lindsay to Luna and Ingrid, who can barely believe that Aaron is already married. Later, the two men sit opposite each other with drinks in hand. Ian explains everything in his possession, while Aaron gazes into his glass and sees his reflection distort into memories of his former life. He recalls the letter that turned him into a knight under Lord Sissa. Every person involved in the uprising had a separate motive. Ian lifts his glass and points out that the biggest mystery is still the identity of the person who began the uprising. Aaron suggests the obvious possibility. One of the princes may have been reaching for power. Ian agrees, but says the list of possible culprits is far too long. Then Aaron, wearing the most uninterested expression possible, casually asks a question. Do you know anything about Goofly? Ian has to pause and think, since Goofly is apparently just an insignificant son of a concubine. He is a prince only by title, and carries practically no influence. Ian asks how Aaron knows the name, while Aaron sits with his hand over his face, remembering that this forgettable prince somehow rises close to the throne and eventually becomes emperor. It makes absolutely no sense, unless you already know the future Aaron remembers. Aaron then asks where Goofly's concubine mother came from. Ian says Baroness Aaron once mentioned that she came from a coastal city, and the moment that detail surfaces, both men freeze. The implication hits them both like a punch. Ian jumps up, pounds the table, and shouts that eliminating Goofly still would not place his brother on the throne. Aaron rises, leans against the table, and tells him never to say never. Halaski remembers Baltai dragging him by the hair, and suddenly every piece falls into place. They are all connected. His blue aura begins to spiral, leaving Ian staring in complete confusion. Ian remembers the elbow strike and the dragon aura, finally understanding that the power Eren displayed earlier was not even half of what he truly possesses. While Ian is still trying to process everything, Soldrake casually appears outside the window. Ian completely loses his composure. A white dragon is standing outside. The enormous creature peers through the window. A blinding flash fills the room, and when it fades, the giant dragon has transformed into an elegant beauty. Saul Drake then hops through the window and says he sensed an angry dragon's aura. Are you all right? Aaron, however, is too absorbed in his thoughts to respond properly. Yeah, now everything finally makes sense to him. Saul tells Aaron that he is special. Now that he has got to know Aaron personally, Saul decides to trust his instincts. Aaron responds with a smile. Saul tugs at him and asks what happened, but Aaron only answers that it was a lie. Aaron then turns to Ian, raises a fist, and suggests they travel to the summer villa near Solana Beach on the outskirts of Sissa. Ian stares at him in disbelief and asks him to repeat himself, but Aaron has already made the decision. Before long, the group is already heading out in carriages. Meanwhile, in Luce, the Empire's largest port city, the local rumor mill is working overtime. Everyone is talking because House Pendragon and the infamous tyrant Prince Ian have arrived on the coast simultaneously. That makes no sense, since the city's governor and the Pendragons have such intense bad blood that putting them together is practically asking for trouble. One man at the table gets reckless and starts sharing spicy rumors about the governor and a duchess named Alin. So his friend quickly covers his mouth as if asking whether he wants to die today. Keep your mouth shut. Then someone reveals the actual headline, and the entire table falls silent. Arangus, king of the sea dragons and the ruler in all but name of the southern region, has just entered the port. Everyone imagines the enormous blue dragon waiting offshore with his attack beast Viscula ready beside him. And someone whispers that Arangus may one day rival the Empire itself. The atmosphere grows tense, until a wealthy businessman named Ron casually leans over from the next table and tells everyone to relax. When so many powerful figures gather in one place, all it really means is that more money is about to circulate. At the beach, sunlight sparkles across the water as Princess Ingrid emerges from beneath her sun hat and turns her full romantic attention toward Aaron. She removes the hat and asks Aaron for his opinion on her swimsuit. The swimsuit was custom made by a famous tailor in the capital, and Aaron's brain immediately crashes. The timing could not be worse, because Aaron and Lindsay arrive in matching outfits. Lindsay shyly mentions that she has not seen the ocean in ages, while Luna stands behind them with a murderous expression. There are far too many women gathered around Aaron. Aaron can only sit there wondering how this happened when they did not even come here for a vacation. What is even happening anymore? Ian then struts over, points both thumbs at himself, and invites the girls to spend time with real royalty instead of Aaron. The moment they see his swim trunks, Every girl bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Ian is left standing there, in total confusion. He has no idea what is going on. What exactly are they laughing at? Before Ian can recover, Aaron casually announces that he is going to catch a fish and removes his shirt. Ingrid, Lindsay, and Luna all blush while staring at Aaron's physique, as Ian points angrily from behind and insists that he looks better. I absolutely look better than him. Just when the beach episode reaches peak chaos, Aaron looks up and spots something dropping from the sky. A massive whale carcass crashes into the ocean, sending a tsunami over the entire group and nearly wiping out their spirits. She flutters down proudly and stands on the dead whale as if presenting her catch, saying she caught a fish. Aaron can only sigh internally, because technically, from a dragon's perspective, a whale does count as a fish. He genuinely wonders how their enemies will ever fear them when their dragon is busy playing fetch with sea creatures. Elsewhere, Karth, Killian, and Elsa are walking through the park. Killian still cannot believe that Prince Ian has joined them so casually, as if they have been friends since childhood. The moment Karth notices all the mercenaries and warriors around him, his eyes light up with anime-level excitement, and he declares that the place is paradise. He wants to battle every last one of them. Then the peaceful walk takes a strange turn. People begin staring as a group of orcs drags a chained griffin through the streets. And these are far from ordinary orcs. They are the Malt, the southern orc pirate tribe infamous for their madness, and their habit of wearing real skulls as necklaces. Their leader grins and boasts that people are already trembling merely from watching them pass. Then he notices Karth and immediately turns his attention toward him. You have gone soft, haven't you? Now you are wandering around with humans. That insult instantly pushes Karth over the edge. Karth prepares to tear into them, but Killian restrains him and warns him not to start a fight in public. Remember, you are a Pendragon now. The pirates only laugh even louder. They mock him for living among humans, from the weakest race on the planet despite being a proud orc. The level of disrespect is unbelievable. Karth trembles with fury, while Killian notices Isla already gripping her sword, completely prepared to cause an international crisis during what was meant to be a beach vacation. Killian is screaming internally, since all he wanted was one peaceful day, and instead he is supervising an enraged orc and a sword-hungry maniac. Still, his instincts as a core party member begin warning him that something is wrong. The trading city is too quiet, the timing is too convenient, and too many powerful people are gathered here for it to be accidental. His suspicion turns out to be completely justified. At the governor's mansion, old Segunda is already watching the city from his window. He asks Vincent where Iren's group has gone. The two men begin quietly plotting around a baroness, a secluded beach, and debts from the past. Segunda complains that all these schemers infesting his city are irritating him, then gives a sinister smile and dismisses the concern. After all, the Dark King will take care of the mess on his behalf. The Pendragon group ends their first day at the Sybil coast by enjoying the scenery and feasting on whale meat. By night, Iren is peacefully enjoying wine on the balcony, which of course is exactly when Ian arrives to destroy the calm. Ian pours himself a drink and sarcastically asks whether they are celebrating Aaron's sleepless nights. Aaron's spirit practically begins leaving his body on the spot. Ian is being his usual unbearable self, complaining that he invited girls over, but these idiots ruined his entire evening. Aaron can only stare at him, as if to say that this happens to Ian every single day. You are clearly the problem here. Then Ian changes direction and brings up something genuinely serious. He asks whether Aaron even cares about his concubine. Then he mentions Saul and casually drops a bombshell. Wait a second, are you actually that dragon? Aaron's mind goes blank for a moment, remembering how casually he told Saul Drake by the fire that he was a Pendragon. Now Ian is connecting clues he was never supposed to notice. Iren calmly plays along, swirling his wine and watching his reflection while reminding himself that Saul is beautiful, young, and special. But there is nothing romantic between them. Iren quickly returns to business, reminding everyone that this trip is really about uncovering who ordered the hit on Prince Ian. Prince Goofly, his mother Baroness Jarlin, and Governor Segudo are connected, and all three just happen to be surveying the night sea together. Iren's reasoning is actually pretty solid. If you arrange the assassination, Ian's arrival would be your signal to put the next part of the plan into motion. Ian, being the little menace he is, immediately asks whether that means these people are planning to murder him. And he says it with the grin of someone who has been hoping for exactly that excuse. Aaron practically has to keep him restrained, reminding him that they need the suspects to take the bait first. Ian falls silent and starts thinking it over. The surprising part is that Ian is genuinely impressed. He watches Aaron reconstruct the enemy's whole strategy from almost no information at all. He remembers the terrifying aura Aaron occasionally releases and wonders whether it is simple instinct or something much more profound. Ian studies Aaron's serious expression, clearly trying to understand what kind of person or creature he is dealing with. At this point, Ian has to wonder whether Eren is even human anymore. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the List dungeon. It is a filthy mercenary hideout somewhere near the Orc archipelago. Its bar proudly displays a battered killer whale as its logo. The place is packed with orc pirates, and the moment they spot a stranger entering, they look at him like their meal has delivered itself. The stranger simply keeps drinking his beer without a hint of concern, earning one pirate's approval for drinking like a proper man. Then he takes the seat opposite the pirate. Puck, the same orc troublemaker from that morning, is there too. While Puck snores away in the corner, the messenger delivers the request to this orc version of Jack Sparrow and gets straight to the point. The governor wants the snake and the cat taken care of. The pirate asks whether handled means killed, but the stranger refuses to give him a straight answer. He speaks in cryptic hints, brings up an incident from Sisak 3 years earlier, and warns the pirate to stay out of his affairs. The pirate enjoys the attitude, claiming that only Elle and the orcs have ever spoken to him with that much nerve. Vincent passes over the details. In 3 days, the target will invite the snake and cat over, and all they need to do is stroke the cat's ego so he comes charging in. The pirate eagerly accepts, crushing the paper in his fist as he looks forward to tormenting that little tyrant from the imperial capital. The stranger suddenly asks whether he can pose a question. The mood instantly turns cold as a dark aura begins spilling from his body. Are you truly human? The instant he says it, Temu Jack Sparrow's entire presence changes. The pirate releases his aura, and Vincent goes from standing upright to flying through the air before crashing onto the floor. The pirate is suddenly behind him, wearing a wide grin. You managed to land on your feet. You're more capable than I expected. Not bad for a human. Clearly enjoying himself, the pirate calls Puck over and asks whether he wants to taste orc meat. Puck is immediately delighted by the idea of cannibalism. Puck starts imagining how delicious the meat will taste, while Jack makes it even worse by describing how these orcs have supposedly been marinating in the forest for decades. Wrapped in dark aura, the pirate announces that they will eat the cat and snake, slaughter every man they see, and happily devour the women as well, laughing like a lunatic. Vincent is terrified, realizing that this man was never truly human in the first place. The Dark King Arangus is nothing less than a monster. The following morning, the girls are relaxing together on the balcony. Killian arrives with an invitation for everyone to attend a lavish ball at Count Segunda's estate. Segunda is the governor of Laz. Lindsay and Ingrid get excited immediately, until Killian clarifies that the invitation includes everyone. Eren slowly smiles to himself, clearly thinking that this is perfect. This is precisely the opportunity he was waiting for. Ian notices the expression and realizes they are both thinking exactly the same thing. The moment Eren's mother hears the name Segunda, she begins to panic, making it obvious that some serious history exists between them. Eren immediately understands what is happening. He realizes she wants no contact with Segunda, so he asks her to stay behind and take the night off. She feels slightly awkward, but the relief on her face is much stronger. As Eren leaves, he looks up at Saul perched on the roof and tells her to protect his mother, then awkwardly corrects himself and says he is entrusting the Duchess to her. As usual, Saul gives him absolutely no response. Iconic. They arrive at the estate under an evening sky that feels like a royal red carpet gala, with nobles packed across the elegant courtyard. One man is already bowing before the carriage even stops, loudly praising their arrival. Then Eren steps out with the girls looking unbelievably elite, and the crowd completely loses control, admiring the women and treating Eren and Ian like celebrities. Some nobles even claim that, despite being nobility themselves, merely breathing near them is an honor, the absolute peak of shameless flattery. Right on schedule, Karth marches over with a betrayed expression and complains that he was promised something exciting. Where are all the warriors? All I see are pigs wearing fancy clothes. Eren simply stands beside him, completely unfazed because he has long since developed immunity to Karth's nonsense. Before Karth can make things even stranger, Vincent arrives with a glass in hand, thanks Eren for attending, and introduces himself as Segunda's knight. As he speaks, yellow mana briefly flashes through his eyes. Eren notices it instantly. That is aura flow, proof that this man has extensive experience in actual combat. Eren silently decides that the party has suddenly become much more interesting. He keeps his guard up while pretending not to care, then turns away. Ian is observing Vincent too, mentally ticking off the warning signs: no flinching, perfect posture, and an unnervingly calm expression. The man practically advertises danger. Even Isla gives him the icy evaluation she reserves for people she is calculating how difficult it would be to kill. Vincent leads them inside, where the ballroom looks ripped straight from a fantasy film, complete with glittering chandeliers everywhere. Segunda personally welcomes them with practiced warmth, chatting with Ian like an old friend and asking whether 3 years have really passed. He then compliments Ingrid on how much she has blossomed over 5 years, the usual politician's charm offensive. But when Segunda reaches Lady Eren, his gaze immediately puts her on edge. He then addresses Erin and lists everything he has heard about the young Pendragon. He praises the pact with Soldrake and Erin's leadership of griffins and orcs as magnificent, but his lifeless killer's eyes make it obvious that he is anything but impressed. Then he asks about the Duchess's whereabouts. Erin calmly claims that the Duchess is sick and resting at the estate with her sister, prompting Segunda to put on a fake expression of concern. I can send healers, or perhaps I should visit her myself. Erin immediately blocks the idea, with a threat wrapped in perfect politeness. I appreciate the offer, but that will not be necessary. And if anything goes wrong tonight, you will be held responsible. Segunda's smile falters for a moment, but he quickly recovers and invites everyone to enjoy the evening. As soon as they are out of earshot, Ian asks whether Segunda is always that creepy. Erin then explains the history between them. Apparently, Segunda proposed to Erin's mother 20 years ago, was rejected, and has spent all this time letting that obsession fester. Ian adds that Vincent arrived 2 years ago and quickly rose to become the Count's most loyal enforcer, taking care of every dirty assignment. Erin remembers that detail while wondering how Vincent connects to the situation developing in ESOC. Ian tells Erin to take it easy and avoid overdoing the drinks. Erin fires back that he is supposed to be the one saying that. Outside the estate, a guard confronts a suspicious-looking stranger and questions his bizarre outfit. The pirate-looking man simply shrugs. I heard there was a party. The guard attempts to block him but is knocked out in one strike. The pirate calmly strips off the man's clothes, puts on his hat, declares that the outfit is perfect for the occasion, and walks inside ready to ruin the entire night. Inside, Segunda is busy doing what corrupt politicians do best, plotting in a hidden room. He turns to Vincent and asks for his assessment of Erin Pendragon. Vincent admits that Erin was able to perceive his aura, an impressive feat, but Segunda dismisses the information with a casual gesture. He does it with a smug smile. Please, that's nothing. He's just a minor player. Vincent refuses to dismiss Erin, insisting that the brown-skinned young man is genuinely formidable. When Segunda asks how Isla compares to Erin, Vincent only takes a sip of wine and admits he cannot say yet. I would need to fight him myself to know. Vincent falls silent, clearly unable to stop thinking about Isla. In his mind, he identifies her as a Valor Knight. He knows that Valor Knights can be rigid, but they are also completely fearless. He pictures Erin and genuinely cannot understand why someone as capable as her would serve a person like him. Segunda has no interest in Vincent's analysis. He simply orders Vincent to deal with Isla and reminds him that, even if he fails to kill her, reinforcements have already arrived. Then he reveals his trump card. The son of the Sea Dragon King is coming to eliminate the cat and the snake. Segunda asks whether Vincent encountered him at the dock, and Vincent immediately breaks into a cold sweat at the memory. Vincent braces himself against the table and admits that the creature is an unstoppable beast. Segunda laughs like a villain who has just drawn the perfect winning card, because Vincent's fear confirms that the plan is working. He flatters Vincent as the smartest and most fearsome man he knows, promising him any reward he desires if the operation succeeds. Vincent responds with a modest act, closing his eyes and claiming he is unworthy of such praise. Segunda steps onto the balcony overlooking the ballroom, puts on an innocent expression, and reminds everyone that he had nothing to do with what is about to happen. I am merely another innocent victim, just like all those carefree fools below. As he says it, his gaze settles directly on Erin's girls. Vincent merely sips his drink and agrees. These two are absolutely vile. Then the entire evening collapses into chaos. The ballroom windows shatter as pirates burst into the hall. They tear through the glass and begin destroying everything in their path. Tomo Jack drives his weapon straight through one guest's chest. A second strike cleanly removes another man's head, while a body is thrown into the chandelier. Tomo Jack orders the orcs to kill everyone and seize everything, but the pirates go beyond murder. They start eating people too, because apparently that is the kind of monster they are. From above, Segunda watches the massacre and complains that the pirates went too far because the blood will stain his floors. Naturally, that is what concerns him most. Vincent assures him that the operation is proceeding cleanly and no suspicion will reach the governor. He then tousles his hair, announces that it is time for him to act, and disappears. Meanwhile, Ingrid leads the girls up a staircase in an attempt to escape. Lindsay screams that nobody can run in high heels, while Erin tells her to watch her step. Tomo Jack suddenly appears in front of them, releases an overwhelming aura that freezes everyone in place, and begins pointing at the girls one by one as though choosing his meal from a buffet. He considers Lindsay, Erin, Ingrid, and Luna in turn, before finally choosing Luna. Luna is completely immobilized, remembering how Erin's orc-level killing intent once paralyzed her in the same way. All she can think is, not this again. Laughing, Tomo Jack swings at her, leaving Luna with nothing to do but shield her face. Erin suddenly appears between them and catches the attack with two swords, standing directly in front of Luna, as if he teleported there. Lindsay and the others almost collapse from relief. Luna stares at Aaron's back as he looks over his shoulder and asks whether she is all right. She becomes so flustered that she cannot form a proper sentence. Tamu Jack only grins and mocks Aaron as a fool who gained a little strength and immediately became arrogant. Ian appears in the doorway, takes a single glance at him, and declares that no matter how he looks at him, all he sees is a giant pig. He then casually asks whether the pirate honestly expected to fight only one opponent. Hyla and Karth appear behind him, with Karth resting his axe over one shoulder. Karth grins from ear to ear and says that this is more like it. Now this is finally getting interesting. Tamu Jack is surrounded from every direction. Aaron ahead, Ian blocking the doorway, and Isla and Karth behind him. For one brief moment, it becomes clear that he may be the one who stepped into a trap. He slowly studies each face around him, then suddenly bursts into laughter. Fools never learn, he says. No number of mice will ever be enough to bring down a cat. Arangus glances over Aaron's group and scoffs at the number of opponents. That is barely enough for a snack. Still, dealing with 4 opponents simultaneously would be irritating. He decides to remove the weaker members before focusing on the main fight. He draws back his arm and concentrates a huge amount of dark mana in his fist. Aaron recognizes the danger and immediately orders everyone to move. The punch hits the floor, and the entire staircase collapses beneath them. Isla and Karth take the full impact, falling all the way to the first floor and landing among the invading pirates. The governor casually watches from above as everything disappears beneath a huge cloud of dust, treating the destruction like dinner theater. Karth crawls out of the debris, drops beside Isla, and asks what is wrong with that lunatic. Naturally, the moment they recover their breath, orc pirates appear behind them. One orc named Pack swaggeringly announces that he is tired of eating pigs and wants orc meat instead, claiming first come, first served. Karth fires back that they will see who ends up eating whom. Back upstairs, Tamu Jack stands casually with his sword resting on his shoulder. Arangus looks around, counts the remaining fighters, and concludes that only the cat and snake are left. Now I can finally enjoy myself. He points toward Ian, nicknames him Kitty Cat, and reaches for his weapon. Ian answers that Arangus's strength will not be enough to defeat him and calls him a pig. Orange aura flares around Ian as he delivers the classic challenge. Do you seriously believe brute strength is the only thing that decides a battle? Nearby, Ingrid is watching the exchange. Ingrid has gone completely into fangirl mode. Oh my god, that is my brother. He is the greatest technical fighter in the entire capital. Ingrid insists she has never seen Ian lose and is practically ready to wave a foam finger. Ian launches forward, chaining attacks at incredible speed, and Aaron initially thinks there is no way the pirate can keep up. But Arangus parries every strike effortlessly. Each clash leaves Ian with nothing, until he realizes that Arangus may be reading all his attacks. Looking bored, Arangus casually knocks Ian's sword to the floor. Ingrid and Aaron are stunned as the pirate mocks the famous capital tyrant and throws a glowing punch at Ian's face. Aaron intercepts it, smashing Arangus across the jaw, then tells Ian that this opponent is different and they must fight together. Arangus stands still, touching the fresh wound on his face. He studies the blood on his palm, processes what happened, and admits that it is genuinely impressive. I cannot remember the last time anyone managed to make me bleed. Arangus releases his own aura as well. He draws a shield and sets it before himself, challenging them to give him everything they have. If they fail, he promises to eat both them and the girls. The scene cuts back to Karth and Isla as they finish off their orc opponent. Isla cleanly cuts the orc's throat, then races up the stairs at top speed to support the others. When Isla reaches the top, she sees Aren and Ian battling Arangus together. She is about to join the fight when a hooded man carrying 2 blades suddenly appears behind her and attacks her back. Isla reacts just in time, evades the rapid barrage, and then disarms him with precision, knocking one blade from his hand and sending it clattering down the stairs. The stranger's hand begins to tremble, and Isla recognizes him as the knight from earlier. The man freezes. Isla explains that a Valor Knight never forgets the aura of an opponent they have faced. Vincent finally abandons the disguise, levels his blade at her, and admits that he has not yet had a reason to use his full strength. I suppose I will have to kill you for real. Ian already has a strategy prepared. He tells Irene that he will create an opening. The moment I do, you take him down. Irene gives him a sideways look with his only working eye, clearly wondering if that flashy prince actually said that aloud. Ian is clearly just as unhappy with that statement. Through gritted teeth, Ian admits that he may be one of the capital's finest, but after exchanging blows with this monster, victory is completely out of his reach. Irene is the only one who has a chance. After all, Irene is the more powerful fighter between them. Irene immediately understands the point Ian is trying to make. So Ian really believes I'm the stronger one here. Irene looks up at him as if to say, Did you honestly think I would leave you to die in this place? A small, almost villain-like grin spreads across Ian's face. Not a chance. The two of them immediately charge straight toward Hiatagus, Enos. Elsewhere, the main hall has turned into complete chaos. Isla and Vincent are trading attacks evenly. Karth is locked in a brutal grapple with Puck, while the backup team is getting absolutely wrecked. Karth quickly counts the problems piling up around him, and he hates every part of the situation. Orc pirates have him trapped on the first floor. A masked freak is giving Isla a miserable fight on the staircase. Aaron and Ian are being overwhelmed on the second floor, but nobody can reach them in time, because apparently, things couldn't possibly get worse. Isla aims for Vincent's stomach, but Vincent evades the thrust, vaults over him, lands at his back, and declares that Isla will never reach the second floor. At that moment, Hiatagus, Inu storms back into the fight, roaring at the top of his lungs. Orangis catches the attack with both blades, but when Ian strikes from behind, he simply raises his shield and shuts the assault down instantly. They unload every attack they have, yet this monster somehow comes out on top. One of his eyes is barely open, as if he is unimpressed by the entire assault. Is that really the best you can do? A blade narrowly misses Orangis's head, and Ian is enraged that he managed to avoid it, wondering how anyone can move with that kind of speed. Now Orangus is roaring like a maniac. Orangus suddenly appears behind Ian and brings his weapon down. Ian raises his sword to defend himself, but the blade breaks apart under the impact. One blade is gone, leaving Ian with just a single weapon. And that is exactly what the plan was counting on. Ian throws away the shattered hilt and clamps both hands around Orangus's weapon arm. Iren notices that the opening has been secured. This is the opening they were waiting for. Ian yells at Iren to finish him immediately. Iren launches himself forward. Orangus spots the attack, abandons his sword, throws Ian over his body, and sends him crashing directly into Iren. Both fighters hit the ground, and Iren realizes the trap a moment too late. Orangus is already in the air, pulling his shield back for a devastating strike. The shield crashes onto Ian's arm, and the bones give way instantly. Iron coughs up blood, yet his grip remains locked in place. Iron punches Orangus across the face and knocks him away, but Ian receives a brutal blow to the stomach that sends him coughing blood through a table. The sisters cry out desperately for their injured brothers. Orangus has completely lost whatever sanity he had left. He calls them nothing more than food before breaking into wild laughter. Seeing her friends thrown around like pins sends Isla into a panic, but when she screams Iron's name, Vincent slices her cheek and mocks her for taking her eyes off the battle. On the first floor, Arangus starts celebrating over the fallen Ian and Iron, declaring that both the cat and snake are down before asking the four sisters which one he should eat first. Unfortunately for him, the fight is not over yet. Despite being battered beyond belief, he rises again with one arm dangling uselessly and his katana held in the other. All the girls shout his name together, leaving Arangas completely stunned. Arangas cannot understand how anyone could survive that punishment and still stand. Iron regains his balance and calmly acknowledges Arangas' strength. He admits that Arangas surpasses him in both power and skill, but adds that if those are his only advantages, then the battle is already decided. Iron has already defeated plenty of opponents who were every bit as dangerous. Arangas is shaken by Iron's claim and seriously asks whether he has truly killed someone of the same level, or if the beating has finally driven him into hallucinating. Iron simply shuts his eyes, smiles faintly, and tells him that even a complete explanation would be wasted on someone like him. As Iron speaks, Iren studies Arangas and silently compares him to the warrior who destroyed half of the Demon Slayer Corps, deciding that this man is nowhere near that level. That thought triggers a brief flashback to Iren battling the Troll King. The creature was a living nightmare, its tongue hanging grotesquely from its mouth. It was the most savage and disturbing monster Iren had ever encountered. Back in the present, blood continues to drip from Iren's hand. Then, without any conscious effort from him, that arm begins to move. That is because this is the very same body that survived the previous battle. When he was still Raven, defeating the Troll King had transformed his body into something essentially immortal. Arangas's eyes widen in disbelief. Iren settles into a fighting stance and points his katana directly at Arangas. Arangas can only stare, unable to understand how Iren's right arm is moving at all. That arm should have been completely shattered. For a moment, the scene shifts to the spectators. Ingrid asks Iren whether he truly had an experience this extreme in his past. Iren casually denies it, saying his brother never found himself involved in anything this troublesome. Lindsay tilts her head, wondering whether everyone heard that correctly, while Luna remembers their first meeting and doubts that the man she knew could possess this much strength and resolve. Back in the fight, Orangus recovers from the surprise, flashes Iran a cruel grin, and tells him to stop acting impressive while barely alive. He then glows red and swings his cutlass, but Iran ducks beneath the blow and Orangus is genuinely stunned that he can still move so well. Iran counters, only for Orangus to block perfectly with his shield, leaving Iran wondering how he managed to read the attack. Before Iran can analyze it, Arangus smashes him across the room with his shield. Iran is sent flying, but he digs his feet into the floor to reduce his momentum. Arangus rushes in with the shield covering his body, leaving Iran unable to see the attack or locate an opening. So Iran lowers his head and makes a genius move, tracking the sword's shadow to predict what comes next. The shadow moves directly toward him, confirming Iran's suspicion that a thrust is coming, and he prepares for it perfectly. Sure enough, Arangus thrusts forward, but Iren slips aside with ease and reminds him that he has already buried fighters from his level. Although the blade remains aimed at him, Iren focuses on the flawless coordination between Arangus's sword, shield, and movement. This has to be the Ratuan style. A quick history lesson. Ratuan was an ocean-built city created by ancient dwarves until the orcs conquered it decades ago and turned it into the largest orc kingdom in the world. The orcs developed this unique fencing method by anchoring themselves behind shields and mounting archipelago sabers onto their special court shields. Iren recognizes it because Arangus is using the same method Isla once used against Killian. He also knows the southern style, which means he is either a renowned warrior from that region or the result of some nobleman's very questionable relationship with an orc. Arangus notices that Iren has regenerated and is already adapting to the Ratuan style. That is anything but normal. His technique has overwhelmed everyone, even the royal prince, so Arangus knows he is unmatched in strength and skill. Yet if Iren's claim about defeating fighters like him is true, something about this boy still makes no sense. His attention shifts toward Ian. The man I knocked down with one strike might recover if his allies reach him in time. He looks down at Isla and Karth still fighting below, and realizes that letting those two reach the upper floor would create a serious problem. With his father's ambitions and the Sea Dragon King in mind, he decides this Pendragon must be eliminated immediately. He bares his teeth, rests the saber over his shoulder, and taunts Iren for being an excellent dodger, but insists that this little rat is about to be caught by the cat. Iren answers with silence. Eren turns away and remarks that he dislikes fighting dragons outside, then adds with a sinister grin that even worms apparently understand loyalty. Iren's eyes widen because he instantly understands Eren's real target. Eren suddenly turns around and sprints the opposite way. He heads directly toward Ian lying on the table, with Eren racing after him. Arangus grabs Ian's leg and lifts him upside down, laughing that since Eren keeps avoiding him, he will turn Ian into a bloody smoothie instead. Ian hangs upside down with murder in his eyes, secretly gripping a broken bottle. Ian hurls the bottle with all his strength, driving it through Arangus's cheek and into his eye. Arangus clutches his face and screams that Ian has destroyed his eye. Arangus lands upright and admits that the little worm clearly does not know when to retreat. He also has an impressive talent for striking back. While Arangus is distracted by his rage, Iren quietly attacks from behind. Somehow, the slippery fighter detects the attack at the final instant and evades it. He immediately parries Iren's follow-up strike, leaving Ian watching from the background in disbelief at how quickly the block happened. Unfortunately, Iren's katana chooses that exact moment to break into fragments. Iren is suddenly left standing without a weapon. Does that make him panic? Not at all. Iren grabs Arangus's arm, scrambles up his body, and hooks a leg around his neck from the blind side to choke him. Arangus is completely baffled by the absurd hold, unable to understand who chokes someone with a leg from such an impossible angle. Arangus drops his sword and relies on brute force, seizing Iren in his massive hands and hurling him away while shouting that these tricks will not work on him. However, while flying through the air, Iren notices that Arangus has left both palms exposed. On the way down, Iren catches Arangus's thumb and violently bends it backward. The pain is so intense that Arangus's pupils contract into tiny dots, and while he is completely overwhelmed, Iren grabs his entire hand midair. They slam onto their backs, with Iren calmly positioning himself to break the man's arm. Meanwhile, Isla continues battling Vincent on equal footing. Isla has finally had enough and decides to finish the fight with one full power attack. His enormous swing shatters the hooded fighter's sword and cuts straight through his arm. Holding both broken blades, Isla mocks them as fragile needles suited for ambushes, not real combat. Vincent stares at his destroyed sword, then grabs his wounded arm, revealing a strange tattoo marked with towers. Just as Isla notices the tattoo, a horrifying scream echoes from above, making both fighters turn toward the sound. Vincent realizes the scream came from Agris. He is stunned, unable to believe that the monster he faced upstairs could have been defeated. Karth has already destroyed the orcs, and now he waves his axe around while boasting that the orcs from Ancona Forest are the strongest. He makes this declaration beside an actual mountain of defeated bodies. With his plan collapsing around him, Vincent starts considering an immediate escape. The entire orc squad has been wiped out, and Vincent stares at Isla and Karth as sweat pours down his face, unable to comprehend what kind of monsters they are. Vincent makes the sensible choice and escapes by leaping from the staircase. Isla watches Vincent flee for a moment, then turns toward Irene and races over to support him. Back at Irene's fight, Arranges stands with a mangled finger, while Irene faces him with a sword and a huge grin. Irene remarks that the situation seems a little different now. That must be frustrating for you. Arranges takes the taunt personally at once. He screams that a single broken finger is nowhere near enough to defeat him. At that moment, Isla and Karth rush up behind Arranges. Irene celebrates loudly and calls their names just to mock him, pushing Arranges into an even greater rage. Arranges then throws his shield at Ian as a distraction. Irene kicks the shield aside, but is forced down to one knee. When he looks up, Arranges is already climbing through the window, promising with a venomous glare that their rematch will end with every one of their necks broken. Aaron rushes toward the window, but Arranges has already disappeared after calling for his mount. As he falls through the trees, a griffin dives beneath him and flies away carrying him. The boys erupt at the window, furious that the coward escaped on a griffin and swearing they will not let him get away with it. Aaron looks down and calmly says that damaging Arranges' eye should keep him away for some time. Isla then reveals the shocking truth. The man who attacked him before was Knight Vincent. The boys stare at him in disbelief. Hearing the name makes Ian furious, and he realizes that the entire incident was arranged from the beginning. After thinking it over, Ian admits that this information by itself is not solid proof. He then asks Isla whether Vincent was truly powerful. Isla considers the battle and says that the two of them were evenly matched. Vincent was clearly far beyond a normal knight. Isla turns to Irene, points at his shoulder, and reminds him that he also bears a tower-shaped tattoo. Irene is genuinely caught off guard by the revelation. Isla obviously understands something important about the mark. The scene then moves to Saul and the other members of the Pendragon family. Helena is reading aloud to Mia when she turns and notices a figure flying past the moon. Back with Arranges, who is still fleeing from Irene and the others, an old man flies toward him while shouting his real name and insulting him for failing such a simple task. Arranges protests, reminding him that he promised never to use that name again. The governor snaps back, asking why he should honor a promise to someone who failed his side of the agreement. Segunda completely erupts in anger. He waves his arms wildly, berating Arranges for destroying his estate and failing to eliminate the targets. Arranges smugly points out that the snake survived intact, while the cat suffered plenty of injuries. Then his eyes widen as he adds that he will have the witch doctor complete the assassination. That sends Segunda into an even greater rage, and he demands to know which healer Arranges means. Arranges dismounts from the griffin and explains that his goal was to kidnap Irene's mother. That is why he sent the orcs to her location. With a vile grin, he reveals that the witch doctor specializes in brainwashing people and killing them. Hearing this, Segunda's legs nearly collapse, and he begins trembling from head to toe. Aranga claims that everything would have gone perfectly if the witch doctor were present, then suddenly blames Segunda for sending him to the villa in the first place. According to Aranga, the entire disaster happened because of Segunda's own lust. Still trembling, Segunda tells him to be quiet, reminding him that he boasted about his abilities, yet accomplished nothing. Arangas strikes him across the face with such force that teeth fly from Segunda's mouth along with his monocle. Segunda crashes down while clutching his mouth, and Arangas remarks that he should have started with that solution. Arangas begins kicking him, claiming that this beating will make sure nobody suspects him of arranging the entire scheme. Afterward, he strips Segunda, takes his cane and belongings, and declares them his reward. Segunda is left lying in the dirt, beaten senseless and completely naked. Back at the villa, the entire place has descended into chaos. Griffins battle overhead, while the Pendragon Knights viciously beat down the invading orcs below. The green orcs are dismantling their blue opponents one by one, leaving the blue side screaming that this cannot be happening. The blue army may have the numbers, but that advantage means nothing when the green warriors are both stronger and furious. Two glowing green orcs suddenly rush straight into the fight. Killian simply draws back his sword and takes one of them out with a single slash. Barrio and Reed stare from behind him in total disbelief, shouting, "Did you seriously just one-shot that monster?" Helena notices the green radiance covering Killian's blade and immediately identifies it as a shamanic enhancement skill. Sure enough, Cardle is nearby empowering the entire group, with griffins circling him as he confidently chuckles that the centaur incident gave him more than enough motivation to master this spell. Elsewhere, a group is observing the entire orc massacre through a magical viewing orb. Several men sit frozen in front of the image. One of them can barely believe it, saying that the archipelago's most renowned orcs are actually being driven backward. Another points out that their attackers are the Pendragons, and this is no small force they are dealing with. A third man stands with them, casually holding a strange centipede in his hand. He credits the entire turnaround to the enhancement spell, then casually bites into the centipede and remarks that he is not the only one capable of such magic, although his version belongs to an entirely higher tier. With a terrifyingly unhinged grin, he unleashes a red aura and declares that, naturally, every person on the battlefield is beneath him. The other two are immediately paralyzed with fear, sensing the medicine man's sinister aura and realizing that this power could effortlessly erase hundreds of knights and mercenaries. The skull-faced man, Galota, dismisses the battle as meaningless, calling the orcs mere pests until the worm family is handled, the family whose mother they intend to abduct. Boda reminds the others that the Dark King himself issued their command, channels dark magic into the orb, and desperately demands to know where their lady is. The scene shifts to Helena, who is clutching Mia tightly while trembling in fear. Everyone is packed into one corner of the locked room, with Todd whimpering that he does not want to die, while Kazel stubbornly claims he is not afraid. Although Helena is terrified herself, she encourages the others by insisting that their soldiers are battling just outside and that there is nothing to fear, before admitting that she desperately hopes it is true. At that very moment, the door protecting them begins to shine a blazing red. The light leaves everyone speechless, but the shock quickly turns into panic when they notice the metal door melting away. Helena's mind practically crashes. After all, that was a heavily reinforced metal door. Galota and his squad are waiting on the other side, while he casually snuffs the flame from his fingertip. He greets them with a disturbingly casual, "So, how's everyone doing?" He orders Helena to bind herself so they can depart, then points toward the others and warns that resisting will reduce every one of them to ash just like the door. Mia immediately breaks down, and the children begin trembling as they cry that they do not want to die. Helena refuses to back down and steps toward him, asking whether this truly came from the governor. Galota dismisses her questions, warns that he can force her, and lets the bandage around his hand uncoil, shoot forward, bind the princess, and gag her within seconds. Helena crashes face first onto the floor, while the maid screams her name in panic. Galota signals to the brothers behind him. The man behind him watches with a smug smile, thinking that kidnapping a duchess was laughably easy when a witch doctor operates on an entirely different level from ordinary humans. Without warning, his face is sliced straight apart and the entire squad is vaporized in an instant. Galota spins around, completely stunned by the sudden massacre. Standing calmly among the terrified children is Saul, her arm transformed into a blazing sword after eliminating the entire squad. The moment Helena sees Saul, hope returns to her face. Galota is left speechless, unable to understand how Saul burned them away so quickly that not even one drop of blood remained. The only question he can force out is whether that was an aura blade. After watching Saul erase his entire squad without effort, Galota is left trembling where he stands. Then a horrifying thought suddenly enters his mind. He has slaughtered thousands of knights, nobles, bandits, orcs, and countless other creatures. So why is he terrified of a single girl? Helena remains on the floor, struggling to speak through the gag, while Galota's eyes redden with sheer panic as he confronts the unbelievable truth that he is afraid of Saul. Facing Saul and her still glowing aura blade, Galota grits his teeth as the answer finally becomes clear. This creature cannot possibly be human. Not with stones set into her forehead and enormous wings emerging from her back. Her sword and inhuman features remind him of the dragons, and he realizes that only one race could possess such power. Dragons. He never gets to finish the thought, because a moment later his severed head crashes onto the floor. Saul simply walks past the corpse without sparing it even a glance. The scene moves to Isla steering the carriage as the group heads back toward the villa. Ian's stomach suddenly growls, making him press a hand against it, while Ingrid turns around to check on him. Ian assures her that he feels much better because the shield's healing power worked miracles, then studies Aaron suspiciously and asks what is going on with his body. Still confused, he points out that the monster's shield struck Aaron directly, yet Aaron rose and continued fighting as though nothing had happened. Aaron lowers his gaze and credits Soul Drake's power, leaving Ian to lean back and marvel at how absurdly powerful Soul Drake truly is. Back at the villa, griffins circle overhead as Killian proudly thrusts out his sword, points toward the defeated Lin orcs, and shouts that they completely crushed them. The entire squad erupts into celebration, chanting that they won and proudly calling themselves the Pendragon's invincible army. Nearby, Cardle calmly strokes a griffin's head. With griffins filling the area, Saul silently observes the celebration. Helena approaches Saul to thank her for the rescue, though she looks away and folds her arms, clearly embarrassed. Still petting the griffin, Saul simply replies that protecting Helena was her order. Helena grows even more awkward and says she knows Saul was not truly required to protect her. Saul is only obligated to save the person who made a contract with her. Helena lowers her eyes as an old memory resurfaces. When Gordon was still alive, Helena once encountered a white dragon disguised in human form. Seeing that dragon standing beside Gordon and speaking with him had stirred an unexpected jealousy inside Helena. Returning to the present, Helena closes her eyes and tells Saul that the way she looks at her son seems to carry deep pain. Saul listens carefully, as though Helena's words are awakening a memory buried deep in the past. Looking deeply uncomfortable, Helena admits that she is only beginning to understand this emotion, then bows and asks Saul to protect her child forever. Though the words are painful, Helena forces herself to continue. She says she has realized that her son may now be an entirely different person, and even if someone else exists inside him, she will still love him with all her heart. Sobbing openly, Helena tells Saul in a trembling voice that she is trying to love him. Saul and the Griffin exchange a glance before Saul tilts her head and admits that Helena remains difficult for her to understand as well. Looking at the crying woman, Saul says that whether he is Ravenvolt or Iren Pendragon, she still recognizes him as Alex. And among everyone she has contracted with, Iren is her favorite. Right then, heavy footsteps begin echoing up from the lower floors. Iren and the girls rush into the room at full speed. Completely out of breath, Iren immediately calls out to his mother. "Are you all right? I heard someone attacked you." Helena wipes away her tears, assures him that Saul saved her, and then checks whether everyone else made it back safely. Iren waves dismissively and insists that everything is perfectly fine and absolutely nothing happened to them. The others shoot Iren an unimpressed look, basically reminding him that he had come dangerously close to dying. Helena presses a hand to her chest, thanks him for returning safely, and then embraces him like a true mother welcoming her son home. She then embraces her daughter and asks what happened, while Iren stares up at the moon, tilts his head back dramatically, and quietly says, "Mother." A short while later, the household is getting ready for bed. Iren stands beside his door while the girls line up before him, and his mother and sister smile as they wish him good night. Iren's gaze settles on his wife Linda, instantly making her flustered. Luna watches as he hugs Linda and calls her his beloved wife, leaving the poor girl bright red with embarrassment. Just as Iren turns to leave, Luna stops him and says she needs to discuss something important with him immediately. Outside, the floor is covered with fallen orcs. Karth and Cardal stand among their dead comrades, but instead of mourning, Karth lowers his head before grinning at Iren and admitting that he is actually jealous of them. Iren and Luna both stare at him in confusion. "Jealous? You mean jealous of the corpses?" The orc explains that these warriors dreamed of dying in battle, meaning they have achieved the perfect ending in their eyes. The orcs begin cheering through their smiles, and Karth tells Kartal that they should send their comrades to the Earth God with a ceremony worthy of them, instead of using the dull traditional method. Kartal's staff shines green, tiny sprouts emerge beside the bodies, and flowers quickly bloom from them until their radiance floods the entire room. The orcs dance through tears of joy, declaring that they are all brothers, while Luna watches with a tear sliding down her cheek and admits that the ceremony is genuinely beautiful. Iren explains that only those who fought beside the fallen are allowed to witness this ritual. Since the orcs are allowing them to watch, it means they now consider them family. Iren then shifts the conversation, reminding Luna that she said she had something important to discuss. "Let's move somewhere more private." The pair soon sits on a set of steps, gazing out over the ocean. That is when the conversation takes a much more serious turn. Luna finally opens her heart and wonders whether their lives might have turned out differently if she had not ended their engagement. Perhaps they would even be married by now. Iren only lowers his brows and remains completely silent. That silence hits harder than any reply could have. Luna admits that she regrets the decision after witnessing how much Iren has changed, but then reminds herself that ending the engagement was her family's choice, leaving her with no way to fight it. She finally confesses that ever since Iren rescued her from the pirate, he has occupied her thoughts constantly. Fighting back tears, she admits that these feelings are not going away. Iren gives her the bluntest answer possible. He is sorry, but he does not feel the same way. Luna freezes briefly before softly accepting his answer. She begins blaming herself, remembering how cruelly she treated Iren when everyone saw him as a failure. Now that he has become successful, she feels as though she is crawling back to him, and she hates how desperate that makes her look. But Iren surprises her by gazing at the sea and telling her that she has misunderstood everything. That is not the reason at all. He does not hate Luna, nor does he see her as pathetic. The truth behind his rejection is far more disturbing. Iren reveals that he has never experienced genuine emotions in his entire life, feeling more like a pawn moved around a board by someone else. There was never any space for feelings in that existence. Clutching his head, he says that anyone who tried to get close would receive the exact same answer. He rises, apologizes once more, and tells Luna to get some sleep. Before leaving, he turns toward the bushes and calls out to Princess Ingrid, telling her to rest as well. Iren walks away convinced that solitude is the safest path for him. Yet the memory of his mother embracing him returns to his mind, even as he knows he cannot allow things to continue this way. Sooner or later, he will have to return to his hometown. Meanwhile, at the Chamber of Commerce near the port, Several men sit around a table trading rumors. One of them suddenly asks whether the others have heard the news. The Latuan orc stormed the party and caused absolute chaos. The governor himself was caught up in the disaster. His black-haired companion interrupts him with the real headline. The unbelievable part is that the Pendragons were guests at that very ball, and their knights annihilated the entire orc force. At the neighboring table, a man in a white vest listens in while staring at a scale piled high with gold coins. He silently calculates the value, mentally weighing every possibility. Ron recalls how Irene defeated a monster regarded as unbeatable in the south, while Irene's knight Isla had also pushed him to his limits. Still, Ron dismisses the thought and drops a few more coins onto the scale. A man suddenly runs over, shouting for President Ron. Ron turns around irritably and demands to know what he wants. The messenger tells him that an extraordinary business opportunity has appeared. Irene Pendragon himself has arrived. Inside Ron's office, Irene looks around in genuine amazement at the place's unbelievable luxury. He tells Ron that no small or medium-sized business could afford an office like this, meaning Ron must be making an enormous amount of money. Ron clearly dislikes the teasing and pours himself a drink with a frown, while Irene keeps needling him by saying that the governor really did a number on Louis's economy. Irene adds that Ron must have excellent people working for him. Ron offers him the glass for a toast, but deliberately lets it fall. When Irene reaches to catch it, Ron launches a kick at his head. Irene dodges at the last moment, after which Ron unleashes a barrage of punches. Irene blocks every strike without losing his rhythm, then catches Ron's fist and says that this is exactly what he expected from the cunning fox. Ron seizes Irene by the collar and admits that anyone who defeated the Dark King must obviously be powerful. But if Irene believes Ron will be easy to kill, he has chosen the wrong opponent. Ron refuses to fall easily, especially while he still has unfinished business in this world. Then Irene completely turns the situation on its head. Without raising his voice, Irene reveals Ron's hidden master plan in detail. Ron intends to use the Chamber of Commerce to narrow the economic divide with the Empire and strengthen the local economy. Ron's eyes widen in shock, because this secret was never supposed to be known. Irene releases him, smiles, and assures him that he did not come to kill him. He came to recruit Ron, because he knows the identity hidden beneath the businessman's name. The master of the Tower of Twilight. Ron goes completely still. Meanwhile, Irene wonders how he failed to recognize the truth earlier. After all, Vincent is such an unremarkable name. He remembers Isla once mentioning the tower-shaped tattoo on someone's shoulder. The connection finally falls into place. The Tower of Twilight is a hidden organization whose members carry the same tattoo and possess extraordinary talent. Its leaders are known as masters and claim to pursue justice across the entire world. Irene recalls hearing this legend around a campfire in his previous life, so he explains everything he knows. He explains that Ron's true objective is to unite small and medium businesses against the major merchants and nobles, restrict their profits, and prevent them from becoming excessively wealthy and powerful. Ron stands speechless, demanding to know how Irene could possibly know all of this. I have never revealed this to anyone. It turns out that in Irene's previous life, Vincent was genuinely regarded as a hero. Not just any hero, one of the most famous of them all. Crossing his arms, Irene says the one thing he still cannot understand is why someone as capable as Ron works for Count Segunda. Ron falls silent for a moment before explaining that the Count is actually a nobleman who taught him to look past social rank and use authority to strengthen the economy, making the entire population wealthier. Aaron admits that this was precisely why he had planned to kill Ron and Ian when he first arrived, though he quickly adds that Prince Ian might have been on that list too. Ron turns toward him and simply confirms that he is right. He snatches the bottle from the table and launches into a rant about the royal nobles, accusing them of chasing power without caring who survives, while insisting that his only concern is keeping ordinary people safe and healthy. After taking a drink of champagne, he declares that, honestly, every noble is pretty much another version of Count Segunda. Ron smiles and points out that this would include him as well. Even a Pendragon. Ron answers with nothing but a hard stare. That gives Irene the opening to make his proposal. He invites Ron to visit Pendragon lands and spend some time with them. Irene tells him to judge the situation with his own eyes. If Ron concludes that the people would benefit from cutting their income, or even from killing Irene outright, he is free to act however he sees fit. Ron is left speechless, but after another sip, he realizes that joining forces with Irene would give him access to all of Count Segunda's groups, and Irene's smile makes it clear that this is exactly one of the advantages. The entire table breaks into smiles, and Ron finally agrees to give their partnership a chance. Irene tells him that he will be ready for him. As Irene leaves, he casually tosses 2 gold coins onto the scale, but their weight slams the entire thing to the floor. Ron stares at the wreckage in confusion, while Irene waves over his shoulder and explains that the money covers the special beer Ron used to frighten him, so the drinks are on him. Ron looks down at the ruined scale, smiles to himself, and admits that Irene Pendragon is truly one of a kind. Back at the castle, Irene and Ian relax over drinks while discussing the battle they have just survived. Irene then checks whether Ian's injuries have finally healed. Ian assures him that everything is fine now, thanks to the healer. Gazing up at the sky, Ian admits that the whole ordeal was one unforgettable adventure. He figures Ingrid may have been permanently traumatized by the experience. Ian immediately snaps, points at Irene, and makes it clear that nobody is taking his Ingrid anywhere. He declares that his decision is absolute. Irene simply shuts his eyes with a smile and tells Ian that the choice is his. He tells Ian to handle the matter in whatever way he prefers. Irene then reveals the real plan. The investigation is still active, and he intends to continue it with Isla and Saul. Ian looks puzzled and asks if the mission will really involve only the three of them. He points out that they still have no idea what their enemies are plotting. Irene remains completely relaxed, since Saul by herself is more powerful than the entire enemy group combined. Ian laughs and says that this is obvious, considering Saul is literally a dragon walking around in human form, a complete monster. He quickly corrects himself, admitting that calling her a monster may not be the fairest choice of words. Ian remembers the pirate captain who endured his strike, broke his sword with a single swing, and battled two of them while laughing throughout the fight. Rune suspects that the man was a half-orc familiar with numerous southern combat styles, suggesting that a force far more powerful than the Count is controlling events from behind the scenes. Irene admits that he is secretly grateful Ian is fighting beside him, because without Ian's help he would be dead. Embarrassed, Ian fires back that Irene hits with absurd force even while injured. That suddenly reminds them of one unfinished task, right? They still need to track down that goofly guy hiding in the Imperial Palace. By morning, Irene's squad, family, the Harpy, the Goblin, and everyone else gather around the black carriage to send Ian, Luna, and Ingrid on their way. Irene's mother, sister, and wife wave with smiles, while Princess Luna silently gazes across the sea, deep in thought. Vincent also departs, riding away toward the setting sun. Later that night, near two enormous towers as a ship passes by, we find Segunda inside a room having a complete meltdown. Clutching his head in panic, he keeps wondering what he is supposed to do next. The morning's events had completely spiraled out of control. Ian had gone straight to the Imperial Palace. The assassination attempt had failed miserably. Duchess Helena had slipped away, and Vincent had disappeared without a trace. Segunda slams his fist into his own leg and screams in disbelief. He begins panicking over the fact that Goofly now has to be made a prince immediately. His hands tremble as his thoughts descend further into panic. He worries that they may investigate the attempted assassination of Prince Ian. Even worse, what if they travel to Ciscus and uncover the evidence waiting there? As if on cue, the story shifts over to Ciscus. The entire region is surrounded by massive mountains. Two riders race across the land on horseback, screaming as two enormous falcons dive after them. One rider looks back and wonders how the creatures even reached this cursed island, only for arrows to suddenly streak through the air and bring down both falcons before they hit the ground. When he looks up, three men on a hill are aiming crossbows at the birds, but a final giant falcon dives straight at him with its talons extended. The swordsman calmly draws his blade, jumps onto the creature in midair, and cuts it cleanly in half with one swing. The watching merchants are terrified, convinced the mercenaries are about to rob them, until one of them rides forward and begs them not to take their money. The swordsman wipes the blood from his weapon, with his eyes closed, and calmly says that he only wanted to test the blade. Relieved, the merchants thank him and ask for his identity, but he keeps his back turned as the wind blows through his hair. He lowers his head slightly and introduces himself with a single name, Raven. And here comes the twist. Raven is actually Aaron, now disguised in a completely new appearance. Aaron turns toward Isla and Saul, and the trio continues on its journey together. Their investigation has officially begun. The group later pauses at a roadside tavern to rest, eat, and gather information at the same time. A waitress approaches, places several glasses on their table, and asks whether they are ready to order. She leans toward Aaron and quietly recites the entire menu right beside his ear. Along with drinks and food, she slyly offers to provide some very personal service as well. Before the conversation can become any more awkward, Aaron raises a hand and drops a hefty stack of gold coins onto the table. He orders 2 beers, steamed pork, and herb-seasoned fried chicken. After removing his hood, he adds one more request: the famous rice this region is known for. A few minutes later, the table is covered with impressive-looking dishes, and everyone starts eating. Ellie tastes the rice and is shocked, since she believed this variety only grew in the southern regions. Aaron explains that mountains surround the entire region, making normal farming extremely difficult. However, the region receives heavy rainfall, which makes it perfect for growing rice. Isla and Saul stare at Aaron, clearly wondering how he knows so much about the area. Isla finally voices the question. You seem to know an unusually large amount about this region. Eren mentally brushes off the suspicion and gives himself a vague answer. Probably. Saul, meanwhile, has absolutely no interest in the conversation. She is far too busy calmly chewing on a chicken leg. The tavern suddenly grows incredibly noisy. Adventurers are shouting over one another. One of them grabs the waitress inappropriately and calls her cute, while several others prepare to start fights across the room. Taking in the chaos, Eren realizes that these cursed mountains are packed with mercenaries and demons, making him wonder how the region earned such a terrible reputation. The explanation comes from the past. Around 10 years earlier, the local count spent a fortune purchasing control of the territory, and his enormous private army forced the imperial troops to withdraw. The problem was that purchasing the land consumed half his fortune, leaving him unable to pay for its continued protection. With the defenses weakened, bandits and demons moved in freely, turning the region into one of the most dangerous places around. Because the lord had already exhausted half his wealth, he had to depend on the locals for defense while spending the rest of his money on mercenaries to cover the remaining weaknesses. That story makes Eren think about his own past. He remembers that the Vault family had also trained soldiers to defend their people. That thought unlocks memories he would rather have left buried. Images from his former life begin flashing through his mind. A massive building burns violently. Eren is shown kneeling in chains. His family is being executed before his eyes. Just as Eren's tragic memories reach their darkest point, a body suddenly flies across the tavern and crashes directly into their table. The impact sends the table and every dish on it crashing to the floor. And this is where things get personal. Eren has just relived the memory of his entire bloodline being destroyed. But Isla has a completely different kind of trauma. He watches his precious rice explode across the tavern, and the look on his face suggests his soul has genuinely left his body. The throne adventurer gets back on his feet and insults a red-haired girl, calling her an amateur who has no idea how dangerous her actions are. The girl, Skyla, grabs her belt and fires back that he is the one courting danger, especially after touching her where he had no right to, and says he had better pay if he wants to do it again. The man draws his daggers and charges at her, shouting that Skyla belongs to him. That is when Isla rises to teach the idiot a crucial lesson. You do not destroy a southerner's meal and expect to walk away peacefully. Isla may forgive many things, but the rice disaster is not one of them, and the entire tavern bursts out laughing. The leader of this chaotic group then approaches, pats Skyla on the head, and apologizes to Eren's team for her behavior. He seats himself at their table, casually wraps an arm around Skyla, and gestures for everyone to keep eating. He offers another quick apology. Pointing to himself, he introduces himself as Jonathan Barson, though everyone calls him Jody. He points toward the sharp-eyed man and identifies him as Gus. Finally, he introduces the short, red-haired menace as Skyla. Jody then turns to Eren and asks who the rest of them are. Eren immediately wonders whether introductions are really needed. Jonathan insists that, as mercenaries, building connections is practically their entire business. Eren gives the name Raven, and Jonathan chuckles because he clearly knows it is fake, but accepts it anyway. He introduces the others as his relatives, Elkin and Saul, then casually reveals that Saul is his wife, prompting Jody to remark that an entire mercenary family is not something he sees every day. Jonathan assumes they came for monster hunting work, since the region is overrun and neither the locals nor the government know how to solve the problem, making capable mercenaries extremely valuable. He adds that this opportunity depends on whether they are actually strong enough, earning him a cold, unfriendly stare from Eren and Isla. Meanwhile, Skyla focuses entirely on Isla, calling him adorable, saying he is exactly her type, and inviting him along for some extra benefits. Gus can only sigh, clearly familiar with this routine. Gus mutters that Skyla becomes more unhinged every day, while Jonathan casually waves it off and tells them to ignore his teammates. Eren then leans forward and asks about the Lord hiring them. Jonathan confirms that it is the man who controls the entire region. When Eren hears the name of the person who once mocked him, his expression turns cold as he asks, Tylan. The atmosphere instantly freezes, and Jonathan goes pale, wondering where that terrifying murderous aura came from. Jonathan tries to stay composed and confirms that Tylan is indeed the man. He adds that a meeting is already arranged, and the job pays very well. Eren takes a measured drink of beer, calmly verifies the offer, and continues staring into the distance. He looks at his companions, who are still eating as though nothing happened, then stands and announces that they will join this group and head directly to Tylan's estate. Isla is stunned by Eren's decision, but Eren has already made up his mind. Before anyone can react, Skyla throws herself across the table, grabs Isla's hands, and excitedly describes how they will travel, fight, and spend their nights together. She tells Isla not to be shy, because she will personally teach him everything. Isla desperately looks between Eren and Saul, silently begging them to rescue him. Unfortunately, everyone chooses to act as though Isla is invisible. Aaron approaches Jonathan and delivers a dramatic speech about fate bringing them together and the importance of their connection. Jonathan simply smiles and admits that he had been thinking the exact same thing. It would almost be a heartwarming moment if Isla were not suffering horribly in the background. Later that evening, the group crowds into a back room, where Isla stands with crossed arms and demands to know why their party has suddenly grown to 6 people. Aaron calmly takes hold of his sword and explains that they are already traveling across the empire to gather information, so having more companions gives them better cover. He then looks directly at Saul and points out that she is especially difficult to keep unnoticed. A short while later, after Isla leaves the room, Saul finally gets the opportunity to ask Aaron what has been troubling her. She asks whether this man is Ruv Thailand. She wants to know if he is the person who framed Raven and wiped out the entire Vault family. The question immediately drags Aaron into a deeply painful mood. The subject has reopened wounds he thought he had buried. The story now takes us back to Aaron's childhood. A young Aaron stands before Thailand, bright-eyed and thrilled, as he announces that he will become a knight of the Brescia family. Thailand nods beside his son Jeff, who holds a letter and tells Aaron that his exceptional skills are the reason he was recommended. Aaron accepts the letter with immense gratitude, while Thailand explains that because he recommended him, all Aaron has to do is deliver it to some guests staying in the country. It sounds like a harmless little delivery job, right? Aaron races home and bursts through the door, excitedly telling his father and brother that Lord Thailand recommended him for knighthood, and that completing this final task will secure his place. His father smiles and calls it a tremendous opportunity, since Thailand is the Count's most trusted man, and his recommendation carries enormous weight. For a brief moment, everything seemed perfect. Then the entire situation collapsed into disaster. Knights bearing yellow horse emblems stormed up to the house with drawn swords, shouting accusations of treason at Aaron's entire family. Aaron watches in horror, convinced that some terrible mistake has been made. He cannot believe that this is really happening. The truth is that Thailand's letter was meant for Prince Zion. When the prince opened the letter, he was exposed to poison hidden in the ink. The prince died instantly, and magic within the letter caused it to burn away completely. Because Aaron had delivered the letter, his family immediately became the primary suspects. In the dungeon, Aaron is tied to a pole and nearly dead after days of torture when Thailand strolls in casually, hands in his pockets, smiling like he is visiting an old friend. Thailand tells Aaron that his father confessed to being paid 5 gold bars to make Aaron replace the letter with a murder weapon. Aaron looks up at the man he once respected like a second father, while Thailand cruelly claims that Aaron's father sacrificed his useless younger son so the elder brother could inherit the family name. Then Thailand delivers his cruelest argument. Who will anyone believe, the Count's most trusted knight or the second son of an insignificant family? The answer, he says, is obvious even to a fool. Aaron trembles with fury, his hands bleeding from clutching the bars as he hurls every insult he can at Thailand. Thailand still has one final cruelty left. He informs Aaron that an arrangement has already been reached. Aaron will be sent to the Demon Slayer Corps, and if he manages to survive 10 years in that nightmare, his crimes will be pardoned. Thailand smiles and tells Aaron to thank his father for the confession, indirectly revealing that the old man accepted the blame only to save his son's life. Aaron snaps completely, pounding the bars as he swears to survive all 10 years and tear Thailand apart with his bare hands. Thailand simply walks away without offering him a single glance. In the present, Aaron sits in a chair with his head buried in his hands. He explains to Saul that his father lied to save him, while the entire family was branded as traitors and hanged, leaving Aaron as the only survivor. With trembling hands, he says that this time they are not merely disguising themselves to approach Thailand. They will seize the right opportunity, capture him, and force out the full truth. A dark, murderous energy begins pouring from him. Clenching his teeth, Aaron speaks in a terrifying voice and declares that he will kill every last one of them. The story cuts back to the 3 guys from the bar, and Gus is already wondering whether bringing them along was a terrible idea. He stares at Judy as if to say, "Are you seriously sure we should be traveling with this crowd?" Before Judy gets a word out, Skyla, Inus, tells him that he can leave if he has a problem, instantly shutting him down despite his obvious irritation. Gus remembers Saul and decides there is no chance that girl is genuinely a mercenary. Something about the whole situation feels completely wrong. Judy looks at him in disbelief and reminds him that she is actually the strongest member of their group. Gus folds his arms and slips into the classic anime pose of refusing to accept reality. For once, Gus puts the clues together instead of just complaining. He recalls Iren's terrifying killing intent from earlier, and finally realizes that this group is far from ordinary. Judy downs his beer, gives a confident thumbs up, and declares that his instincts are never wrong. Yeah, sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. The squad heads downstairs and announces that their next stop is Rove, the Thailand family's estate. Once they reach the streets, Judy estimates that walking there from Elma will take roughly half a day. At that exact moment, an extravagant carriage enters through the main gate, while its driver orders everyone to bow for the arrival of a young Brescian noblewoman. Apparently, she is known as the #1 beauty of He-Sisaks. Inside the carriage sits Sophia Brescia herself. With a fan in her hand, she surveys everyone as though they are background characters in a world built for her. She raps on the carriage window and proudly corrects them. Being Sisaks's beauty is not nearly enough to describe her. She claims to be the prettiest woman in the entire empire, and announces that she will one day remove the prince and take the throne herself. Her ego is so enormous it could probably occupy an entire continent. Everyone kneels, and Gus realizes that the stories about the count's daughter being awful are not gossip at all. They are documented reality. When Skyla asks whether Sophia is prettier than her, Gus instantly says no, the only answer that allows him to keep living. Judy tells the group to keep moving and avoid trouble, but seeing the Brescia banner makes Aaron instantly lose control and reach for violence. The three bar companions desperately try to restrain him, while Aaron remains frozen on the Brescia crest as painful memories crash over him. He remembers swords aimed at his family, his father standing between them and the soldiers as they shouted the word traitors. Saul grips his hand while blue flames flicker around him, and after a moment Aaron shuts his eyes, forcing out the words, "Not now." They begin to leave, but Sophia leans from the carriage and screams at Aaron, insulting him as a filthy mercenary and ordering him to kneel. Gus can only admit that they have somehow made the situation even worse. Even her commander warns her that she is acting recklessly, but Sophia silences him with a fan gesture and commands the guards to seize Aaron. 3 guards charge forward, only for Isla to dismantle them instantly. She crushes one by the face, trips the others, and sends all 3 flying in a single sequence. With her sleepy-looking eyes, Isla calmly tells them that anyone who wants Aaron must get past her first, and her expression suddenly turns frightening. Sophia trembles through tears and panic, repeatedly reminding them that she is a count's daughter, but Isla dismisses her lineage without a second thought. Aaron tries to calm Isla down, but she is already cutting through the air with such power that each swing leaves visible trails behind. The commander intercepts the strike, but the impact throws Sophia from the carriage and plants her face directly into the mud, an almost perfect ending for her attitude. Instead of attacking Isla, the commander apologizes and recognizes her as a Valor Knight. Isla looks satisfied, while Sophia remains face down in the mud asking what a Valor even is. The commander explains that Valor Knights come from the Isle of Chaos, possess overwhelming strength, and will kill anyone threatening their master, regardless of rank. In the politest way possible, he tells Sophia that noble blood does not make her invincible. When he asks Isla for her name, she refuses to share it, and the group simply walks away. From inside the carriage, Sophia screams that she will report everything to her father, as if that threat is supposed to terrify anyone. As they leave, Aaron remembers idolizing that commander as a child and sadly remarks that someone so powerful ended up serving the Brescia family. While they cross the city, Skylar rushes over to Isla and begs her to teach him that throw, with Judy enthusiastically encouraging him. Gus quietly reasons that a Valor Knight would never follow someone weaker than herself, then looks at Aren and realizes that he must be far stronger than Isla. He gives Judy a small smile and admits that his intuition had been completely accurate. Meanwhile, Skyla returns to cheerful guide mode, grabbing Isla and pointing out the sights. She points toward the castle and announces that they are almost at the Thailand estate. Inside Ruv's castle, the entire group stands before a smug nobleman who leans back and casually asks whether they intend to work for him. Judy steps forward and confidently points out that they have more than enough combat experience. Skyla grins and makes their terms clear. They are interested as long as every defeated enemy pays, but they refuse to become anyone's obedient pets. Is that understood? Ruv rests his head on one hand, mildly impressed by their attitude, before focusing on Aren, Isla, and Saul and asking what role those 3 play. Even he can sense that those 3 are on an entirely different level. Aren is already so fed up with Ruv that he closes his eyes just to avoid looking at him. Ruv gives them the lazy, half-lidded villain stare, waves a hand, and declares that this will serve as their audition. He orders them to eliminate the monsters at the edge of his territory, in a small settlement known as Monza. The instant Aren hears that name, his entire expression hardens. He bares his teeth, and the rest of the group immediately notices his reaction. They wonder what is wrong with him, unaware that Monza is Aren's hometown. The village, the rice fields, and the entire territory once ruled by the Vault family. The scene shifts to Monza, where the monsters are about to have an extremely bad day. It turns out the 3 men from the bar are genuinely capable fighters. They fight competently and move together with surprising coordination. But Iren and the others clearly decided that today was the perfect time to show off. Isla draws a beautiful spear and drives it clean through a charging boar. The knights are left staring in disbelief at what they have just witnessed. Before Isla can even recover, a massive bear prepares to smash her into its next snap. Before Isla has time to respond, Iren launches himself through the air, lands on the bear, and buries his katana in its skull. He lands amid a burst of blood, draws his second blade, and removes the bear's head with one effortless swing. By now, the knights have mentally left the battlefield, and then Saul steps in. Saul does not need to create an impressive moment. Her very presence is the impressive moment. She casually reduces the monsters to chunks of meat, leaving only a tiny drop of blood on her cheek as she coldly looks down at the pile. The knights stare at the girl, who has basically prepared an entire meal out of monsters, and begin questioning every decision that brought them here. The scene moves to the squad relaxing at a table, with crowded rice fields stretching out behind them. A few beers in, Skyla is still laughing loudly about the soldiers' stunned expressions. She is the only person finding the situation funny. She keeps teasing them for being so stunned that they could not even form a sentence. Judy notes that the trio handled most of the work, while admitting that Saul's performance surprised everyone. Gus closes his eyes with a satisfied smile, already convinced that they have secured the job. Judy is pleased that they decided to join forces. Judy notices Aaron's mood and asks what is bothering him, but Aaron dismisses it as nothing more than private thoughts. Yet Aaron keeps watching the workers haul rice through the water, dressed in clothes that are barely more than torn rags. Eventually, he asks why the farmers in this region are living in such poverty. Judy calmly corrects him. They are not farmers. Those words make both Iren and Isla freeze. Judy then explains the truth. These people possess neither wealth nor the freedom to choose their own lives. They are serfs, bound to the land and its owners. Iren is completely stunned by the revelation. Gus continues the explanation. After House Brescia purchased this territory, most of its wealth was drained. To recover their losses, they raised taxes brutally. And when that failed, they took away everything except basic food, trapping the people in lives of endless labor. After taking a long drink, Gus says that Brescia became so obsessed with money that this cruelty is what it turned them into. Annoyed, Skyla warns him to lower his voice since the soldiers might hear, but Gus dismisses the concern with a casual wave. Isla states her judgment without softening it. Those people are corrupt from the very heart of their being. Shaking with anger, Iren slams his trembling hand onto the table, because this is nothing like the way things once were. Back when his father managed the estate, the people were never treated this horribly. His father would even join the monster suppression missions himself, protecting the village from dangerous beasts. Life had its flaws, but the people were still happy. The entire village had been full of happiness. In the present, one raindrop falls onto Isla's head, while Iren lowers his gaze. A moment later, the sky unleashes a torrential downpour, drenching Skyla and everyone around the table. Aaron rises into the rain and walks away, prompting Judy to call after him and ask where he is headed. But Aaron, clearly overwhelmed, asks the team to give him some time alone. The scene changes, and Aaron is now standing before the ruins of the old village. Aaron stares down at the old Vault family banner, abandoned in the mud. It is obvious that the sight has hit him emotionally. Saul approaches from behind and quietly asks whether this is what became of his hometown. Aaron flinches in surprise, then quickly hides it behind irritation and asks whether he had not told her to leave him alone. Saul simply replies that she was worried about him, catching Aaron completely off guard. She points out that he has behaved strangely since they arrived in Sisak, so Aaron falls silent, closes his eyes, and walks toward 3 graves in the center of the town square. Saul follows and asks whether the graves belong to his family. Aaron reads the names and confirms their identity, but then notices they were branded as traitors, making him certain Thailand could not have built these graves. At that moment, a battered old man shuffles toward them in torn clothing, wearing glasses and a long beard beneath his rain-soaked hat. He asks who they are, and Aaron is ready to dismiss him as an ordinary villager. Then Aaron looks more carefully and suddenly recognizes him as Romilda, the Vault family's former butler. Romilda approaches the graves bitterly and asks whether they came only to insult the remains of those branded as traitors. His voice then softens as he says that he served the family all his life and that his master never became the person people accused him of being. Driven entirely by emotion, Aaron says he knows Grey Vault was a proud warrior who defended his people, and he refuses to believe the family were traitors. Romilda begins trembling and, struggling to stay composed, asks whether Aaron truly believes those words. Aaron offers him a sincere little smile and asks whether he was the one who made the graves. The old man confirms it, explaining that he only wanted to give them a proper farewell. Romilda finally breaks down and begins revealing the entire story. He explains that Lord Grey believed nobles and common people were fundamentally equal, merely assigned different responsibilities. His son Reed shared that belief, risking his life against wild beasts to protect the village. Irene listens to every word with a warm, deeply nostalgic expression. Romualda continues, recalling how Gray's wife Shino shared her food during famines and personally worked in the fields to help with the harvest. By every account, they were a truly kind family. But Romualda's mood suddenly darkens as he explains that everything changed when Reed traveled to Brescia to deliver a letter. From that moment onward, everything collapsed. Aaron goes utterly still. In a barely audible voice, he asks whether Raven Vault was not the one who delivered that letter. Romualda stares back in confusion and asks who he is talking about. Who exactly is that person? Irene suddenly loses control, grabs the old man by the collar, and screams at him. The family had a second son named Raven. How can you not even remember a child from your own family? Romualda shouts back that there was never a second son, only Gray, Reed, and Shino. Those three were the entire family. That answer destroys Irene, because he finally understands that Raven Vault simply has no place in this world's history. His whole life begins replaying inside his mind. Every battle, every sword lesson, and every monster he killed was meant to restore the Vault family name, but now he realizes that goal was meaningless because the person he believed himself to be has been erased. He clutches his head and screams. Saul panics and rushes to him as he collapses into the mud, gripping his head while completely breaking down. She kneels over him and tries to offer comfort, but it is obvious she has no idea how to help someone this shattered. Romualda can only stand there, watching the stranger completely unravel beneath the rain. Unnoticed by everyone, Isla has been observing from behind a wall, and even she is visibly shaken by what she has seen. Irene eventually sobs against Saul's shoulder as the rain pours over them, both sitting in the mud while he cries out, asking why this is happening to him. The story leaves that heartbreaking scene and cuts to the princess, who is having a complete meltdown inside her carriage. She is so furious that she is gnawing on her own fingers. Raging at full volume, she vows never to forgive the mercenaries and threatens to tear out their eyes, humiliate them, and sell them away. Her attendant Fillmore begs her to calm down, pointing out that she is acting completely unhinged. She ignores him and continues boasting about her royal blood and status as the Count's daughter, insisting that no one has the right to disrespect her. Elsewhere, Ballad watches the princesses tantrum from a cliff, already plotting after realizing how useful these idiots could be to his plan. The scene shifts to Brescia Castle, which has descended into total chaos. Monsters are attacking the castle, while Fillmore is fighting them at the front. He cleanly severs the head of a wolf demon. The creature keeps moving anyway, leaving Fillmore staring at it in disbelief. I just cut your head off. He notices a glowing seal on its forehead sustaining it, so he crushes the mark beneath his boot and finally puts it down. The servants cheer for him, bowing and calling him captain, which sends his confidence through the roof. He confidently throws open the castle doors, prepared to announce their victory, but the sight inside instantly destroys his good mood. Inside sits a psychopath named Baltai, wearing a horrifying grin while holding the princess on his lap with a huge axe pressed beside her head. The princess is gagged, sobbing, and trembling through the entire nightmare. 3 guards lie dead around the room, and they were far from ordinary soldiers. They were the finest guards in the castle, yet Baltai eliminated all 3 without making enough noise for anyone to notice. Fillmore draws his sword and demands the intruder's identity and purpose. Baltai gives him a meaningless speech about everything being part of a grand plan, then refuses to reveal anything further. He glances between the princess and Fillmore before saying that having them both present is exactly what he needed. Fillmore says Baltai can do whatever he wants to him, as long as he spares the princess. Baltai smiles, clearly delighted that Fillmore said precisely the words he was waiting for. The madman points at Fillmore and orders him to tear out his own eyes. Fillmore freezes immediately, because no sane person expects a demand like that. Baltai responds by tightening his grip around the princess's face. His message is obvious. If Fillmore refuses, the princess will lose her eyes instead. As his fingers move toward her eyes, the princess screams through the gag, and suddenly blood splashes across the room. Baltai turns around in complete shock when he realizes that Fillmore actually obeyed. Fillmore stands before him, holding his own eyes in his hands as blood streams down his face. So does Baltai honor his promise? Absolutely not. Baltai bursts into insane laughter, mocking Fillmore for following through and claiming that a blind man could never beat him, before casually taking the princess's head as well. Fillmore is completely blind, but the moment her head drops into his hands, something inside him snaps. He rushes Baltai with a furious scream, only for Baltai to end him with one effortless slash. Standing above the 2 corpses, Baltai keeps taunting them, saying that nobody intelligent would willingly serve a princess that stupid. At this point, Baltai's villain score has completely escaped the charts, and somehow, the situation is about to become even more ridiculous. Baltai lifts the summoning staff and declares that it has finally found a master worthy of wielding it. A deep purple light suddenly begins shining from the staff. The blood scattered across the floor reverses direction, while the detached heads rise into the air and reconnect with their bodies. Fillmore and the princess rise again, but whatever comes back is no longer truly them. Both now have sharp fangs, lifeless eyes, and luminous purple symbols glowing across their necks. With a smile straight out of a nightmare, Baltai announces that they belong to him now, and both undead servants kneel immediately, promising to obey every command. So the kingdom's greatest knight and its princess have officially become this lunatic's undead toys. The story then jumps to a hotel, where the atmosphere suddenly turns far more somber. Judy and the others wait nervously outside, since Raven has stayed locked in his room ever since the incident at the ruins. Judy turns to Ilo and asks what has happened to him. We then cut to Ruv, who is contributing absolutely nothing as usual while relaxing on his throne and asking about the 6 mercenaries he hired. The sweating servant explains that they are practically the finest mercenaries around, though their leader comes with one minor complication. Ruv immediately asks what the problem is. That is what Ruv wants to know. The story returns to Aaron, who remains completely crushed, sitting on his bed and glaring blankly at the floor. Saul enters carrying a tray of food and gently tells him that he needs to eat at least a little. After sitting in silence for a while, Irene finally breaks it. Raven Vault is gone now. The Vault family can never be restored. His grief suddenly turns into rage, and he screams, asking who he is supposed to become now. He cannot even understand why he is still alive. He faces Saul as though she alone can explain it, desperately demanding to know why he has been left alive. The scene shifts to the Sisuk Lord's castle, introducing the most irritatingly punchable man in the entire story. This is Lord Sisuk, the Count of Brescia. The man wears a different gemstone on every finger, theatrically coughing into his hand while complaining that Sophia has been looking unusually cold toward him. His 2 servants instantly begin flattering him. They quickly insist that nothing could be further from the truth. My lord. The fool brightens up immediately and decides that the obvious solution is to purchase Sophia another jewel. Naturally, he wants it to be so costly that people might mistake it for royal mithril. And how does he plan to fund this ridiculous father-daughter bribery scheme? By increasing taxes, of course. When a servant tries to protest, Brescia shuts him down by declaring that anyone unable to pay will simply be turned into a serf. According to him, that is a problem for the Thanes to deal with. Then Brescia suddenly looks like he has discovered fire and remembers that their most important vassal, Love Tylan, will also need to approve the law. The servant can only stare blankly, already realizing exactly how badly this disaster is going to end. A 3rd servant suddenly rushes in, shouting that Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore have come back. Brescia leaps from his chair as if it has caught fire, races outside, and there she is. Sophia stands before him wearing an entirely new outfit. She is dressed in black with a high slit, holding a cane while standing beside Fillmore. She calmly and gracefully greets her father. Fillmore steps into the hall and simply announces that they have returned. The moment Brescia sees Sophia, his face reddens, his body starts shaking, and then he turns even redder. The creep is openly staring at his own daughter's figure. Seriously, what is wrong with this man? That is literally your daughter. This situation is disturbing in every possible way. Someone can clearly sense that something is wrong. The pair who returned are not the same ones who departed. Fillmore gives him a weary half-lidded stare and says that they have a serious problem. He orders the guards out, because this conversation needs to happen in private. The guards are immediately cleared from the hall. The Lord settles back onto his throne and asks what exactly happened. That is when Fillmore delivers the first major shock. Love Tylan is preparing to rebel. Brescia's mind practically crashes as he insists that Tylan could never be the culprit. Fillmore continues piling on more evidence. He claims that Tylan's people attempted to abduct Lady Sophia. They also ambushed us in the mountains, and they even hired mercenaries to carry it out. Fillmore recommends attacking first, before the supposed rebellion can begin. Look at Fillmore, casually, building an entire fictional story right in front of them. This may be the most shameless setup in history. The Lord begins biting his nails, quietly reminding himself that he and Tylan have always maintained a friendly relationship. Yet when he looks at Fillmore, he remembers that this is his strongest warrior and most devoted servant. Fillmore then brings out the piece of evidence designed to end all doubt. He produces a bag drenched in blood, and before the Lord can question it, 3 severed heads tumble across the floor. Brescia shrieks as if consequences have just been invented specifically for him. Fillmore calmly claims that Rough Talon's assassins were responsible for their deaths. As Sophia steps forward, Fillmore adds the final detail. He rescued her, but the attackers reached her before he could stop them. He then directs attention to the mark proving Sophia's supposed disgrace. Sophia rushes into her father's arms, crying uncontrollably and begging him to protect her. Brescia trembles and turns bright red while his sobbing daughter clings to him, wearing an expression so inappropriate that words almost fail. He immediately decides to defend her, and in the next cut he is fully armored, sword raised before his army, declaring the Thailand family their enemy and ordering every soldier to march for Sophia's honor. The troops cheer as if they are heading out to save the world. In truth, the entire army has just been manipulated by two people carrying around a bag of severed heads. Sophia wraps herself around her father's arm, wearing the most sinister little smile imaginable, and sweetly speaks out. She calls him the greatest father in the world, and the fool turns red all over again. Someone should probably remind him that he has just declared war without confirming a single fact. And someone needs to tell him to stop giggling like a schoolboy. Hidden among the crowd, Baltai quietly laughs to himself because everything is unfolding exactly as he hoped. Brescia's foolish mistake will ensure that every piece of evidence gets wiped out in the coming war. With a particularly vicious grin, Baltai whispers a single name. Love Thailand. We return to Iran's squad, where the situation has gone completely out of control. A gigantic serpent has wrapped its tongue around Skyla and is crushing the breath out of her as she screams in terror, demanding to know what it is. As if one tongue were not horrifying enough, the creature opens its mouth even wider and reveals several more. At this point, the monster has wandered into an entirely different kind of story. The additional tongues rip the weapons from Gus and Jody, leaving the whole squad defenseless as the creature drags them toward its jaws. With Skyla convinced that death is seconds away, Isla suddenly rockets into the scene, slicing through the tongues while Gus completely loses his mind and shouts that it is him. The monster makes one final attempt by opening its jaws wide, but Isla leaps straight in and severs every tongue at its base. Just like that, the battle ends. After surviving that disaster, the squad gathers around a table in a small village, staring at Isla as if she has completely lost her mind. Jody enthusiastically praises Isla for saving everyone. That is what a true Valor Knight looks like. She is clearly operating on an entirely different level. Skyla laughs and says that she would love to visit Valor with Isla someday. Her words trigger a memory of Isla's homeland, first as a peaceful, happy place, and then as the devastated land it became. He returns to the present, lifts a spoonful of rice, and quietly mutters, "Everywhere is the same in the end." But the discussion does not stop there. Gus remains stunned that they encountered such a monster at all, while Jody points out that one mistake could have killed everyone and suggests they stop working independently and enlist under a noble house. Because honestly, this mercenary lifestyle is not exactly working out. And naturally, Jody has one specific family in mind: the Pendragons, the most talked about name in the entire region right now. Isla instantly starts choking on his rice. The moment Skyla hears the name Pendragon, her eyes sparkle and she launches into full fangirl mode, asking if he is not the hero of Lox. She means the warrior who destroyed the orcs and pirates that attacked Segunda's governor. She has also heard that the Duke is unbelievably handsome. Jody adds that he has heard the Duke is an excellent fighter, while Gus rests his face in his hand, clearly thinking that Skyla is starting her obsession again. Jody grins and asks Isla for his opinion, but Gus cuts in before he can answer, declaring that he refuses to become anybody's obedient dog. Gus launches into a rant about Sisk, accusing its nobles of draining ordinary people dry and calling them complete trash. He would rather return to being a raven than serve one of them. Skyla laughs and reminds him that he used to make a living as a thief. That is when Jody mentions something that finally catches Isla's attention. Jody reveals that the Vault family once ruled this land. According to him, they were nothing like the current nobles. Isla looks up sharply as Jody continues with everything he has heard. The Vaults opposed Love Thailand, and Brescia destroyed them because of that defiance. Their lord personally led soldiers against monsters to keep his people safe. He was the real deal. Skyla says Thailand's followers branded the Vaults as traitors, but Jody admits he does not know why and only knows that their reputation was ruined afterward. In the village of Manhwa, however, people still remember the Vaults as kind and wise rulers. Isla silently takes in every word. Before they can investigate the subject any further, a man races into the village and shouts for every mercenary to pay attention. He orders them to head to Love Thailand's estate immediately. That fool Brescia is on his way with an entire army. The squad turns around in total confusion, and the next shot reveals rows of armored knights advancing beneath a banner marked with a golden horse and 2 branches. Yep, war has literally arrived on their doorstep. Isla rushes back to the inn to inform Irene about the incoming army. She kicks the door open and tells Irene that they need to leave immediately. Irene remains sunk in his depression, sitting beside Saul with the lifeless expression of someone who has abandoned every reason to act. Isla repeats the warning, but Irene does not even raise his head, asking whether this is another order from Love. He says that whether the soldiers bring their message or fail completely, he will die either way, making their investigation into Prince Zion's murder meaningless. Isla yells that this is precisely why they must act now, but Irene only mutters that he is neither a Pendragon nor a raven, so none of it should matter anymore. He asks her to give him even one reason worth fighting for. That is the moment Isla finally loses her patience. She has had enough of watching him drown in self-pity. She slaps him across the face, seizes his collar, and demands to know whether this pathetic person is really the man she chose to follow. She challenges him, asking if a Pendragon can truly be this weak. Irene finally reacts, demanding to know what is wrong with him. After all, he has behaved like an empty zombie ever since they entered Sisk. Irene answers only with a hollow, emotionless stare. Isla decides that this conversation is happening right now, whether he likes it or not. Isla takes hold of his sword, lowers his gaze, and explains that Sisk reminds him painfully of his homeland. The same endless conflicts, the same greedy rulers sacrificing civilians and soldiers as if their lives were worthless. The same endless loop of meaningless deaths. With Irene staring wide-eyed, Isla grips his sword until his hand trembles and confesses that every death made him forget his original purpose, until he finally abandoned the battlefield and lost the right, in his own mind, to call himself a knight. Then he reveals the turning point. All of that remained true until the day he met Irene. Their battle changed him, and afterward he vowed to become Irene's sword. Irene never treated him like a subordinate. He met him as an equal, explained that they simply had different roles, and sealed it with that ridiculous oversized grin. Isla admits that he entered their duel intending to crush Irene, but Irene defeated him with kindness. The first person who had ever managed that. But traumatized beyond reason, Irene turns away and says it no longer matters because both the Vault and Raven families are gone. Isla refuses to let him hide behind that despair. He grips Irene's shoulder and shouts the name Pendragon directly into his face. Then Isla changes tactics and shouts Raven instead, making Irene whirl around in complete confusion. Isla calmly tells him that he does not know what happened on that rainy day or how Irene is connected to the Vaults. But he does know that they were the only family in this rotten land who genuinely cared for their people. Everyone also remembered them as proud and honorable warriors. Isla remembers the sight of Irene charging alone against the centaur. Before Irene can absorb any of it, Isla grabs his collar and tells him that he possesses the power to change even this rotten country. Those words finally remind Irene of what truly matters. He remembers every good deed. Rescuing a goblin from a centaur, battling the pirate king, and protecting that small village. He remembers ordinary people thanking him through tears, and quietly asks himself what went wrong. The Vault household may be gone, but its will still survives inside him. Isla pulls back his fist and asks how much longer Eren plans to leave his sword gathering rust. He declares that he will not forgive Eren for wasting away like this, then throws the punch. Dust and debris burst through the room as the others watch in horror. But Eren catches the incoming fist. Still on his knees, Eren grips Isla's fist, rises, and suddenly starts laughing. Eren jokes that Isla is speaking very differently from his usual self today. Isla raises an eyebrow and smirks, replying that Eren's face looked so boring today that someone had to liven things up. The two idiots continue trading insults, while Saul quietly sneaks out of the room. Eren walks to the table, picks up some bread with a genuine smile, then turns to Saul and says that he needs the dragon armor immediately. Tears well up in Saul's eyes, followed by a smile bright enough to belong on a poster. At a large house, Gus stands with Jody and Skyla, arms folded, announcing that he is finished with this entire mess. He assumes Isla is leaving as well, so remaining with Tylen no longer makes any sense. Jody sighs and agrees, admitting that they have technically made the Lord's sister their enemy. At that exact moment, a sound comes from nearby. Skyla and the others quickly turn toward it, and there stands Eren, casually apologizing for keeping them waiting. He looks ahead with complete confidence and announces that they are going to the Tylan estate. He orders them to bring the horses. The entire squad can only stare at Eren after his sudden transformation. Every member of the group is privately falling apart in their own way. Jody is completely confused, wondering why the atmosphere suddenly feels different. He has absolutely no idea what just changed. Skyla is far too busy admiring Eren, who apparently became even more handsome after recovering his spirit. Clearly, she has her priorities perfectly organized. Then there is Gus, a former bandit who has witnessed every kind of shady equipment. Yet Eren's pristine new armor completely overloads his brain because he has never seen gear this immaculate. One glance at Eren's expression is enough for Gus to realize that this man is definitely more than an ordinary mercenary. When Eren repeats that they are heading to the Tylan estate and orders the horses prepared, all three companions explode at once. Jody starts shouting about the importance of making alliances. Skyla points out that Tylan is currently trapped in the middle of a war, while Gus insists that the entire family is worthless and helping them would bring no benefit. Eren patiently lets them finish their protests before explaining that, like it or not, Tylan's death would ruin his own plans, so Tylan has to survive. He mounts his horse, insists this battle is his responsibility alone, flashes them a smile, says goodbye, and rides away. Isla and Saul do not waste even a second thinking about it. They summon their horses and take off after him at once. Isla delivers the most ice-cold reply possible. She turns around, declares that she is his sword, and rides off. Jody is left frozen with one hand extended, looking like he cannot believe they are actually doing this. Skyla, the hopelessly love-struck queen that she is, spots two good-looking people riding away, and her legs make the decision before her brain can object. Before anyone can even react, she is already on her horse shouting for them to wait. Gus completely loses it, shouting for her to stop and calling her insane, while Jody simply sighs and reminds him that they owe these people after the monster incident. Then Jody grits his teeth and admits he has a terrible feeling that letting them leave now will become a lifelong regret. That is all the reason he needs, so he rides after them as well, which leaves only Gus behind, completely alone. He stands there by himself, staring blankly into the distance. Gus lowers his head and frowns for barely a moment before angrily mounting up, yelling that everyone is an idiot as he races after them. The mood flips instantly when Aaron, Isla, and Saul reach a village that is being consumed by flames. Villagers are scattering in every direction. Nearby, children cry helplessly beside their mother, who is pinned beneath the debris. The entire village has turned into a nightmare. Irene takes in the destruction, and the fury slowly becomes visible across his face. Isla asks Irene what he believes is happening here. Irene says the situation makes no sense, since Brescia is not the kind of man who would suddenly start a war for no reason. Even Thailand's soldiers were caught completely off guard. Irene suspects that someone is secretly controlling the entire situation. It could be the same person who ordered the attempt on the prince, or an even more powerful figure. Isla reaches for her swords, clearly prepared to cut through the soldiers, but Irene stops her and says they should not kill men who are merely following their ruler's orders. Isla stares at him in confusion for a moment, then answers with a simple smile. When they finally reach the castle, they find absolute chaos waiting for them. Flames engulf the area, while blue-cloaked knights storm the building with weapons drawn. Seeing the attack, Isla shouts that they have arrived too late. Irene disagrees, pointing out that the ongoing assault means their target must still be alive. His memories from his previous life suddenly become extremely useful. He remembers exactly what Thailand was like in his former life. Thailand was never foolish enough to throw his life away just to protect his pride. Irene knows that Thailand is the sort of man who survives at any cost. He orders everyone to spread out and locate Thailand before anything happens to him. Just then, shouting erupts from behind them. They turn around and spot Gus, Skyla, and Jody racing toward them at full speed on horseback. Irene smiles at the sight of them and says it looks like reinforcements have arrived, while Isla proudly remarks that this is what a Volar knight does. He wins people over instantly. Irene turns toward the castle and urges his horse faster, with the entire group charging behind him without hesitation. The blue-cloaked knights carve through the palace, slaughtering anyone who blocks them, while Irene sends his horse vaulting straight over a burning barrier. What follows is easily one of the most disturbing scenes the show has delivered so far. The sinister old Brescia sits comfortably with his daughter Sophia on his lap, watching the Thailand estate burn while laughing like a maniac. His laughter echoes through the burning estate. He declares that this is the end of the fool who dared to oppose him. Sophia hugs him affectionately and praises her father for being clever and brave. She tells him that she loves him dearly. All of this happens while an entire castle full of people burns behind them. Honestly, this family needs therapy immediately. At the palace entrance, bodies cover the ground like a graveyard, and the Brescia knights raise their swords as one of them coldly orders everyone to kill Thailand's surviving mercenaries. That turns out to be a terrible decision. Aaron charges in and wipes out 3 knights with one sweep, barely taking the fight seriously as he thinks he has no time for these weaklings. He needs to find Thailand. Elsewhere, Isla takes on another group and goes completely wild with her blade. She drops them one after another without even removing the sheath, and Isla is honestly shocked by how powerless these knights are. As Isla looks at her twin-sheathed swords, a smiling voice behind her asks why she chose not to kill the knights. She turns and finds the knight's commander standing there, one hand resting on his belt as he smirks at her. He mocks her for being far too gentle to call herself a knight. Isla recognizes him immediately, and he identifies her as the knight from their earlier encounter. But then her valor senses react. The aura he carries is nothing like it was before. Realizing the difference, Isla draws her sword, clashes with him, and demands to know who he is. Fillmore furrows his brows and answers, with a completely unhinged grin. At that moment, a blue aura flashes across the scene at absurd speed. It belongs to Saul, who swings her sword and cleanly severs a monster dog's head. She stands over the corpse in silence, blue energy still vibrating around her body. Then something strange catches her attention. The supposedly dead dog's paws begin to twitch. Meanwhile, Jody's group is struggling badly. The ridiculous monsters are swarming them from every direction. Skyla hacks away at them, while shouting that she has no idea where all these monsters came from. Gus, as usual, is the one who points out the real issue. The monsters are still moving even after losing their heads. Jody clenches his jaw and makes a quick decision. Leave them behind. Keep moving. They abandon the not-quite-dead dogs and hurry up the staircase. Moments later, Irene reaches that same floor, where the severed dog heads are still growling and twitching. A strange seal is stamped across one of them, creatures capable of surviving even after decapitation. Irene studies the corpse-covered, burning staircase and begins piecing the mystery together. On the surface, this may look like Bresh's surprise assault, but the monsters are another matter entirely. He fixes his eyes on the growling severed head. That proves his suspicion. Someone else is orchestrating the entire attack. A man then emerges from the fire and remarks that Irene is unusually strong for a mercenary. Irene recognizes that voice instantly. He turns around in fury, memories of everything this man put him through flooding back. Balti descends the stairs, explaining that he will personally handle Irene to keep their grand scheme on track. Apparently, Irene's face alone has made this personal for him. Irene is absolutely furious. He shouts Balti's name and prepares to tear into him. The scene returns to Isla and Fillmore, who are still locked in combat with neither fighter willing to back down. Fillmore attacks with a huge, deranged grin, clearly enjoying every second, but Isla stops him head-on, scrapes her blade down his with a brutal metallic shriek, and drives both weapons into the floor. Does that scare Fillmore? Not at all. He starts laughing instead. He is genuinely having fun. Before Isla can retreat, Fillmore lunges forward, grabs her sleeve, tears it away, and completely loses himself in the fight. Each successive strike carries more force than the last. He screams through every attack. Finally, he raises his sword and brings it down with all the strength in his body. Isla predicts the strike, slips aside at the final instant, and Fillmore's sword crashes into the ground. The panic on Fillmore's face is obvious when he realizes he missed and left himself completely exposed. Isla immediately punishes the mistake. She digs her feet into the ground and thrusts forward, forcing Fillmore to raise his sword at the very last moment. It is the kind of defense that succeeds by a fraction of a second. Isla keeps moving, darts to the left, traps Fillmore's weapon, and the two fighters strike simultaneously. Blood sprays across the room. Fillmore looks up with blood filling his mouth and terror in his eyes, while Isla calmly drives her sword through his neck and follows with a devastating slash that should have ended the battle instantly. Fillmore begins to collapse, but halfway down, the lunatic tightens his grip and thrusts forward, stabbing Isla in the shoulder. And then things become truly horrifying. Fillmore remains upright as his arms suddenly begin moving by themselves, like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. His hands reach up, seize his hanging head, and snap it back into position as casually as resetting a dislocated thumb. Black vapor hisses from the injury, while Isla stares at the impossible sight. Her expression says she would rather be anywhere else in the world. Holding his head steady with one hand, Fillmore gives her a terrifying grin and admits that this body may not be strong enough to defeat her. Isla is completely speechless. She glares at him and states bluntly that he is no longer human. Fillmore does not bother denying the accusation. With one hand dramatically pressed to his chest, he rambles about a grand scheme for the great lord of the night and explains that he obtained this immortal body to slaughter people. When Isla asks what the plan is, Fillmore closes his eyes, keeps smiling eerily, and tells her that insignificant creatures do not deserve the details. Clutching her bleeding shoulder, Isla lowers her head and says she finally understands. Fillmore is nothing more than a puppet. That statement clearly strikes a nerve, because Fillmore's entire expression suddenly changes. He silently glares at Isla, without offering a reply. A moment later, both fighters swing again and charge straight at one another. The action shifts to Irene and Balti, who are battling with the same savage intensity. Balti releases his axe with one hand and sweeps it across, forcing Irene to barely block the blow with his sword. Balti keeps grinning as he wonders whether Irene knows his name, because they have met before or because he is simply that famous. Irene has no interest in the conversation. He blocks one strike after another and demands a straight answer. Irene throws a powerful swing, but it cuts through empty air because Balti has already slipped behind him. Balti brings the axe crashing toward Irene's back with full force, but just as defeat seems certain, Irene turns and stops the attack one-handed with his right arm. Balti's mind struggles to understand what he just witnessed, and the situation is about to become far worse for him. Irene erupts with overwhelming energy, his eyes turning crimson as magical scales spread across his body. He swings his sword into empty air, yet the force alone launches Balti sideways like a speeding truck hit him. Balti manages to recover and looks back in total confusion, with no idea what kind of power he is witnessing. A gigantic red dragon suddenly manifests behind Irene, looming over the entire battlefield. Irene stands before the dragon completely composed, wearing an intense, almost feral grin. The dragon unleashes a roar powerful enough to make the entire battlefield tremble. Balti recognizes the dragon aura, but rather than panic, he breaks into a delighted smile. Looking at Irene, he remarks that the battle has finally become interesting. This is prey worth chasing. Iren, meanwhile, is completely focused on destroying him. His dragon aura surges wildly, and Baltai is about to experience its full force. Yet Baltai remains absurdly relaxed. He keeps grinning and taunting Iren as if this were a game, while Iren is nowhere near calm. Iren is already rushing straight for Baltai's neck. So how does Baltai respond to an enraged, dragon-powered Iren charging at him? He simply puts 2 fingers between his lips and whistles. In the next instant, an entire pack of wolves arrives and surrounds Iren on all sides. Iren is absolutely furious. He came for one target, and one target alone. Instead, he is forced to deal with this nightmare wolf pack. With no time for such weak distractions, he pushes his aura to its limit and lets the flames wipe them out. Once the smoke fades, Iren looks up to find Baltai escaping on the back of a wolf. Iren refuses to let him escape so easily. He sweeps his sword and sends a huge flaming attack after him, with red energy catching Baltai and exploding directly in his face. With blood running down his face, Iren points his sword at Baltai and swears to kill him on the spot. Baltai only smiles, because the battle is unfolding precisely according to his plan. His goal is to enrage Iren, and every bit of extra anger works in his favor. Elsewhere, Skyla, Jody, and Gus race down a road with flames burning on either side. Skyla looks back and assumes the monsters have finally been taken care of. Gus confirms that he eliminated them and that nothing is pursuing them. Jody relaxes, saying one problem is solved and all they need now is to locate Tylan and use the chaos to gain an advantage. Then Jody suddenly brings the group to a halt. Tylan is lying face down nearby, surrounded by Brescia's knights. One knight declares that Tylan is a traitor and will be executed today under a count's orders. From the ground, Tylan furiously screams that they are insane for believing such nonsense from that fool. The knight ignores him and swings anyway, claiming the accusation came from Sir Fillmore, supposedly the most trustworthy knight alive. Apparently, that man is incapable of making a mistake. With a sharp clang, Jody's sword intercepts the strike at the last possible moment. Jody turns toward Tylan and casually greets him as if he had not just rescued him from death. Tylan shouts in surprise at the mercenaries, and the fight is already decided. Skyla and Gus attack from the rear. Gus takes one knight down with a powerful swing. Skyla cuts down the second knight, while Jody eliminates the last before he can even react. Within seconds, all the knights are defeated, but does Tylan show any gratitude? Not even close. He immediately yells that they are late and demands to know why they took so long if they are truly this strong, before asking where the other 3 are. Gus refuses to tolerate the attitude. He grabs Tylan by the throat, orders him to shut up, calls him a worthless country worm, and warns that if he keeps talking, he will lose his head. Skyla draws her sword as well, and threatens to hunt down his entire family for a price if he continues. And just to be clear, these are supposed to be the heroes. Jody interrupts the argument when a huge force of warriors begins marching directly toward them. Skyla spots the approaching army and points out that there are quite a few of them. Jody takes one look at the crowd and agrees that running is the correct strategy. Now we return to the main battle. Iren's mana has completely taken the form of a dragon, tearing through wolves on every side. However, the relentless fight is beginning to wear him down. One wolf sinks its teeth into his arm. An arrow pierces another part of him, and the growing injuries begin to slow Iren down. Even so, Iren never takes his eyes off Baltai, who sits comfortably atop his wolf as though he is enjoying a show. Baltai keeps smiling as he provokes him. You are doing nothing but battling monsters. This is becoming boring for me. Do you not intend to come and kill me? Those words turn Iren's expression into pure murderous rage. He tears the wolf away from his arm and smashes it into the ground. 2 more leap at him, but a single swing cuts them both apart. Baltai observes everything carefully, memorizing Iren's abilities. He is impressed by the absurd strength and notices that nothing seems capable of stopping Iren. Iren is covered in injuries, yet he refuses to retreat even an inch. At this point, he resembles a monster more than a man. That transformation is exactly what makes the fight entertaining for Baltai. Then the entire nature of the battle shifts. For Baltai, this is no longer a normal fight. It has become a hunt instead. So Baltai loads his crossbow and urges Iren to keep raging until he has exhausted every last bit of strength. Exactly as Baltai hoped, Iren throws back his head and lets out a furious roar. Baltai aims his crossbow, already imagining dragon slaying as another achievement. But that fantasy is not about to come true. Back on the second floor, Isla and Fillmore continue their brutal duel, and Isla is beginning to struggle. She keeps blocking his attacks, though her hand is now trembling from the prolonged strain. Fillmore mocks her, saying she did well to survive for this long. But according to Fillmore, her luck ends here. At that exact moment, several knights rush in, shouting that they will assist Fillmore. Fillmore glances at them, clearly thinking that with their support, Isla has no chance. Feeling confident, the bastard tells Isla that she now has only 2 choices. She can either flee and live as a deserter, or die here today. Isla freezes for a moment, sweating with her eyes shut, and then lets her sword fall from her hand. He catches Fillmore from behind and hurls him over the balcony, sending him straight onto the concrete spikes below. One spike pierces his chest, his body bursts into flames, and his screams leave everyone watching completely horrified. The Brescia Knights rush to save him, yet even while impaled and burning, Fillmore still manages to grin and claim that this will not be enough to kill him. Isla meets his gaze and simply replies, "I know, but this battle ends here." With that, Isla draws her sword, and a second later, Fillmore's head is rolling across the floor. Down on the first floor, Aaron is in no better shape than Isla. He is wounded and completely surrounded, but he is far too furious to worry about either problem. Aaron pulls an arrow straight from his hand without blinking, cuts down another monster, and clears more wolves as Baltai laughs from the side, deliberately provoking Eren into losing even more control. Baltai's strategy is simple. Anger gives Eren more power, but ruins his precision, meaning Eren is exhausting himself without accomplishing much. Sitting casually atop a wolf, Baltai watches Eren bring down another monster and mocks the wild, powerful swings of his dragon sword. He points out that the zombie wolf army will eventually drain him, then dives in with his axe to finish the job. He rides up beside Eren with a smug expression and aims his crossbow, boasting that the result of this battle and Ruv's fate are already settled, while Eren's foolish stubbornness will only speed up his death. But then Baltai made the biggest mistake of his entire life. He just could not stop talking, repeatedly bragging about his inevitable victory. He declares that Siskis will be reduced to ruins and its people will become slaves. And those words finally strike a nerve in Eren. A sudden memory flashes through Eren's mind, showing the people of Siskis suffering under a life of forced slavery. For a moment, Eren reflects on his own recklessness, steadies himself, and lets the anger completely fade away. At that exact moment, dragon aura coils around his back while two wolves leap at him. Yet Eren does not even twitch. He simply stands there, realizing how pointless his behavior has been. Baltai fires, but Eren calmly cuts the bolt out of midair, finally leaving Baltai genuinely stunned. Blue dragon energy completely surrounds Eren, and the weaker monsters nearby begin trembling in fear. Baltai quickly understands that Eren has neutralized the mobility of his entire zombie army with a single move, and suddenly realizes he is in serious trouble. Meanwhile, Eren stands perfectly calm, silently acknowledging how foolish he had been acting. He knows better than to lose his temper against someone this cunning. If anything, caution is what he needs most right now. He grips his blade in both hands and declares that he carries on the will of the Vault family. He has to become the kind of man his father could proudly look up to. Elsewhere, Brescia's army storms the burning estate, while flames consume most of its route. A group of warriors seals off the escape route, trapping Gus, Skyla, Jody, and Tylan inside. The soldiers raise their swords and make it clear that the situation is finished. There is nowhere left for you to escape. Jody moves in front of everyone else to protect them, even though he is visibly terrified. Tylan turns around in panic, wondering why they ever came to this place. He points out that they are trapped, but Skyla shouts back that they had no other option. This was the only place the flames had not reached yet. Still half stunned, Gus tells her that if she keeps yelling, he will chop off her head just to make her quiet. And the fact that he is smiling while saying it makes him look completely deranged. Jody quietly admits that this may be their only chance to stay alive. The knights rush forward across the cracking, fire-ravaged roof, but then blue mana suddenly begins shining beneath Brescia's feet. The roof violently tears apart beside them. Jody, Skyla, and Gus freeze in place before looking up to find Saul hovering above them. No one can process what they are seeing, not even the Brescias, who are left speechless. Blue energy spills from her hand as powerful winds explode around her, while everyone struggles to accept that this mysterious figure is really Saul. Still overwhelmed, Skyla asks whether those are wings, while Tylan can only mutter that the whole thing is unbelievable. Seeing the roof collapse, Saul dives down at maximum speed, grabs Jody, Gus, Skyla, and Tylan, two in each hand, and launches straight into the sky with all four of them. The warriors can only stare as she disappears, completely baffled about the identity of this girl. Saul continues flying away with all four passengers in her grip, leaving everyone below stunned. Tylan nervously points out that she is carrying all four of them with little more than her fingers, calling the sight terrifying. Skyla looks at him as if that should not surprise him at all. Jody and Gus dangle grimly from her hands as Saul's silhouette grows smaller above the burning estate. Back inside, the entire room is now engulfed in flames. Isla stands before a crowd of knights, her sword raised as blood drips from its edge. She watches the chaos with complete composure. The wounded Fillmore turns toward the soldiers in disbelief and reminds them that they are the knights he personally trained, the people he once considered his most loyal and trusted followers. His body suddenly ignites, yet he still orders them to bring the battle to an end. The soldiers panic and begin questioning whether this is truly Captain Fillmore. One trembling knight suddenly screams that the figure before them is not Fillmore at all. It's an imposter. The soldiers start comparing what they know: explaining that someone had claimed the captain told Count Brescia something that made Thailand appear to be the traitor. Isla observes silently as the soldiers begin to suspect that the story about Thailand's betrayal was fabricated and that someone manipulated all of them. Every eye turns toward Captain Fillmore, who looks deeply rattled by Brescia's revelation. One soldier finally snaps and says the situation had felt wrong from the beginning, and Brescia admits that everyone had been thinking the same thing. The entire group erupts, demanding answers about how Fillmore deceived them and where the real captain has gone. Without waiting for an explanation, they draw their swords and rush him. Fillmore panics and screams that he is the genuine captain, that he surpassed human limitations, and that everything is part of a grander scheme. Isla simply watches as the soldiers tear him apart, covering the floor in blood and leaving his face mangled. Looking at her blood-covered sword, Isla sarcastically questions whether this was merely a puppet that had supposedly transcended humanity. His masked reflection appears in the blade. He narrows his eyes, closes them, clicks the sword back into its sheath, and walks away while the soldiers continue hacking at Fillmore's corpse. By now, the entire estate has been swallowed by flames. Meanwhile, Saul flies above the square, where a crowd of stunned warriors has gathered below. Jody tells Gus to look below, sensing that the warriors may have stopped their assault. Inside the estate, the soldiers are still caught in a heated argument. They question why they should continue fighting when the captain they followed was nothing but a fake. In the corridor, Aaron faces Baltai with nothing but a hard frown. Baltai looks toward Fillmore and dismisses him as a worthless puppet. Irene tells him that no reinforcements are coming, so they should settle this battle right now. Baltai examines Irene's wounds as they rapidly heal and wonders whether his body is practically impossible to kill, much like a zombie. Then he corrects himself. No, Irene's body resembles those monsters even more. Turning his attention back to Irene, Baltai demands to know how he even learned his name. More importantly, he wants to know who Irene truly is. With his eyes closed, Irene calmly says that he knows his own identity perfectly, refers to his former self, and reveals that he is Ravenvault. Blue energy coils around Irene, releasing waves of mana powerful enough to make Baltai recoil. Baltai can only stand there, completely bewildered by the transformation unfolding before him. Irene's armor changes to white section by section, from his leg armor to his breastplate, while his hair returns to its blonde color. A colossal blue dragon emerges behind him. Baltai is left speechless as the truth finally clicks. Irene is Irene Pendragon, the man who forged a pact with the White Dragon. The two of them immediately charge straight at one another. Baltai brings his axe around, but Irene races forward at absurd speed, blue mana streaming from his sword and illuminating his face. Baltai lands a strike, triggering a huge explosion of blue energy, but Irene ultimately slices clean through his body. Irene assumes splitting Baltai in half will finish him, but apparently not. Baltai lies in two bloody pieces, still grinning and praising Irene as someone truly extraordinary. Irene looks down at him, but Baltai only laughs and explains that it makes no difference because this entire body was merely a puppet. He then questions Irene about his regeneration and demands to know how Irene learned his name. Baltai glares at him and mocks his past, reminding Irene that he was once the weak Pendragon, child everyone ridiculed as a coward. Irene silently clenches his fists as Baltai continues, claiming he had watched him from the beginning and recognized early that Irene would become a serious threat. With a self-satisfied grin, Baltai swears that he will hunt Irene down regardless of the cost. Immediately after making that threat, Baltai's face begins to melt away. Eerie purple light bursts from his eyes, and his entire body dissolves into nothing. Aaron watches without losing his composure, reminds himself that the situation has not truly changed, and walks away. Elsewhere, three girls huddle beneath blankets in front of the real Baltai. He is furious after discovering that every injury suffered by his puppet was transferred directly to his real body. He is bleeding badly, covered in wounds, and completely serious now. He says he must report the incident immediately because the city is under siege. So that puppet trick came at a real cost, and Irene has just created an even more dangerous enemy for himself. Back at Thailand's estate, flames have engulfed the entire property. Saul, Gus, and the rest of the group stand behind Thailand as he kneels on the ground, sweating uncontrollably. Irene looks down at him and realizes that the circumstances are unchanged. The only difference is that their positions have switched. Irene places his sword against Thailand's throat and directly asks whether he sent the poisoned letter to the vault household 3 years ago to assassinate Prince Zion. The color drains from Thailand's face. Irene tells him that he knows the poison was sent deliberately to frame the Vault family as traitors. As he speaks, a terrifying aura erupts from Irene with such intensity that even his allies are stunned. Watching from the side, Jody is speechless. He believes an aura like this should belong only to warriors who have survived thousands of battles, and admits he has never felt anything so powerful. Thailand is trembling so violently that forming words becomes difficult. Iren keeps the blade resting against Thailand's shoulder, his expression completely empty, and that calmness makes the threat even more frightening. He commands Thailand to start speaking. Thailand finally breaks and confesses that the Vault family opposed his policies and had become such a threat to him that he could not afford to ignore them. He then tries to lessen his guilt by claiming he never knew the poison would reach the crown prince. Iren refuses to accept that excuse and demands the name of the person who issued the order. Thailand lowers his head, sweating harder, and reveals that an orc gave him the order, leaving Iren completely caught off guard. He clarifies that this was no ordinary orc, but a half-orc, half-human hybrid who leads the pirates. That man, Arangus, personally gave Thailand the poisoned letter and instructed him to use it on the guests. Thailand admits he hesitated, but Arangus assured him that nothing would happen even if he was discovered, so he went through with it. Isla listens to the confession, looking just as stunned as everyone around her. Thailand describes their meeting and mentions that Arangus was surrounded by red energy, proving he was far more than an ordinary pirate. The instant Thailand says the name Arangus, everything suddenly falls into place in Iren's mind, and he internally erupts with realization. Arangus is not merely a pirate. He rules the southern territories and the Duchy of Arangus, while also carrying the title of King of the Sea Dragons. The moment Iren remembers those words, the half-orc's face flashes through his mind. Throughout the revelation, Gus and the others stand behind them utterly confused, having no idea what Iren and Thailand are discussing. Isla finally turns toward Iren and demands an explanation. Iren returns his sword to its sheath and says they have finally discovered who has been controlling everything from behind the scenes. Before anyone can react, Count Bracia appears carrying Sophia's lifeless body, utterly shattered by the loss. Crying and screaming, he demands to know what they did to her, calling Sophia his precious diamond, the Empire's most beautiful woman, and his beloved daughter. The instant Bracia notices Thailand, his sorrow transforms into pure fury. He orders his men to tear out Thailand's eyes, force him to crawl like a dog, and kill him afterward. Gus and the others can only watch the breakdown, still struggling to understand what is happening. Aaron studies the Count holding Sophia and quickly connects the pieces. Having already witnessed Fillmore being controlled like a puppet, Aaron realizes Sophia must have suffered the same fate. Aaron turns toward Bracia and reveals the truth. Both of them had been manipulated, meaning the war Bracia started was built on a lie from day one. Bracia refuses to accept the explanation, visibly fighting against the truth Aaron is forcing him to face. Aaron tells him that if he believes they are lying, he should ask his own soldiers why they have laid down their weapons. That argument silences Bracia immediately. Now terrified and trembling, Bracia turns to his knights for support and orders them to arrest Aaron and the others. Not a single person moves. Every soldier remains completely unresponsive. Bracia shouts the command again, demanding to know why they are frozen in place. But the soldiers already understand the truth and refuse to obey. Aaron tells him bluntly that they refuse because Bracia himself started this meaningless war. Iren adds that Bracia's actions killed countless civilians and soldiers, destroying innocent families and homes. Images of people fleeing a burning settlement flash through his mind as they struggle to survive the disaster Bracia created. Yet even after hearing all of that, the Count's reaction is utterly vile. Rather than feeling guilty, he orders Iren to be silent and asks why he should care about ordinary townspeople or soldiers, openly declaring that they belong to him. The instant those words leave his mouth, Isla snaps, draws her blade, holds it to the Count's throat, and tells him that he has lost the right to speak. Iren then turns toward Saul, and the entire atmosphere changes. Saul rises behind Iren, places her hands on his shoulders, and releases enormous streams of mana. A second later, a massive blue explosion sends a wall of dust and wind across the area, blasting the Count off his feet. Gus, Jody, and the others shield their faces from the storm, and as the dust settles, an enormous silhouette begins to take shape. It is a dragon. Saul's face appears through the haze, leaving Jody staring in disbelief as he asks whether she has truly transformed into a dragon. Still trembling on the ground, Thailand confirms it in terror. Saul is a white dragon, the strongest living creature in existence. She is powerful enough to reduce an entire country to ashes by herself. Bracia is trembling so violently that he can barely remain standing, then watches Isla kneel and bow her head. His mind completely shuts down because nothing happening around him makes sense anymore. Aaron steps forward in his true form and gently runs his hand along Saul's face. This time, the Count truly focuses on Aaron, and the realization hits him with overwhelming force. He instantly begins rejecting what he is seeing. He can only mutter that it is impossible. This cannot possibly be happening. What is Iren Pendragon doing here? Saul has no intention of letting this man continue insulting them in her presence. She simply beats her wings, and the resulting gust sends Bracia tumbling across the ground like a rag doll. He screams as he crashes face first into the dirt. When he finally looks up, His face is covered in blood. And somehow, that is not even the most terrifying part. A crowd of armed peasants stands nearby, and every one of them looks prepared to end his life. Bracia barely gets out his confused question about these being mere peasants before one of them answers by driving a spear through his back and ending his stupidity for good. The others pile onto him, raging about how his pointless war destroyed their homes, and they beat him nearly to death before moving on. Bracia desperately calls for his knights and soldiers, but they remain frozen spectators while not a single man steps forward. Isla comes to Iren's side and quietly tells him that the whole ordeal is finally finished. After witnessing everything, Iren agrees, adding that they were at least able to give the people of Sisek some help. Elsewhere, Jody keeps smacking his mug against the table, still unable to believe that Iren is actually the Duke of Pendragon. He always knew Iren was unusual, but this is on another level entirely. Skyla jumps into the conversation, praising Iren's strength, looks, and youth before immediately volunteering to become his subordinate. Gus kills the idea instantly, calling it ridiculous and telling Skyla she can leave if some guy is enough to make her abandon the group, while reminding everyone that mercenaries do not serve just anyone. As if that was not gloomy enough, Gus stares out the window and declares that they will probably never see Eren again. Jody and Skyla look completely heartbroken, but then the bar door opens at the perfect moment and Eren enters with his crew, notices the trio, and says he knew he would find them there. Jody asks why Eren is not attending the grand reception he was expected to be at. Eren takes a seat, explaining that all the insincere compliments ruined his appetite, so he came looking for an actual drink, and he also has a favor to ask them. Much later that night, Eren heads onto the balcony, with Isla following behind and asking whether everything has been settled. Staring into the darkness, Eren seriously admits to Isla that he continued fighting for one reason alone: Isla himself. The confession catches Isla completely by surprise. Eren explains that after waking from his coma, he had lost every reason to keep living and no longer even recognized himself, until Isla literally knocked some sense back into him. With his eyes raised to the sky, Eren promises that as the ruler of the Pendragon Duchy, he will accomplish every goal he once chose for himself. Isla grins against the railing and warns Eren that if he ever sinks that far again, she will simply beat him back into shape, because a sword is supposed to do that for its master. Eren laughs, but before the conversation can continue, the two of them spot Saul soaring away into the distance. Eren looks behind him, sees the waiting drinks, and breaks into a smile. After that, the two settle in and keep drinking until the first light of morning. By morning, the streets are buzzing as the peasants celebrate how the Duke of Pendragon arrived and removed the vile Count Brescia. A large crowd forms to see Eren, and his companions leave the city on horseback. Skyla takes the dramatic farewell far too seriously, lifting her horse onto its hind legs while shouting that she is the one true woman of the Pendragon cavalry, a Valkyrie of the battlefield. Jody points out that Skyla is turning the whole thing into an absurdly overdramatic performance. Eren only smiles and tells Jody to let her enjoy the moment. Since Eren normally travels with two people who barely speak, having someone noisy around is actually a pleasant change. Eren then faces Jody and expresses his gratitude for choosing to join him. Jody brushes off the thanks, saying Eren has nothing to be grateful for. For Jody, joining this kind of adventure is exactly what he has always dreamed about. Meanwhile, Thailand is dragged along behind them, wearing the most miserable expression imaginable. Eren tells the group that their real strength comes from being a team that has survived life and death situations together. He even says Isla appears to approve of them, with her complete silence serving as confirmation. Jody glances at Gus, amazed that someone who despises nobles has genuinely decided to come with them. Gus simply says the blame belongs to the rest of the group. He claims he could not possibly leave a bunch of idiots like them to fend for themselves. And to be fair, Gus admits that Eren is nothing like the useless nobles he has encountered before. At the same time, Rem Hindi, he haenos Hindi, hila enos Hindi, he halunt enos Hindi, he ja enos Hindi, he ha enos, watches Eren pass by and narrows his eyes for a closer look, left completely bewildered by what he sees. There is something strangely recognizable about this version of Eren Pendragon. When the sunlight falls across Eren's face, Remelda briefly sees the image of a completely different person. His eyes widen as a name escapes his lips in a whisper: Grey Vault. As Eren vanishes along the road, tears begin streaming down Remelda's face. Eren turns toward his companions and announces that it is time to return to the Pendragon Duchy. Across the sea, Baltai kneels before a man whose throne is surrounded by women from nearly every race imaginable. The boss mockingly asks whether Baltai has returned crawling with terrible news immediately after his son was defeated. Baltai bows and requests punishment, but his master dismisses the matter, saying that he respects strength and will need loyal warriors like Baltai against enemies this formidable. Then, with a greasy smile, he asks whether they have another plan. Baltai smiles at the reassurance and says he is relieved to hear it, although this man on the throne is starting to look suspiciously like a villain. Still, you have to admire the man's lifestyle. His harem includes women from practically every race. The guy is, without question, a refined man of culture. Baltai then uses his master's full title, the King of the Sea Dragons and Duke of Arangas. Meanwhile, the man on the throne is apparently thinking that viewers should like the video, help Mamoru create more entertaining content, and activate that mischievous little notification bell. And with that, I am signing off.